Good morning. Today is 12th of July 2025, and we are going to be racing today. We're going to be racing at Randwick. This is in New South Wales, one of the places to race in Australia, the prime track in New South Wales, and this is where we're going to be racing today. The ground rating is soft as of now. The last finishing mile is about 410 meters. And we've got about 10 races here today, and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing, and we try to do that 5 days a week. But during this month of July, because we are not getting the best of the tracks, we are skipping most of the days, but that is only for this particular month. And we do that in two steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes or there are better horses at the paddock, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us, and that is exactly what we try and do. I've got two tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is where we take a look at the scratchings and the odds. And that's all that we have. We'll see if we got the feed.
Who's a third of his price, and Chasenardi, who's half his price. Knife's Edge at 16, Grinzinger Knight 19. We've even laid Pico Rocks at $23. Arizona Dreaming 34, October 34, Road Bear 34, and Going Remote 41.
Take the odds for the first one and see the scratchings. 1 and 7 has been scratched.
Anthony, we're going to have a very happy Sky One host about to watch this replay, Maxie, of Phillipsburg and the Ipswich Cup.
Yes, Martin, he's got a share in. This is 600 grand, so it'd be good to if we want a loan. Marto's got plenty.
Odds are
This was
4 to
This was Flash R
3
winning, and he's
6.
got the red colours back. Just in behind them, Winona giving him a few reminders. He actually finishes off quite well at the end of the 2150 metres here. Look, he was entitled to because he went to sleep early. So, seeing him run on like that wasn't a real surprise. I think he races well up here. His last two wins were, I think they were back up, weren't they? Like Doomben and Eagle Farm the following Saturday.
That's it. And that Ipswich Cup, we had Felix the Scat come out and frack that form because I was a little bit suspect on that form, but Felix the Scat ran a terrific race in the Caloundra Cup, running third. So,
well, I think that form's okay for a benchmark 78.
Definitely good for a 78.
Where he is now, he'll need luck like all of them. Huge field lining up here at Doomben. I'm sure the tempo is going to be okay. A few of them like to roll Arizona Dreaming and Grinzinger Knight. So he just needs a run in the home straight. When he won here last time at Doomben, from memory, was horse laying all over him. He had to get around heels and got up to score. So I think he's going okay. Now, Artful Girl has been going around in group races, group enlisted, where she's been out of it. But a couple of them have been good enough. She can win this if she has a bit of luck with her bad gate. Beckham decided to give the 1600 metre race a miss, scratch and run here 2000. He's been so good winning his last two over 1600 with authority. So I've actually put him in, given that Sean Dwyer obviously thinks he'll run. He's by Vancouver. You wouldn't think so, but he's been really strong at the end of the 1600. Map looks good, and he might be just on the way up a little bit, this fellow, now that he's got his act together. And good old Chasenardi, this is his go, 2,000 metres, benchmark 78 on a Saturday. But there are a host of others you could make a case for.
I think you've got 8 in the quaddy, Maxie.
I have, and I haven't got yours.
It's that sort of race, honestly. But look, I might have just talked myself into Pico Rocks, but I'm really keen on Pico Rocks number 7 here to run a big race. Bubba Tilly to ride for Donald Baker, coming off the Gatton Cup win, Maxie, of 2025. I think we've got the replay too of the Gatton Cup. If we do, we'll roll it for you. It was a big win, and interestingly, Bubba went from the races at Eagle Farm that day. He rode in the early race and then got himself out to Gatton just to ride this horse in the Gatton Cup. Overcame the outside barrier. Gave the horse a lovely ride, but it is hard to win from back at Gatton. And he found a way around them, and the horse really ripped through the line and won quite convincingly. So I was impressed with that win. He comes here in winning form. A lot of other stayers here have either been racing out of their grade and losing, or they're just struggling to find their best form, whereas Pico Rocks comes here in his best form. All 7 wins have been on good tracks, so he's got the right conditions, and he does tend to get in the back half of the field, but a softer gate today certainly won't have to go right back to last as he did at Gatton. So I'm with Pico Rocks, and I'm confident he runs a big race. Whether or not he can get top 3, which we're hoping for, but I do think he'll run a big race in this particular field today. Number 1, Eagle Mont. Well, he bounced back to his best form last start, Maxie, with a lovely handy, 2 strong legs. He managed to get another good trail here with the claim for Kobe Vittler. Diana's Affair. He's coming off 2 midweek wins. He always looks fantastic in the yard, and he's backing it up with his racing. And then Chasing Artie, I threw in for but I think it is a league where the more you look at it, the more you've got to throw a few extras in for the quality.
Absolutely.
Your case you made for Phillipsburg's a strong one, and that Ipswich Cup form should hold up. And I've left out Artful Girl, I've left out La Cometa, and they're both coming through, stakes races. So it's a tricky one, but I think Pico Rocks will run a big race at the $23. All right, race number 8, we have a benchmark 90 over 1200. It is the Sky Racing benchmark 90 here. And again, the market's sort of pointed towards John Rambo, but I'll be surprised, actually, Anthony, if I could have put money on you laying 1 horse today, it would have been John Rambo.
Yeah, I'm with you, Paul, for sure. He's always one that tends to go unders, and he's one we can lay. Look at his SP profile, his last 5 runs, 390, 350, 250, 230 and 290. And those last 3 runs, he's been beaten. He's a great one to lay. He's $3 on tap fixed odds, so we're a bigger price than he's been his last 3 runs. You might get better. He's still popular. We always seem to lay him about third of all bets on John Rambo. Swiss Exile, a $6 chance on the second line of betting. Hold on, Honey, $6.50. Cunnamulla Fella, $11 best price now into 7. We laid it early. Money seems to have dried up there. A Mirza, $10 chance. Chalet at 14. And Super Duck gets a $14 chance. Big odds the others. So John Rambo, he's always popular. We've laid him again. He's $3. If I was in charge, I'm just in the chair filling in for Tim Ryan. I just do what I'm told. The tab traders tell me which are the lays of the day. But I tell you what, if I was back in the trading floor like I was back in the day 20 years ago, I'd be opening up the shoulders on John Rambo. He's a great one to lay.
Yeah, well, that's right, Anthony.
Don't do it, Anthony.
He's had an illustrious career, of course, Maxie. He came into the office as a gangly 18-year-old kid and started working alongside me. But, of course, he ended up making his way to tab in the trading floor there, and now he's taking orders. But once upon a time, he was
International race caller as well in the meantime.
International race caller. There's nothing he hasn't done. And, look, John Rambo...
There he is, last and widest, and I'll tell you why he'll win today.
Doesn't he, Maxie?
He does, and he didn't get it. Look, this he's heaven. Oh, look, it's all about tempo with back markers and getting clear running. Now, he's heaven. Went to the lead, led by 2 or 3. Nothing chased him. So they're all having picnics, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. They're all kicking strongly. Rambo needs them to come back to him a little bit, the leaders, and him really hitting the line hard. That race didn't set up well for him. Now, yes, he is a horse that you'd lay because of his racing pattern. But my argument today is that he does like it at Doomben. They generally get on their bikes a little bit earlier here.
Yeah, the map suits him today. I'll give you that. You've probably got Hold On Honey, who we know leads at all costs.
Yeah.
Then you've got Super Duck, who's going to be a pest on speed with no weight. You've got Goldsboro, Lost in Transit, and you've got Shalailed with a really sticky draw to work out what they're going to do from there. So potentially 5 horses pushing forward sets things up for John Rambo. What about a good track? He's won 1 from 12 on good tracks, 4 wins on soft. Does that worry you at all?
Not this time of the year. If it's we're in the middle of December or January, it would. But look, there's going to be a bit of bite in it.
Yeah.
And the other point is the weights. He's usually carrying 59 or 60, and today he only has 55.5. Like that's a bit of weight relief for him. So for him, I do think if I knew that Hold On Honey was rock hard in condition, probably would have gone for him. He loves Doom, but he loves to roll and kick down that hill.
Yes.
But we've only seen him at 1 public trial. He's probably had a jump out or 2. I don't know. But the question I ask is, why hasn't he raced for 10 months? There might have been some little issue along the way, but he does like it. He Hold On Honey. I think it's a bit too sharp for Cunnamulla Fella, but he's genuine.
Good trial.
Yep, and he'll find the line. And Immerse, the interesting runner, moderate trial, but as we know, ex-Godolphin runner with Tony Gollan, and he's putting the blinkers back on.
Yeah.
He's not waiting. They're going on today. So keeping an eye on him. We know he's up to it at his best.
I've gone with Hold On Honey Maxi. First up stats, 6 tries, has been the Prunella 6 times. So he fires fresh. Yes, it's a 10-month spell rather than a 3 or 4 month spell. That's the little niggle. But I love the soft draw because I think he bounces and finds the front fence. He flew out of the gates in his barrier trial at Doomben. It was a really strong trial. Vodka Martini came through that trial and won a stakes race since. So at $6.50, I just think you're going to get a great run for your money up on speed. And the last 50, is he vulnerable? Probably. It's 1,200 metres first up. I'll go with him. Cunnamulla Fellow surprised me how sharp he was in his trial. He's a miler. He's first up today at 1,200, but he gets a really soft draw. And if he can just trail that sort of genuine speed that we're expecting, he should be getting a shot at them late. Swiss Exile gets barrier 1, gets the winkers on today, should get the run of the race behind that speed. And of course, John Rambo, he's going to need luck, but does get the map to suit him today. I was a little bit worried about a good track, I've got to say, and I'm just a little bit worried about the odds for a backmarker like him. But as Anthony said, you can look at the SP profile and make up your own mind there. But he's one of those popular horses, Maxi, and he did start the campaign off with 2 booming wins. Whether or not he's still at that grade or that level, we're about to find out. So 1, 8, 4, and 10 for me. That leads us into the lucky last. We have a 3-year-old handicap here over the 1350. It is a cutest race and a really interesting runner at the top of the weights here, Anthony. Mr. Bianco, of course, caused all of that controversy last week when Connections and Paul Shaler decided to scratch him with no suitable jockey when favourite, of course, for the Sunshine Coast Guineas. So he's here today. He's got to carry 61 kilos. You've got to do it from the outside gate.
But just when you thought you'd heard it all, that was a new one last week. No suitable jockey, and there was 100 sitting in the room. But Mr. Bianca.
So this is the first one here at Randwick today. And if you look at the odds, it's 4,236. If we look through the rails, we get 3, 2, 6, and 4. This is where it is. Wherein 3 and 2 are the largest spells. 4 is a neutral with probably one of the best jocks. That's one of the best jockeys on 4. That is the best jockey on 4, actually. That's 4. And the rest all is there, but here's the thing. The 6, which is the linear, is carrying 66% on this pressure. That's a 35-66. We've got 45 and 44 at 19. Then the 4 is at 17 with a very good jockey. Now, the 4 is the favorite. I'm not going to get into the first one, but we'll see how it works, because we have these 2 horses up here, and there's no reason for these 2 horses to fail. Why would they fail is what we're going to figure out. The 6 is at a very, very high pressure at 66%, wherein it has just 1 race. So that probably is a bad idea. Now, what has been happening over a period of time during this month? So what we have experienced in last maybe about 10 days or so, that we are getting horses which are coming after a long layoff or vacation, and that is what is happening. Now, we know there are situations where people actually try to understand what is the drop in class. We were measuring that previously, then everything was stable, so we went I discontinued using that metric where we were actually looking at the fall or the if a horse has been assigned, or a horse has been treated like it had a fall as in from the current benchmark to a lower benchmark, or a rise from a lower benchmark to a higher benchmark. So this is what we've been monitoring earlier, but after that the season was beautiful and we discontinued this. But I think we need to get this thing back, and this has to be a stable component here. Otherwise, it is very difficult to understand which one is a rise, which one is a fall. So we'll monitor this. So here, like we see, this is a 45, it became 43. This is a 44, became 42. This is a 35, became 33. This is a 35, became 33. This is a 34, became 30. So these are all falls, okay? Everything has been falling. And but in that case also, the higher benchmark is a higher benchmark. The higher spell is a higher spell. So the 4 stands at 35. It had a fall, looks like it became 33 and all that. The 6 is a 35, which is a 33 now. And the pressure is huge on this 6. And these two are the largest spells, with 43 and 42, even after the fall. So we'll see how it works, but we're going to keep a track of this. So 4 is the favorite. It's a 35, 17. One of the best jocks. The best jock on 4. It's the first race. That's the first odd. And we've got almost everything within the rails. So we will see how it works. I'm not going to get into the first one. We will just see.
I think it's 9:11 She Hours, and in the middle there, race 7, number 9 Phillipsburg, at about the $15. I think he'll give us a good run, around about $15 and maybe $4.80 the place.
I'm going Pico Rocks as my best, $23. Back him straight out if you're really brave, but probably a more sensible option is to back him each place. And I'll be shocked if he doesn't run a big race today. Pico, I think he's a stayer in form, getting the perfect track for him today. What about Body?
Well, 2, 5, 11 and 3, and then I've got 8 horses in that 2,000 metre staying race. And then I've had to trim it up a win, otherwise a little bit, otherwise it'd cost an absolute mozza. So 10 and 1, and then 11 and 3 in the last. That's 128.
Well, I just went my 4 in each leg. So I've got 5, 2, 3, 11 in the first leg. So we're pretty much got the same numbers there. Then I've just kept my top 4 right through the quaddie today. But I will have a good look at that staying race, race number 7. Perhaps add another one in as we get closer.
Lee, welcome back.
Numbers.
It's Randwick today.
We'll throw back to you to cover off.
Good day to you too.
I'll duck out and grab something quick to eat, because it won't be too long until runners come into the yard first.
No, runners are in the Manning Yard actually for the first here at Randwick. So we'll whip through the Jockeys Challenge for Doomben. 3:30 Robbie Dolan, Emily Lang $5, Damien Thornton at 6, CJ Graham $6.50, any other jockey $8, Kyle Wilson Taylor 9, Kobe Vittler 9, and Bailey Wheeler $15. A special for Robbie Dolan as well. Do you think Robbie will have a big day at Doomben?
Yes, let's do that.
For the amount of winners he
But it looks like some of the best races are by the end of the card.
3 or more 13.
Some of the best ones.
$61. Same special.
The last few races are very good. The first few will have to figure out.
Big day. You can back Tony to have a certain number of winners. 2 or more $2.50. 3 or more at $10. Just repeating, there is a tab bonus.
Yeah, it's soft 5.
Races 1 through to 6 here at Randwick.
It is soft 5 as of now.
Second or third, get a bonus.
We'll see what they have to say. It should improve. It doesn't look like it is going to rain.
Preeminence will be taking preeminence on. Last start winner at Ipswich hasn't quite brought that provincial form to the city, and he's a good one we want to lay in the first. Preeminence, the tab lay of the day at Doomben. That's our preview for racing at Doomben. As you can see, runners are in the mounting yard behind me for the first here at Randwick. We'll take a break, and the team will join us with the mounting yard comments very shortly for the first at Randwick.
Of 10 races here on a Saturday from Randwick. The 2-year-olds lining up in the Schweppes Handicap. This is over the 1400 metres, and this mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Brad Gray and Nick Burney are here, and we're looking at Pillow Fight, a $3.30 chance on track for Björn Baker and Rachel King.
She gets the blinkers first time, so out of a mare named Slumber Party. So well named mare, and she's got some talent. She won her maiden at Canterbury before lining up against a 2-year-old on everybody's lips at the moment in the Autumn Boys. So she led in the Tat Stakes, overrun late, beaten 4 lengths. So back in grade today looks to suit, and should get on speed favours once more.
Thought she was very solid there on debut at Canterbury, where she did always face the breeze in a slowly run race, but I did like her tenacity to wear the lead down that day, and she ran a good final 200-metre split. Yes, up in grade there last start, but she battled away on okay. I think the blinkers will suit, but just 1,400 metres at that price, I was happy to look elsewhere.
We go to 3, Tomato Toasty for Gay Waterhouse, Adrian Bott and Regan Bayless.
Made good natural improvement from her Gosford debut to win at Warwick Farm last settled handy, and she ploughed through the heavy 10 conditions to win at running away. I like the way she built through her gears on that occasion, ran faster time than the benchmark 64, which is always a really good sign for the 2-year-olds, and her late strength there says that she'll relish getting out to 1,400 metres.
Yeah, I thought she never looked comfortable there on debut at Gosford, so she clearly benefited from that experience where she could always face the breeze there last start at Warwick Farm. I thought there was a bit of style there late, so the 1,400 metres looks no issue, as Brad said, and with the time there, even adjusting for second use of the track, she comes in on a very competitive last start figure.
Here is the heavily backed Crossbow, second up number 4 to be ridden further forward by Chris Waller and Jason Collett.
It's been a good go, hasn't it? This is a horse that opened $8, so you are looking at 19 cents worth deductions, but even this morning, $3.40 into $2.60. So great return at Canterbury. Gave the stablemate an odds-on favourite Central Coast. A bit of a fright there late. There wasn't a lot of market expectations. Sent around an easy $19 chance, but he made up a stack of late ground. He clocked the fastest last 200-metre split of the entire meeting. That Central Coast form, of course, ties into Autumn Boy, scratched from 1,100 metres last Saturday for this 1,400-metre contest, and it looks a very likeable setup.
Yeah, clearly needed the run there first up at Canterbury. He was a big drifter in the betting, just had too much to do as well. Wasn't suited to the race shape, and I did like how he loomed into it. Probably just peaked late, which told me that he could only step off that effort. He draws well. He looks a real 1,400-metre type to me. And as Brad alluded to, the Central Coast and Autumn Boy form lines, that's clearly why he's been heavily backed.
One of 3 debutants is Feasible number 5 for Annabelle and Rob Archibald and Alicia Collett.
A little bit of support for this debutant, going around a double figure odds. So Cool Azabel Gelding made good improvement from his first trial into his second, rounded up his rivals to win that most recent heat, did it coming from last. So was the quickest of the 1,000-metre heats of the morning, which is a good sign. Just keeping an eye in terms of any further market confidence around him.
Yeah, always tough making your debut over the 1,400 metres, but with the 2 trials over the 1,000, just gives that solid platform. So he was outpaced in that first heat. He was raced a little bit greenly, but he did find the line okay, so clearly improved from that experience where he tracked up well to win that latest heat at Randwick. I think he's a good chance in the pick out of the first starters.
Number 6 is Coquette Tahi for Chris Waller and Rory Hutchings.
Blinkers first time, so hit the front of Canterbury on debut and was run down late by Central Coast and Crossbow. So it did start shorter in the market than Crossbow, so that has to count for something here. That probably gets to a point in betting where there's going to be too big of a gap. So back to the trial, Simpson was given an easy time.
Yeah, that was the key takeaway for me, was that SP profile against Crossbow. So they do look a little bit too far apart from one now, but look, had every chance there on debut at Canterbury, and I thought really stalked that slow tempo and sprinted, but just peaked late. So the blinkers going on, I think, will only make this horse improve, and another one that could have only benefited from that experience.
7 out at down to 8 cent a deal for Lesbridge and Reece Jones.
Son of done deal, so has got the pedigree of a miler, so 1400 metres looks to suit on debut. Best work has been through the line in 2 trials, but we'll learn more after today.
Yeah, it's been slow out and settled at the rear field, the field in those 2 trials, but thought responded well enough under pressure when asked to extend there. So he looks that real miler type, and there was a little bit of specking for him later yesterday, but that has obviously dried up now.
9 is Cosmic Avenger, John Sargent, Molly Burke.
I've been a long way. The midweek's first up as an easing $81 chance. That was behind a Raging 4. So has bumped into a few handy rivals in 3 career starts, but hasn't really looked likely. So the jump from 11 to 1400 metres looks a little negative on paper, but given his profile, that could see him improve.
Yeah, completely unsuited there, getting too far back in that slowly run race. Won by Raging 4. So I think he is probably looking for the 1400 metres. Ran on okay, yes, the other day, that $81 SP, but down in the weights, do prefer to see today, though.
And the stablemate on debut, Dance with Destiny for Sergeant Matty Owen.
She's big odds here, so beaten for speed in her trials, but has been tacking on okay through the line. So 5 trials, she's got a good grounding for this. 1400 metres looks to suit. It gets in with the 51 kilos after the climb.
Yeah, clearly improved between those 2 hit-outs, and I thought she tried hard enough to find the line there in that latest trial at Randwick when racing in the inferior ground, but will benefit from today and prefer to see.
So the 2-year-olds are off to the gates ahead of the first event on the program. Well-named filly by Too Darn Hot Tomato Toasty is back at the races. And Adrian Bott's on track with this filly who showed nice progression after Gosford to win at Warwick Farm.
Yeah, she did. She handled the conditions very well there last start. Just that slight step up in trip to tempo of that race helped her. So I'd imagine getting out to the 1400 today is a positive. She certainly looks strong late. So yeah, I think plenty of positives there for her today.
She ploughed through that wet track. She's got firmer footing today.
Yeah, I'd like to think she's just as effective on top of the ground. Mate, I was happy to welcome any softer conditions today, but I do think she can just be just as effective.
The best part of her work was late at Warwick Farm. She was very strong through the line.
Yeah, we're in 2 minds there whether that might have been enough for the preparation, but the way she handled that and the way she came through the race just gave us some encouragement to get her here today and see her on a bigger track and over more testing conditions, getting out further, which I think she'll handle in time as well.
She'll go forward.
Naturally, I think from that draw look too, she showed enough speed there the other day. Doesn't look to be a lot of natural pace there, and out wide, Regan's probably going to make a decision.
Sly boots a bit later. Good gate, second half.
Yeah, might be able to be a little bit more forward from that gate. Naturally, the step up in trip as well should be a positive, and there's some nice improvement in terms of his fitness.
Good to see you, mate. Good luck.
Thank you.
Late mail numbers 4, 3, 2, and 6 for Crossbow. The well-back Crossbow goes in on top. Change of tactics to settle further forward today, which I like. Out to the 1400 metres, a real eye-catcher there first up at Canterbury, and I think he can only improve off that. 3, Tomato Toasty, looks suited getting out to the 1400 metres. Dominant winner there last start at Warwick Farm. I think she can continue on an upward spiral. 2, Pillow Fight coming back in grade here. Another horse that should go forward, make its own luck. And 6, Kokatahi goes in as the 4th pick. I think he can only improve with the blinkers going on first time and getting out to the 1400 metres. 4, 3, 2, and 6.
Here I'm 4, 3, 2, and 6 as well. I want to be with the money horse Crossbow. I think he just draws so well to be that lot close to that 1400 metres. That's the looks his pet distance, or he could even get out to the mile in time. But I did like that first up run, especially with the 4 miles between Central Coast and Northern Boy. To beat the 3 Tomato Toasty, who I thought was great there second up and ran very fast time against the day, even adjusting for that second use of the track. So I think she can roll forward and give a big sight here over the 1400 metres. To beat the 2 Pillow Fight, thought it was solid there on debut at Canterbury. Just probably didn't run out. We got a little bit keen there last start over the 1400 metres in much stronger grade. So this is back to easier race with the blinkers on, so I can understand why he's solid enough in the market. And then the 6 goes in there with that SP against the 4 here, Crossbow. The 6 to 4 versus the $9. They probably are too far apart from that last start at Canterbury, but happy to kick off the day with Crossbow here. 4, 3, 2, and 6.
Yeah, all the money's with Crossbow as well. So as much as $8 we bet.
3 is getting tailed, Lee.
Price we went up, subject to 19 cents.
3 is getting tailed. I am out of the first one,
Now
Lee.
$2.60.
I'm out.
If you were sharp enough to take that $8 when we first bet it, you're on a
The 6 has very unnecessary pressure.
when you take into
Which
account the
is,
deductions, and Crossbow holding nearly
fair.
60% of all bets. Pillow Fight, gee, it's been a big drift just today, $2.70 out to $3.70, and Tomato Toasty as well has been soft.
6 is at 67. That's the linear, right? 4 is the favorite, which is a 35. This is a 35. These two are 44. And the 3 is getting tailed. I don't know if the 2 is getting tailed. I tried to look, but I couldn't figure out. There's another one which is also getting tailed.
We're kicking off with the best backed runner all day in the first here, Gav.
Anthony, there's Crossbow going in the South Thoroughbred colours, so they want to utilise that gate a little bit with Crossbow and settle further forward, and obviously the likes of Tomato Toasty and Pillow Fight, Brad, go forward.
Yeah, they look the main contenders here, don't they? It could be quite a tactical race. There's a few first starters. You've got 415 in the barrier trials. None of them real look jump and run style gallopers, hence why they're returning to the races over the 1,400 metres here on Saturday. So, tactical little race. But Crossbow can usually be much closer from the inside.
But we start on a soft 5, rail out 6 metres for the 10-race program this afternoon. And all the range is Crossbow. As Anthony said, they went up $8. That has tumbled all the way in to about that 260, 270 quote. So this to get us underway. First and 10 on a Saturday. Here is Luke Marlowe.
Here again. Red lights for race 1. They're off and racing. Caught them in a good line. Crossbow broke well from barrier 1, showing speed. Pillow Fight and Tomato Toasty goes to a clear second, but Pillow Fight's going to surge clear. Pillow Fight by 2 lengths. Tomato Toasty in second placing ahead of Kokatahi and Crossbow fourth the rails, then Feasible fifth. 3 wide around those was Cosmic Avenger. Further back in the field, Xanadil and Dance with Destiny. On the inside can see them all. Pillow Fight takes a steadier here and slows down in front by 3/4 of a length. Tomato Toasty. Crossbow sliding through on the inside. He's within 2.5 to 3 lengths of the lead and railing at the moment. Inside of Kokatahi, then came Feasible travelling strongly. On the inside of Cosmic Avenger, Dance with Destiny and Xanadil. They're coming up towards the home turn, and now Pillow Fight just edges away again. 2.5 to Tomato Toasty and Crossbow. Kokatahi, Feasible as they turn. In the straight now, Pillow Fight the one to catch. Crossbow just tied for room behind. He's pocketed behind Tomato Toasty, which sprints well. And Kokatahi's running on. Then Feasible. Kokatahi and Tomato Toasty. Crossbow gets out now on the inside. 100 to go. Tomato Toasty, Kokatahi. Crossbow not done. He's surging at them. He drives. Photo. Crossbow launching Tomato Toasty. Kokatahi's run third. Back behind them, Dance with Destiny, Feasible, Cosmic Avenger, Pillow Fight hit the wall, and Xanadil.
Well, had the plunge been landed on the inside, Crossbow just kept driving at Tomato Toasty. It looked like she was going to stake them all off for all money, but Crossbow has switched back on the inside and kept coming. That's tight. I thought with the naked eye, maybe Tomato Toasty, and it will get it just. Wow, they just left it in the bag. Very, very tight. But the 3 will just win. Tomato Toasty over Crossbow on the inside and Kotahahi. 3 wins it. Tomato Toasty.
Yeah, Crossbow clearly a little bit unlucky there, Gavin. The punters are off to not the best start, but the Tomato Toasty just always faced the breeze there. And what looked like a generally run race early, and they really backed it off those middle stages. But a really good effort there by Tomato Toasty to go from the 1,200 metres from a heavy surface to 1,400 metres on a drying track. She's a really nice type and looks that improving type. She's got that typical Waterhouse and Bot style, just up on top of the speed and very tough to get past. Look, the unlucky runner was clearly there, Crossbow. Just had to switch back to the inside. It just couldn't build momentum at that key stage with Pillow Fight just really struggling there. So it's obviously the horse that you want to follow, but we miss out today there on the favourite Crossbow. And the third horse there, Kokatahi, I thought that was a much improved effort there. Just peaked on the run again for the blinkers for the first time. And the 4th horse running on there. But look, Gav, I think it's all about Crossbow. But the winner, still all honours, up on top of the speed and fought them off.
And gets in by only a short half head in the end with a length and a half between second and third. Short half head by a length and a half. Overall time of 1:24.34. Last 600 metres 34.87. So the filly makes it back-to-back wins. Adrian Body's here. She's done a terrific job.
Yeah, she has. So proud of her today. Really, really tough win and tough effort. Relatively quick turnaround, quick back up off a heavy 10 track and coming to a nice sort of testing trip here early in her career She was out on her feet late. She's not an overly big filly, but she's got a stack of improvement to come.
Regan got moving on her at just the right time.
Yeah, I could see he just wanted to hold her together as long as he could, but could.
So what happened is the 4 was the favorite. The 3 and 2 were the two highest spell. The 44 became 42. They had the same fall, but this one was anyway higher, 43. So, and it had the rails, it had the physics. The question is why the 2 did not get there is kind of a little weird, because there's no reason for the 2 to fail, but the 2 failed, and it failed miserably. Just did not fail, but it failed miserably. One of the reason could be because it was raved so badly that it could not stand the pressure on the last 410, and it gave up. So that probably is one of the reasons. So the blame goes to Rachel King on that. I think 2 was written by Rachel King, and there's something not right about what happened. This probably should have gotten there if this was written a little carefully. That was not the case. The 6 was the linear, which was unnecessary pressure on this, but it came in third. And the 10, because the 2 absolutely, that was a disaster, because this was if we look here, what happened is this is a 34, which became a 30. This is a 31, which became a 29, the 8. So we're almost there, but this one probably is I think that was the only problem. That was the only problem, that this horse was raved very badly. Other than that, there is no other problem. There is no other problem. They had the same pressure. 4 was less, then 6 came in. I mean, this should have been on the top 4, but it's not there on the top 4. So the only reason is it was raved very badly. Anyway, we'll go to the next. 8 and 13 has been scratched. Six, 14, 7, and 15. Lewis, welcome back. Any chance to object 3 versus 6. All right, this is the second one here at Randwick. If you look at the odds, it's 6, 14, 7, and 15. 6 is the favorite, which is the second linear within the rails, got the physics, got the management, everything is good. 6, 14. 14 is the next, which has got the rails. If we look through the rails, we get 14, 5, 6, 15, 3. So 6, 14, 7, and 15. They have the 7 here, which is the third, which is there. Okay. So now the thing is, if we look at again, 14 is the highest, all right, with a fall, but still it is the highest, and it has league races and group 1 races, so there's no doubt that it is not coming in. 6 is the favorite, which is a 46 and 45. There's a drop here. There is a 48 and 47, which is a drop here. But the thing is, here they have definitely issues with the management, and that is the largest inner, which is not actually the largest, because the largest drift is here, which is number 12. Okay, which is a 26, which became 25, but that doesn't matter because this is purely physics. What will happen here is God knows, but this is good. This is suffering, bleeding. They're bleeding. That 6 is good. The 14 is definitely, even after the fall, that is largest. This one is in trouble because of the management. That's okay. 15, they have a 48, 45. There's a fall, 3% here. It's a neutral, which is here. Okay. But we also have the 3, which is the linear, which is a 44 by 44. It did not fall. It is stagnant, and they are all tailing gates, 13, 14, 12, except the 15, which is from gate number 1. It's in very good hands. And the 5, which is here from gate number 4. The other one they have is a 7, which is a 42, 41. This is also a fall. Okay. Now, is there a rise anywhere? It's 25, 24. This is a fall. 24, 25. This is a rise, which is 9, which is an EW. This is a fall. This is a fall. This is a fall. This is a fall. 1. All right, 32. So that's a 32, but it's difficult. I don't know if that'll get in. The point is this, that the 5, which is here, a 48, is having is with management problem, and plus it is the largest inner, so that is not a great idea to be here. That is handicapped badly. So there are 2 things. One is we have the characters here where we know this is a drift, this is a linear, this is a linear, this is a drift. These are EWs, and then we have the pressure of how they are, and finally we have the act. I mean, this is the character. What is the force behind the character, and what is the true identity of that character? All right. So this is how this thing. I mean, this is the best I could have. I have done as of now. We need to do this better, but we will in some way or the other. So yeah, the 6 is good. This one is bad. This one is definitely the largest. 14 and 6 should be a queen. 14 and 6 should be a queen. The 3 is here, which is a 44 by 44. It has the physics, it'll get in. But I think that is a little stretched. 15 is a fall. Okay, 15 is a fall. 15 they have 48, 45. This is a 48, 45. Okay, and it's a neutral. So here is the challenge. Okay, the challenge is this one is a 46. This is a 48. Both of them are standing at 45. You know, so chances are that it will be with the larger one, 48, 47. They are also very good hand. They're neutral. Neutral. This one is 76, 13, 15. And 38, 39, 45, 95. This one is not handicapped. This is going to run neutral. 15 is going to run neutral. In that case, what happens? In that case, okay. So the only problem in this one is the jockey. It's a 1600 meter, correct? This is 33. This is one of the jocks who's under tremendous pressure. This jock is a pro. Two of the best jocks are here on 2 and 9. Sorry, 2 and 4. These two are the best jocks, but that I don't think is happening. 6 is the favorite. It's a 46. 51, 48, 55. This is something that we will take with a pinch of salt. They're both 45. Chances are maybe the 15 will knock it out. Chances are maybe the 15 will knock it out. But here I understand it is a bad management, all right. At 48 became 47, but they both are within the rails. They both, I mean, this one doesn't need this side of the rails, but it's got the physics, okay. It's a neutral. It is going to run like nobody's business. Plus, this distance, 1600 meter, is there's a huge difference in pressure, all right. This is 43, 33, 10. And here it is almost like 40% difference in pressure. So if the jockey understands that and forces this will knock out. This will knock out. This is anyway a larger spell with low pressure. Same as here, larger spell with low pressure. This is a 48, which became 45. This one is a 48, 47. I'm hoping that this doesn't do anything bad. But quite frankly, it is in a position, other than the management, it is in a position. The 15 is another 48, and this one is 6 is the favorite, which is a 4-year-old mare. We'll take it with a pinch of salt. 15, let's see. I mean, 15, do we have a vacation on 15? Let's check that. 2 weeks, Rose Hill. Man. Both of them are 2 weeks. One is from Newcastle, the 6 is from Newcastle, and the 15 is from Rose Hill. There's a strong chance the 15 might just knock it out. There's a very strong chance. I don't know. I'm going to go 14 EW. The 6 and the 15 is, both of them are good. This is pressure. Okay, we know that this is like 16. This is 60% that it is doing 60%, and this has no pressure. It is a 1600 meter. It is not a 1200 meter where you need the pace. It doesn't need the pace. The first one also, you did not need the pace, and that's where this thing died. This thing got killed because the jockey paced it. It is not a pace distance. Even this is not a pace distance. So if anything, I don't know. This thing is dicey. The 6 and 15, both of them are dicey. I like the 6. I like the 6. There is a lot of pressure on 6, and here there is no pressure. And they are almost the same thing, right? Both of them came in second. The 15, on the other hand, came in from a better track. The 15 came from Rose Hill. The 6 came from Newcastle. So Newcastle and the Rose Hill, there's a huge difference. The 14 is the largest. I'm going to go an EW on 14 because this thing is getting in. Whether it is second or third, this thing is getting in. The question is here, the 6 and the 15. Can they be a queen? Is it possible that this becomes a queen? There's a possibility, but that possibility is difficult to assume. Anyway, so I'm going to go with a 14 EW for the first one. I will see.
Audrey's Lane. So race 2, number 9, and race 8, number 6, Audrey's Lane. Let's have a look at my
If the 14 doesn't
in
get
the first
tailed.
leg, I've gone 1, 16, 8 and 9. So I've loaded up the first 2 legs. Escargot, number 16, Duke Treaties, number 8 being Bella Wahini, and 19, Watson. The second leg, too many to mention, 9, 1, 4, 6, 10 and 14. The third leg, 9 River Pat, 4 Just in Time, and 13 Cuban Rain. I'm forgiving it once more. And in the last 6, 1 out in the quadrilla by itself, Audrey's Lane, for $72 for my quadrilla. The Jockey's Challenge this afternoon here at Newcastle. Keegan Latham is favoured around the $2.80 mark. He's always very hard to beat at these Saturday provincial meetings. Mitchell Bell is $4.20. Jeff Pence is at $6, and then Aaron Bullock and Olivia Chambers at $7 each. Chad Lever is then next best at $14. That is the preview here at Newcastle this afternoon. We're only about 9.5 minutes away from race 2 at Randwick. Don't go anywhere. It's up next here on Sky Thoroughbred Central.
technology. And we start with the Dubbo 4-year-old Cranich number 1 for Michael Mulholland and Molly Burke.
Going well at the moment. Last winner coming down the middle of the track, so has now won 3 of his past 4, having taken 6 starts to break his maiden. So deserves a crack in something a touch harder and back out to the mile.
Yeah, very consistent type, and he did catch the eye too back there at Muswellbrook, albeit being suited by the pace and bias that day. But I thought he was a strong winner there last start at Narromine. He ran good time against the day. He maps well, deserves his chance in town. Back to 1,500 metres.
Kobe, welcome back, Kobe.
Sylvester and Will Stanley.
On the quick turnaround, backing up from Tuesday. So the winner gave him 10 kilos at Muswellbrook, but was a touch too classy. So I don't mind that as a form reference. Kept trying, held down second, maybe a query at the mile, beaten 5.5 lengths in Highway Company 3 starts back as a $151 chance. But I think he's improved since then.
Thought his win had a lot of merit there too, back at Taree over the 1250, where he had to do a little bit of work, and he ran the meeting second final, fastest final 200-metre split to win. Then went to Muswellbrook over the 1450, led at a fast pace and battled on well enough. So to the 1,600 metres, I was only the query in the back of my mind.
The next one, first up, has been back, so you are. $12 earlier, now $8.50 for Sterling Osland and Dylan Gibbons.
Interesting runner. So his future lies over further, but there is a good chance that he sprints well fresh today, and the market says as much. So he did a really good job in his first preparation. He won twice. That was out over further, but only narrowly beaten by Decadent Tail at Wyong back in March, which does read well for this. So no public trial, but that market push suggests that he's here to run well.
Yeah, he definitely interests me at odds, and good to see a little bit of support for him today. But he's that lightly raced staying type. He was on that upwards rating spiral last preparation, so he has the strong closing speed to come over the top of them, and I think he can sprint fresh here.
Number 4, Snitzenegger for Jeremy Sylvester and Braith Knock.
Another one at big odds. So I kept finding the line there at Taree last start. It was a race that did turn into a real slog over the concluding stages. So that sets him up nicely for the mile now, and he had won his past 2, albeit in easier grade.
Yeah, he won 2 prior to that last start at Taree, and although run to suit that day, I thought he ran on well, which was a fast time race relative to the day. I think the big key for him is switching back to the bigger track and also gets the claim here.
Number 5, then, Scarly Japali. First up, Anthony Warren, Alicia Collett.
Has raced well in Highway Company over the mile at Randwick in the past. That was last campaign behind the likes of Moritz Girl and Fiorsum and Fred. So first up mile has trialled well, and on paper there doesn't look to be a lot of speed here, so should get the right run.
Yeah, had the 125-day spell, and I think the 2 trials leading into this gives him the solid platform. So, I should say she, but I think that latest heat will just bring her up to the mark. Alicia Collett rides, and 1,600 metres fresh really suits.
On to number 6 in summer for Paul Massara, Leah Gabronich and Jason Collett.
She was a beaten favourite at Newcastle first up by a race-fit galloper in Crop Duster. The winner landed really good late bet. So won a Randwick Mile Highway last campaign before spelling. We know she's good enough. Second up mile looks a nice progression. So wide gate, maybe some obstacle there. Just need a few things to fall into place early.
Yeah, she's a proven highway performer and a real consistent type. Only missing a place once in her career. 7 starts. So the market really told the story there first up at Newcastle. She was a drifter in the betting, and she looked the winner between the 400 and the 200 and sprinted well. But I think it just fitness gave out over the final furlong. So can only benefit from that, and Jason Collett goes on.
Another Scone galloper is 7 Red Rags to Bulls for Jeremy Gask and Ben Osmond.
She had a nice turn of foot to win a 1,500 metre highway 2 weeks ago. Gave away a bit of a head start there, yet cut through the pack to win well. So has put together 3 good runs in a row. Lovely ride from Ben Osmond on that occasion. He sticks, and what she showed there is a bit of versatility in terms of the ability to overcome a slowly run race.
Thought it was a strong win to have the race shape against it. Just really liked when that gap came. He wanted to take it. He hit the line hard. I thought the last couple of bounds definitely said the 1,600 will pose no issue. So every chance of going back to back here.
80's out. We move to 9. Great point for Rod Northam and Reece Jones.
Fan widest at Rosehill last start in Highway Company. Made some of late ground, but never really looked likely. So draws better, mile suits, but does have 3.5 lengths to turn around on the Quinella.
She was run to suit 2 back there at Tamworth, and it was a solid winner, and I'm just happy to forgive her their last start at Rosehill, where she wasn't suited. She raced wide, albeit there with cover, but I think the significant barrier change gives her a more economical run throughout transit here.
Number 10, Royal Teens, Terry Evans, Tom Sherry.
She's another one coming through that same form reference behind Red Rags to Bulls, and just missed in a busy go there for third. There was a bit of a blanket go for that third position. So it may have been flattered on that occasion in terms of getting the perfect run. Unlikely to get that from the draw today, so that's the knock.
Yeah, I agree. I think she was suited there last start. She settled fence in run, which is an advantage on that day. She stalked a very slow pace and battled on okay in this grade. So trickier setup, and I do think needs to improve.
Down to 11, Shutter for Lou Mary and JVO.
Has been a busy campaign, but she's going really well. She's won 3 of her 7 this preparation. Jumped an even money favourite, did right by the punters last start at Scone. That was out to the 1700. Ran on well behind Red Rags to Bulls prior to that, which does tie in here. Maps to give away a bit of a head start, but she's never raced better.
Well, she's another very consistent type, and I think she deserves her shot in town today. So, look, she had every chance winning their last start at Scone, but she produced a very high rating last section, so good late splits. I thought she moved well through the line. Has the win over the 1800 metres, so rock hard fit. She's going to run a strong 16 out today.
12 Soul Taker, Luke Pepper, Chase McMurray.
She was well held up. Maria first up has taken a couple of runs to warm up in her past preparation, so thinking that might be again the case this time back. Want to see her again.
Yeah, run to suit there first up at Maria, but I thought had excuses in the straight, just had her momentum halted, being checked and blocked at key stages, forced back into the inferior ground. So she'll be fitter, and the 1600 metres suits her profile.
The under 14 premise, Matt Darnash Morgan.
I'm not sure you'll find a better placed horse in Australia racing today. So a Class 3 set weight plate condition. She's rated 94, yet she's getting weight relief off horses in the 50s, 60s and 70s. So she's had the 3 runs for Matt now. That makes her eligible for Highway Company. Hasn't won for a long time, 121 weeks, but didn't get a lot of luck last start at Ipswich, went back in trip. Bit of a tricky gate, but she's certainly good enough.
Yeah, just so well placed here, as Brad said, under the set weight conditions. She gets in on the limit. She fits that Matt Dunn profile, getting to a highway, 4th up, ready to peak. I thought she was brave first up under the big weight. She was just outclassed there second up, and I thought she was honest there last start at Ipswich with the bias against. So she does...
It's after a long vacation, the 14.
Expect them to be slightly positive out of the gates, and you only have to go through some of their SPs against some much more proven gallopers.
No, 3 weeks.
And Pensativa, the last, the Baloo Mary and Andy Atkins.
She was game in defeat last start. Look, the winner, that was a couple of weeks ago behind a Red Rags to Bulls. Shot clear at one point, and you thought she had the race all sewn up, but would just run down over the concluding stages. So beat third comfortably in the mile, looks fine off that. The biggest thing in her favour here is the perceived lack of pressure, so gets her chance yet again.
Her run had merit too back there at Musselbrook, and I don't think she had any right to be in the finish that day. Then she had all favourites last start in this grade. She led at a very slow pace. She showed a turn of foot, was just run down there late, so she gets every possible chance up on top of the speed again today.
Off to the gates they go ahead of the highway. In summer is here for Paul Massara and Leah Gavranich. So Leah's here. This mare wouldn't know how to run a bad race.
Yeah, you're right, Gav. She's an absolute ripper. I suppose if you go by her form, she's 2-1, 2-1, 2 now. So hopefully she can get another one on the board.
She was great first up at Newcastle.
Yeah, she was. Super effort. Obviously felt the pinch late on a heavy 8 over 1400. Step up to a mile suits. She's won her highway here last prep. So pretty confident she'll run well. However, the gate will make it tough.
That's the worry, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously no pace. So we've really left it up to Jason. Being second
That was the mistake on the last race. There was no pace, and the 2 was raved so badly.
See if you can maybe tag a bum. I think premise they've made it known that they probably will.
If they make the same mistake again on 6,
it's outside of us,
then
so
it is upside
might be one
down.
takes into the race, but it's all new.
Because it is a bad gate if the jockey decides to race it.
14 and 6, a few different ways you can go here. I've landed on Red Rags to Bulls, the last start highway winner, where she showed a lovely turn of foot. To beat Pensativa, Premise goes in as the 3rd pick, and in summer. Just need a few things to go right, given the lack of pressure here on paper, Nick.
14, 6, 7 and 3. Have to put Premise on top. Just so well weighted here under the set weight conditions. I think just needs a little bit of luck with the 1600 metre back shoot. Hopefully she can get that in summer. Can only improve off that first up run. Red Rags to Bulls goes in for 3rd. And So You Are. Every time I look, Anthony, it just keeps firming.
Been the big firm as So You Are, as much as $12 earlier this morning after scratchings at 7:30, now into $6.50. Big firm on So You Are. In summer, I'm not sure where this will finish. This was $2.80 this morning after scratchings. It'll jump $3.90 at the death. A savage drifter. The money's on So You Are, though.
Here's Luke Marlowe for the highway.
Red light. Off and racing now. In summer goes back. Premises in the second half of the field, and away well Pensativa near the inside. Shutter going for
6
speed.
is last so
Jazz
far.
on the outside Royal Teen. Scarly Japali lands just behind the speed. Followed by Cranich. Next in the run, So You Are. Caught deep at the moment. Does have some cover though. Around Great Point, Soul Taker. A length and a half, Nets and Negger. Then came on the inside in summer Premise. And the last one, Red Rags to Bulls. Off the back straight they go. Smart Joe's taken to the lead. Is 1 length in front of Shutter. Pensativa 3rd defence from Royal Teens. In behind those Cranich, Scarly Japali. Now, So You Are's on the outside, might have lost its cover now, is 3 wide around them. Then Soul Taker being trailed by Great Point, Premise in Summer. Then came back behind those Snitzenegger, and the last horse is Red Rags to Bulls. Smart Jazz to the side, 650 metres to go, 3/4 Shutter. Pensativa Royal Teens. Behind those Scarly Japali waiting. On the outside of Cranich, So You Are. Now Premises tracked up nicely in the 3 wide line as they turn. Into the straight, Smart Jazz the leader. 1 in front of Pensativa, Shutter. Cranich saves ground. To the outside, Royal Teens, So You Are. And Premises about six lengths further back. Leaders still going here. Pensativa up to Smart Jazz. Pensativa, Smart Jazz, stride for stride. Cranich and In Summer's got to 4th. 75 to go though. Pensativa forges to the lead. Cranich is going to have a late pop at it, but
15.
Pensativa gripping on in 1. Pensativa ahead on Cranich. Photo 3rd. In Summer got home when it was
15.
all over. And Smart Jazz has run 4th. Then Red Rags to Bulls. Back behind those horses
15.
was Premise, Soul
Did we
Taker,
get
So
the
You Are,
14?
Scarly Japali, Shutter, Great Point, then Snetzenegger and Royal Teens.
Scone filly Pensativa takes out the highway, and Honest filly Andrew Adkins on board for the Scone trainer Lou Mary in the filly by Pendig wins her 3rd race at start number 17. A good tough effort. Had a devil of a time to get past Smart Jazz, and then late Cranich
15-1.
came down the outside. It will get probably within a long neck of the eventual winner, and 3rd will go the way of Smart Jazz, and then In Summer. Pensativa wins the highway.
Yeah, very controlled tempo there, Gav. They only looked to go at a moderate speed, and Pensativa was up on top of that. It was great their last start over the 1,500 metres, but just run down their lane, but clearly benefited from that. Now out to the 16, and she's run it out quite strongly there. So that's a great effort. She's clearly in career best form with the 55.5 kilos there. So she was on the limit. I thought Krennic, she really hit the line there. He wanted to stick his head out there late. So a very honest effort, but the eye catcher obviously was the favourite in Summer. Just got too far back, as I said before, in that slowly run race. So it looked to the eye. And it hit the line. So maybe 3rd up, it might be just the one. And the other favourite there, I thought did have its chance when it tracked up their Premise. But all honest to the winner, Pensativa, in career best form.
But the numbers here, 15-1, 6 and 2 on the highway.
15-1, 6 and
Our first
2.
race before midday. We've got the Colts and
The 14 did not get
Class
there.
3 plate. We're over the 1100.
So what happened is this. That the 14 did not get there. That's the first thing, because of whatever reasons. $15 and this thing, they were close. Okay, this one was larger. The 5 was here, but with a management issue. The 6 was lower spell than this one. The 15 was larger. Even with a fall, if it becomes equal, then the larger will get through. That, having said that, the 14 should have come in, but the 14 did not get in there because of the long vacation or whatever they're saying. And the 1, why? Is because that's a 32, and then it became a 33 here. That's all is there. All right, it's a 32, it became a 33. This is a 42, became a 41, 44. So this is a rise. 15-1. I had a feeling that these two might come in, but just didn't. This thing, let me do this. It'll be easier to maneuver this in a better way, because looking at this is probably I'll just do that. I'll keep it. I'll make the difference. What is the difference? That is not helping. Anyway, we'll have to do it. Go to the next. 4, 8, 11, and 18 scratched. 10, 5, 6, and 1. 10, 5, 6, and 1. 10, 5, 6, and 1. The problem is they're bringing in horses after vacation and all that, and it is happening all over Australia. All the tracks are doing the same thing. This is where Doombin. Okay.
Ready for the first. 7 to break for the gates. Racing. Eagle Hawk Star and Boom Shot came out sluggishly. Preeminence was one of the first to go. Hawker Hall's got better speed, and I suggest the jock on Preeminence wasn't keen in getting involved in any speed duel. So much so he grabs hold and lets End Assembly get in front of him. It's something of a surprise. Down by the 800 metres, the speedy Hawker Hall. He's in full command early, leading by a length and a quarter. End Assembly right there in second. 2.5 away third, Preeminence. Russian sub fourth the rail. 2 to Boom Shot outside of Eagle Hawk Star and a length and a half. To Great Aspirations, last of the 7. 7 off the lead of the Gallopers. Good. Running up to the turn, 400 left to Rana. Hawker Hall making every post a winning post. Can he see out the 11-10? Leads from End Assembly being shaken up. Then came Preeminence, about to try and come to the outside and start her up in Russian Sabre. Boom Shot making some ground. Hawker Hall in front. Now End Assembly challenging strongly. For the moment, Preeminence can't get them. Hawker Hall is finding 50 to go. Hawker Hall with a decent kick will lead all of the way and win. Beats home either Preeminence or End Assembly. And both the big guns of the market had their chance. Not sure about fourth. Boom Shot, Russian Sub, and Eagle Hawk Star and Great Aspirations last home in 1-3-94.
All right, number 11, Hawker Hall, has been able to win here, close for the minors, Preeminence and End Assembly. So back in trip for the winner, rolling along, wasn't really pressured at any point, has given a good kick. End Assembly had to be used up a bit, and then he got into a nice spot when Preeminence allowed him to get in front of him, and then he missed the boat on Preeminence. Clearly missed the boat. So, yeah, anyway, the visiting Sydney side of Hawker Hall has been able to go all the way. Ridden an astute race by Robbie Dolan, trained by Chris Lees.
Absolutely, Maxie. I mean, they're 2 kilo apprentices because they get 2 kilos off, but Cody Collis will have to have a good hard look at what he did in that particular race. He had the right barrier to at least make the others do some work, and he just completely handed up and probably sat a length further back than he needed to, and in the end he's been beaten about that margin. So poor ride, I think, on the favourite, but 2 Kilo Apprentices aren't supposed to get it right every time, but that one certainly wasn't a good one. But all honours with Robbie Dolan on the winner, Hawker Hall. He took the initiative, went forward, got complete control, and was too good for the Maxi. So we are just waiting for that photo. The 9-end assembly clung on for second, so no third dividend either. So that's an expensive start to the day if you're on the favourite. 11, 9, 4, and the 4.
This is the third one here, and if you look at the odds, it's 10, 5, 6, and 1. 10 is the favorite, then 5, 6, and 1. Okay. Now, this is again a 1600 meter. There's no pace. Okay. There's no pace. So the 10 is the favorite. 10 is one of the largest spells. One of the largest spells that turns out to be the largest outer drift. This generally is the second horse pool, but this is here as the favorite. All right. Then they have the 5, which is from gate number 3 because of the Jockey. Now, what's going on? So if we look at the largest spells, those are all 54s. Now, this 54 became a 48, this 54 became a 50, this 54 became a 52. So all of them have falls. But when we look through the rails, it balances out here to some extent, and the 10 is still on top. So that's 54 and 52, and that becomes the largest outer. The problem is when that happens. So here the 5 was the largest inner. Okay. Plus it was a management issue. So we did not consider the 5. This the 6, the 15 and the 6, they were like neck to neck, wherein this one was a larger thing. The 14 was the largest out of vacation. It just did not do anything. It sat there not doing anything. So here, that's the largest. Okay. That probably is with one of the best jocks also. Yes. So this is also with one of the best jocks. The linear is this one, which is 6 they're talking about, which is from gate number 12. And the second one is this one. Now, this one is a 46. This one is a 48. Standing at 48, no fall. This is a rise. This is a 48, 6, which is a good one. It lacks the physics to get in. The one is a 44, which is a rise of 47, which is good. The 7, which is here, is another drift, which is 50 standing at 50. 51 fall. That's gate number 15 also. So this is not happening. But this, if the 6 is a 48, which is a 48, then we have the 3, which is a 48, which became 49. Okay. This is a 48. This is also a 48. This is a 49. This is a 48. And this is a linear with pressure. Okay. And this one is with advantage. 3. They are also tailing gates. The other one which is there is the 2, which is a 49, which became 51. The reason is this, that, you know, we generally have them here. It very rarely it'll go down. It'll go down. Generally, we get it through the rails. If the rails fail, where rails fail, that is exactly what we've been facing during this month of July, that the rail is failing. And why? Because they're bringing in horses after a long vacation, and they are making them compete with low graded horses, and we are facing a problem there. So if we look at the 2 and the 3, the 2 came in third 3 weeks ago at Randwick, and the 3 came in 7th at Canterbury. So the Canterbury 48 and 49, I don't know what that will do, but it definitely has advantage. But this is a 49 which became a 51, so 2 is a check. The 10 is the second horse pool. Now this is handicapped in a way which is supposed to bring it in. I mean, like here, the 1 and the 2, both of them got in. Okay, here the 1 and the 2, if we look at the result, the 1 and the 2, they came in second and fourth. So how did that happen is because of how the maths play on them. This one was an EW which was lying here, and it came with the Jockey. There's nothing else but Jockey. The 1 was a good horse which was a rise here. Okay, so if that's what that thing is, this is basically a fall, but it still stands top. And after that, if we look, it is probably this guy. So the 2 is definitely check, and the 2 also has the rails. It is here. So 10 is good. This 1 is also good. This one is standing here. It is a neutral. It's the linear. It is going to be difficult to get in, but if we try and understand how this might work, is this is gate number 11, this is gate number 12. They're tailing. That 2 is a check. The 10 is the favorite. That's the highest. It is anyway the second horse pool. The linear cannot win. So this one is probably going to win. That is there. But rest everything is dicey. The 2 is a check. How this generally works is basically, the drift and the linear will have to have a connecting gate. But here, in that case, it is not. And the linear cannot win. It doesn't have that strength to win this, especially from that gate. It is not in a position to win. The other possibilities that are there are these ones which are already there, but it's a 51, that is a 50, this is a 50, stagnant 50, this is gate number 15. I am worried about the 3. If the 3 gets in, there's a huge amount of advantage on this, but then again, the 2 is there. The 2 is a better horse. So the 10 is probably going to win, because this thing cannot win. So if this thing cannot win, the second horse pool, which is the largest, the favorite is okay, but is it a clear go? I don't think so. To go with a clear go, we need a linear on top. We don't have a linear on top. This is a question of chance. It's the favorite. The scenario looks okay, but is it a closed deal? No, I don't think so. Plus, they have management issues. So, can 10 win? It is a hope. Why it is a hope is because the linear cannot win. And that's the largest outer drift. And why it might lose. Why it might lose, and it might lose to who? It might lose to 3 or 2. Anything lower than this, all right? Anything lower than this, which is a linear, a negative, which is this one, is a threat. This thing cannot win. So we are hoping this will win. Let's hope. Let's see if that hope comes true. I'm going to go with 10 and I'm going to put a coffee on 2. Adaman 261 Caulfield. Until and unless they'll stop bringing in these horses after a long vacation, I think this is the last month. July is the last month that they're probably going to do this. Because even last year, we had issues during these 3 months. I clearly remember last year, May, June, July was a difficult time. And I was going crazy. Nothing was matching. It finally fell into picture after September.
Afternoon is the Midway benchmark 72 over the mile, and this mounting out is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. And we start with number 1, Walking Painting for Richard and Will Friedman and Will Stanley.
He's back in grade, having raced in benchmark 88 company 3 weeks ago. He jumped a $10 chance, so there was some support for him. It's just a touch weak late, beaten 5 lengths. So you look at his run through that. He was second to half yours and did win a Midway 3 starts ago. So he's in the right grade here. It just comes down to early pressure because he does like to go forward now.
Yeah, happy to forgive that last start and very suited back to midway grade here. I think he just, as Brad said, went out too hard there, leading at a very fast pace. Weakened out of it. The 1600 metre suits He's rock hard fit, and the claim is clearly a plus here.
Number 2, glad you think so. John Sargent, Matty Allen.
Been support for him this morning. He's a classy horse on his day, so ran on well behind a dominant winner, and it's a knockout of Randwick first up 1400 metres. The winner will get the seat go around later and looks set to jump an odds-on favourite. So hasn't won for a while now. We're going back 94 weeks, but his rating has
Fish,
come down.
again the same thing, 94
Well
weeks.
played from the benchmark 72 grade. Just want to see him show that real desire to stick his neck out.
Yeah, he respected big odds there first up in, which was a stronger grade. I thought he was honest there behind It's a Knockout in that very high rating race. So he had to firm it, obviously, with all the support with that runner later on in the day. But his second up run last preparation, it had merit. He had the pace of bias.
This is where we are going wrong.
Fast closing sectional. So if he can,
This is where we are going
he has
wrong.
to be in the finish here over the 1600.
Number 3, High Dandy, Brad Whittup, Alicia Collin.
Struggling for his best form at the moment, so he's just not finishing his races off. He's another one that looks well placed in this company of his best, but he just needs to turn his form around, so tactics key for him.
Yeah, have to respect those form lines and his SPs, especially $4.50 in the provincial championship qualifier. So rolls forward, drawing track suits, and that's where he does produce his best.
4 out onto 5, Kingston Charms, second up for John Thompson and Braith Knock.
I thought she ran as well as she could there first up. It was over 1,300 metres. That was in Midway company. Didn't get the clearest of passages in the straight, but I like the way that she worked to the line. So she can use the gate today to park up closer with natural improvement.
Yeah, genuine excuses there first up when checked and blocked at key stage. Just having the momentum holding, so could only improve second up. And yeah, they have to go back to last preparation. Racing a group race, so very well placed to midway grade.
Number 6, Exxon, Provence, Sarah Ryan, Reece Jones.
A little one paced in the run home at Randwick last start. That was behind Callistamon, but did jump $5.50 and firm in betting. That was on the back of a big win at Newcastle. So that was on a heavy track. Maybe wants a touch wetter, but you can be forgiving last start, but just racing a touch flat second up.
Yeah, thought it was a solid win there first up at Newcastle, albeit the winning margin was slightly fluttering against the clock. And I just don't think it was suited to that sit and sprint race shape there last start. Crammed for a run in this grade. So the wider draw might suit him, though, getting to the outside of runners where he does seem to produce his best.
Number 7, Satnus, Robert Luke Price, Dylan Gibbons.
Last start, Kembla Grange, winner. Last 4 wins have all come on his home track. So he's no stranger to Midway company and did win one of them over the Randwick Mile campaign or so ago. So not the worst here, and he goes into exotics.
I think he's just struggled on rain-affected ground before bouncing back there last start. But returning to his home track on a dry surface, always faced the breeze at a genuine speed, kept responding under pressure. So last start winner over the 1600, just has to do it away from Kembla Grange.
Number 9, Ajita, David Payne, Tom Sherry.
Won first up last campaign over the 1600 metres. That was in Midway company and on a heavy track, but it does show that he's a capable fresh horse on his day, and a mile first up gives him the chance to show up again fresh.
Yeah, resumes from a spell, and I think he looked quite sharp in that recent trial at Rosehill. Responded well under pressure. He moved well late. He was a winner first up last prep. He'll be hitting the line hard.
On to the favourite, number 10, Callistamon, Kerry Parker, Jason Collins.
Yeah, keen to see what the market does with him here. Of course, being tableau of the day, he'll get to some point in betting where the punters will be happy to step in again. So last start, Midway winner, had been knocking on the door at that level for some time. She's a pretty genuine mare. I'd expect her to hold that form again. She maps to get the right run. It was over this same track and trip. Same jockey, goes up a few extra kilos, but gets every possible chance to go back to back.
Yeah, have to be with her. Brad summed it up pretty well there. I think she just, with that SP there last start, accelerated, kept trying all the way to the line. Exact same track and distance. And I just like the map here, conserving all the energy. All she has to do is repeat her last start, and the market is really saying that she could actually step off that.
Number 12, War Ribbon, David Payne, Regan Bayliss.
You expect natural improvement to come and to over a touch further, but first up mile might give him the chance to sprint well fresh. You would have liked to have seen a little bit of market support. To this point, there isn't a lot there.
I've always liked him. I think he's just needed time. He's that typical stayer, first up, off the one trial. I think he's going to be hitting the line very hard. He has to go in and start to get out to big odds.
Jacob Sign, number 13, Anthony Mountney, Rachel King.
Thought he boxed on okay there at Canterbury last start. This is harder though, and the barrier doesn't help.
Yeah, just went okay there last start at Canterbury. Just the wide draw here has to be of some concern just where he gets to.
V12, number 14, John Sargent, Molly Burke.
Well, has claimed to be the most untapped runner in the field, so broke through at start 7 to win his maiden. That was as a $1.60 favourite at Wyong. He's always been a talented horse, and upside getting out to the mile now for the first time. He is still learning his craft though, and he might be a preparation away as far as measuring up at this level.
Yeah, he's always promised ability, and I thought he was suited there last start, sitting in the 2 position and moderately run race, but he always looked in control. He won like a $1.60 pop. Just has to stretch from the 1350 to the 1600 metres, but it's always hard to do, but gets him with no weight here, will definitely roll forward.
15, City Limits for Diane Poitevin Lane and Pierre Woodvane.
Made late ground to run third at Kembla Grange last start. That was behind Satnus, which does tie in to midway level form. So draws to give away a big head start again.
just struggled on the heavy surface there too, back behind Hooligan Tommy, went well backed actually that day, and then was run to suit there behind Satnus and found the line well enough, but just a tricky map here.
16 Mazzello, Kimura, Ash Morgan.
Jumped in the market last start, but the wash up there was that she failed to run a strong 1900 metres, so that sees her back to the mile 3 weeks between runs.
She interests me actually a little bit of odds here. I think she's a sharp improver to back to the 1600 metres, drying surface, receives the positive setup. I'm just happy to be forgiving of those past few runs around a tight turning track. All her peak figures have come on bigger surface tracks.
17 So Sleek, Kerry Parker, JBO.
First up over the mile, so measured up in Midway Company last campaign, but that was out to 2000 metres, so just watching today.
Yeah, it wasn't run to suit there first up at Kevlar over the 1600 metres and ran on well enough there, so if we can repeat that effort, could be hitting the line hard, but I just think might benefit from the outing.
Bluff and Bluster for Jason Coyle and Andy Adkins.
Didn't get a lot of room behind Rolling Magic first up and probably should have finished closer, so his pattern makes him hard to catch and he might need it a touch wetter to be at his most effective, but he's always a knockout player.
Yeah, he caught the eye. It was a little bit of a hit and run there first up at Rosehill over the 1300.
Coffee on 19.
Stages, but getting out to the 16 suits, but he is one that profiles better
Atta
on
man.
effective ground.
5, 1 and 2, 10.
It's one of the best spells, but
get him out of touch. That hasn't really
that's exactly what we are trying to do new, Adaman. We are taking a lot of heat because these guys are bringing in horses after a vacation and all that. I know it is a good one, Adaman. It is showing it is a good one. You see, you're talking about 19, it's a 54.
Yeah, with her on 10, 14, 12 and 2.
That comes on top, okay? That comes on top. It's an 8-year-old gelding. It comes on top. But look at this, at 54. This one is dropped to 48. The 16, on the other hand, has dropped less.
I can understand why the market's really saying she can step off that. That's rock solid at that 6.
The 10 is still high. It's got the physics. It doesn't need the physics, but it's got the physics, and I'm scared because when it has the physics, that's when it fails also.
From that distance jump. The 12 War Ribbon, he's the one that I think could come over the top of them there. He's that typical staying type that does have a big closing speed, and I understand.
Plus, they are like that.
Coming through that very high.
But we'll go with 10. I think there is nothing else at this point of time apart from that 2, which is at 51, which is higher, but that's a little too much, and it is after, they're saying after a long vacation.
Best price we got to was 260, now back to 250, and still more popular than ever. Holds 56% of all bets. So Callistamon, punters disagreeing with our tab lay of the day. They want to be with it. Kingston Charm $9, and Glad You Think So has been.
That is tab's lay of the day. You know, out of 10 races, maybe 7 races, the largest drift have it failed from where it is standing.
Despite being the tab lay of the day, punters not
But
allowing us to push it
we'll
too
go.
hard. And Glad You Think So, best back to beat it at longer odds.
There's nothing else. I don't think so.
In terms of the speed here, Brad. Well, Walking Painting has gone forward and he's drawn soft.
Yeah, it looks to be a pretty high pressure race, I would have thought. So High Dandy likes to roll as well. When he's at his most effective, it's typically when he stretches his rival. So tend to see how aggressive they are with him in the early stages. When
It is a good one. There's no doubt, Adaman. It is a good one. But it's a lot of fall. It actually
plays some role here as far as the speed goes. So I'm expecting
10 win place, no choice.
and that sets it up perfectly
No
for this squad.
choice.
So, map-wise, she shouldn't have any excuses. She was in a beautiful trailing position a few weeks ago with Jason Collett in the saddle, and she looks to get that same position here.
No choice.
Right run indeed.
I just hope it delivers. That's all.
A couple of kilos, but I think that's the win that she probably needed. She'd been competitive at this level for some time, but she really put them away. So I wouldn't be surprised to see her come on again from that.
Any late moves with the market, Anthony?
250, Callistamon rock solid throughout betting. We haven't been able to lay it, Gav, despite wanting to be the tab lay of the day. Punters have disagreed. They are all over Callistamon.
They wanted to absolutely no way knowing. The favourite by Kerry Parker.
Tuna, I like 3 to show. 3 quite capable, Tuna. Quite capable. The 3 and the 2 both are quite capable. A huge advantage. You see that?
early stages. How's the track playing? Do you think?
Huge advantage.
Yeah, so we saw in the highway there last start, Barry won, was gold, but that was just through the way the race played. Had every possible chance to win her and took full advantage of it.
Here is the midway with Luke Marlow.
Ben, red light turned on. Stand by. Ready?
Run,
And
baby.
they're racing. So Sleek missed it a length. Satnus first into stride. Callistamon's about midfield early, pushing up, using its draw. Walking, painting away fast and pounces on the lead. Being sealed forward out wide was Jacob's time to go up there
Man,
as
don't
well.
do this,
Satnus high
Dan.
dandy
Come
on the
on,
rails just
baby.
behind them. Glad you think so. Axon, Province, Callistamon, Mazzella, the next trio. Back behind those Kingston Charms. Centre field the rails. It's inside of V12 and wider out War Ribbons 3 deep. A length and a half in the field. So Sleep the rails. City Limits, Bluff and Bluster between them, and a length and a half at Jeter last of all. Walking Painting kicks up to hold the front. As they run to the side, 800 metres to go. Walking Painting by a half on Jacob's time.
Where is
Identity
10?
trouble strongly just behind them, followed by Sadness. Glad you think so, Mazzella. Then Callistamon, about 3-4 lengths off the lead between horses. Axon Province. Then Kingston Charm railing, followed by the head of
Dude,
the others. As they spin the bend, War
you're the
Ribbon to the
favorite.
turn. Walking Painting led. Jacob's time is under pressure. And High Dandy behind is about to get the run. Then Mazzella, Glad you think so, and Sadness into the straight. Walking
Run.
Painting with a kick, a length and a half. High Dandy coming
Run,
after
baby.
it. Back behind them, Mazzella. Then Glad you think so, Jacob's time and Kingston Charm coming through on the rails, but Walking Painting still the leader. 75 to go from High Dandy, Mazzella. Kingston Charm comes up on the inside. Walking Painting the leader. He's clear. Kingston Charm late on the scene, but Walking Painting goes all the way. And wins from the fast
153.
finishing Kingston Charm. Photo third, Mazzella High Dandy. Then Callistamon.
Tuna, you got that?
War Ribbon. Glad you think so. Axon Province. So Sleek. Then came City Limits from Bluff and Bluster. Jacob's time. Further back was V12, Sadness, and Jeter.
Well, he just refused to surrender. A positive ride, and that's what we've seen from him this preparation, and it has been the making of this import. And not only did he stave them off, he gave a good kick and left them standing. Will Stanley on board for Richard and Will Friedman, and Walking Painting wins his 6th race overall at start number 20. Will defeat Kingston Charm, who absolutely jumped up out of the ground, pinching inside runs. But the toppy will be too good. 16 will get third. Mazzella, that was better from her on the big track.
1, 5, 16, 3 and 10.
Oh, perfect ride there, Gav, by Will Stanley. A very, very strong ride there. Genuine early pace, but then he really just...
So what happened? 1 went through. Why? Because 2 was after a long vacation. 3 had a lot of advantage. 10 usually fails from there. And 1 is a 44 that became a 47. And 1, 5, 16. Where is that 16? 16 is here. Which was another 54 stood at 50. 54 stood at 50. Five they had, 1, 5, because of the jockey, that is a 46, 47, 54, 50. This was a 54, 52 with a drift. This is where they fail. That, I mean, the problem is, these guys, I mean, 90% of the, not 90, maybe about 70, 75% of the time, this is where they fail, and I still don't know why they fail from here. I still don't know why, when they have everything served on a platter, these guys fail. The drift will fail from here. Two and 10 has been scratched. 7, 9, 1, and 11. We have some good races coming up. There is nothing to worry. There are some very good ones coming up.
Oh, she's been good. Chestnut mare looks fit, and it was an encouraging recent trial at Bow Desert. At her first start, she finished third in Toowoomba behind Adiella, beaten only a length. So that Adiella 4 line really stood up because this mare then put a spell, and then she's returned winning at Gatton, Toowoomba and Toowoomba. Each win, the margins were getting bigger and bigger. So she's had the spell, that nice Bow Desert trial. She's lightly on the toe. She can position anywhere. She sat off the speed and been able to win comfortably into Toowoomba. So he's got those options, Luke Tarrant.
Number 8 looks well. Miss Bales, Kevin Kemp and Corey
8,
Sutton.
Doomben.
The 3 kilos off.
Is it good,
She
Ataman?
comes out of barrier. She was really last preparation, so I'm giving
We
her a
don't have
chance.
Number
Doomben
9,
in the
one
pool
beat, no
today.
beat for Matty Dunn and Kobe Vittler. Kobe will take the
I would
3
have
kilos off.
gone
She's
with
also
it.
first up.
We had a couple of trials, looks ready to go. I'm thinking she'll probably start here, in particular when she gets out to something a bit further, 13, 1400.
Another resuming is the 10, She Mine, Laurie Mayfield Smith and Aidan Thompson.
I think a really good roughing here for maybe snatching third or fourth. Had a recent trial. It was in the trial that one beat, no beat one, and her effort was good. It was encouraging.
Louise White teams up with Paul Hamblin, number 11, A Touch from Fate, first up as well.
Yeah, Louise did a pretty good job with this mare, winning 2 from 5 at her first prep. She's had a break returns. Most of their form was at the Sunshine Coast. They weren't strong races, so we'll test the water a little bit more with the here first up.
Can Emily Lang peel an extra winner back off Ange Jones? She rides number 12, Sicilian, for Tony Gollan, drawn the fence.
The market is saying absolutely yes. She gets all the favours. The claim for Emily inside gate, down in grade. I've got to say, I don't know what went wrong last start when she didn't go at all, but this is probably a much more achievable assignment for Sicilian.
And the 13, Capital Diva, rounds us out for Gary Doughty and Talia Fenlon. Talia takes 2 off.
Yeah, she's been going okay. Just a little bit of an awkward gate to deal with.
All right, Maxie, late mail.
I'm with number 6 here, Kick a 10 along. I've been a little bit easy in the market, but happy with her. To beat number 8, Miss Bales. 12, Sicilian, who's clearly been best back to win. And then number 10, She Mine, my roughie.
I'm with the 12, Sicilian. I think the perfect race set weights from that inside draw. 12, 6, 8 and 2. But Sicilian clearly on top and has been best backed as they load up well for the second race here at Doomben this afternoon. We'll get up for the call.
Yeah, trimming up to $4.20. Your top pair in the betting. Last 2 move in. Capital Diva at 1 beat, no beat. And now they're set. I turned on for the second. Sicilian runs from the rail. She Mine, a little fidgety. Stand by. Racing. Sicilian began well today. Grey Zeus has got early speed, so too has Kickerton along. And Board Member flying through. They were the first 4. She Mine just behind them, and it certainly can, who can't get in on the action. Trapped wide off its gate, and Capital Diva just ahead of it, A Touch from Fate, and then came 1 beat, no beat, and Miss Bales was last. Down the side, Ball Member had the best mid-race speed. Leads Grey Zeus by 1, certainly can. Striding up outside the pair, 3 wide. Sicilian in 4, of Kickerton along in 5, both getting good runs mid-race. Then came at the head of the others as they come to the turn, was A Touch of Fate, She Mine, Capital Diva, 1 beat, no beat, Miss Bales, Stone Mother was last on the turn into the straight, and Board Member with something to offer. Lead certainly can, who's worked hard. So sitting to the inside needs a run, trying to get a gap, kick it along, just battling for the moment, nothing making too much ground from further back. It's Board Member in front, 100 to go. Sicilian gets out now, starts to charge, getting close, getting the upper hand, getting the lead at home. Sicilian beat out Board Member. Third, kick it along, and 1 beat, no beat.
12.
Arrived for 4th. Then came
Right, this is the fourth one here at Randwick. If we look through the rails, it's 7, 9, 1, and 11. 7 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, the 7 is the last here. It's a 46 that became a 45. Why it is favorite, I have no clue. Probably because of the jockey. I don't know why that is. They also have a good hand that's there, which is from gate number 2. But let's understand what we are dealing. This is an 1100 meter. This is going to be pace. Okay. This is going to be pace. And if this becomes pace, in that case, what happens? So if we look through the rails, we get 3, 9, 5, 11, and 1 here. All right. Though it is a little stretched, but that's how it is. So if we look from the top, this is a 51, which is a 52 now. And that's how that thing is. 51 became 52, 56 became 54. So there's a drop on this. 5 is 52, again 51. Then we have 11, which is the highest. 58 became 54. And 1 is a 45. That became 48. Okay. This one is a 49, stays 49, 49, 47, 49. This is a 46. I don't know why this is favorite, but this is favorite. It's a pace. So this is a 45, 40. Here, if we look at what happened, that 1 actually took it down, right? 1, 5. How did that happen? Is a 40, 44, 47. That's a 3. Which is a plus. Okay, there's nothing else like that. Here, this is a 45 that became 48, which is again 3, 1, and that's a linear 344. It's a good horse. There's nothing doing. It's a good one. It's a linear at 64. All right. The second linear is 6, which is here, which is a 49 became 47. So anyway, that is the second linear. First linear, second linear cannot come. Generally, they don't come together. But that has one of the best jocks on this horse. This is a 49. This is a 45 became 48. So technically, this is a higher spell, but it fell. And this is the favorite for some reason, which is, I don't know. One, 4, 11, 58, 54. That's the highest. 51, 52. 56, 54, 9 is here, which is okay, but this is pace. That's 33. This is 11. 56. 58, 50, both are 54s. I don't know what will happen there. I don't know what will happen there. This is again probably like the first one here where we had or this one where we spoke about the 15 and the 6. Both of them were at 45. The 15 knocked it out, but that's that. So if we put the same logic here, then 11 is the next one. If we put the same logic here, then 11 is the next one. If both of them are the same, then the larger one is the one. So if this is the linear and this is the third linear, that's a good match. They're also together. The question is the 9. Okay, the 9 is a 56, 54. This is a 58, 54, but this is still higher. The pressure is higher. This is then. There's a problem with these guys. They are and what happens if it plays like this? The 4. They're all same age, correct? And this is the highest advantage. This one doesn't have the highest advantage. This is the highest advantage. They're also in a good hand. That 4 is a check. Okay. I like the 1. It's the linear. And after that, I like the 11. These two I like. The 7, I don't know for what reason the 7 is the favorite. Why 7 is the favorite? Let's see what is on RaceNet. Come on. First, 2 weeks ago at Randwick. But that was a different ball game. Here it is a different ball game. 2 weeks ago, 1100 meter, it came in first. 645. 49. This is a scary one. It stays intact. 48, 49, 49. And this one is with the highest advantage, the 4. That is a very strong advantage. 4. I am hoping that it will not do this. The 5 is 4 and 5 both. This is a 52, 51. Both of them. It is here 9. 52 drops 51. The bad jockey. This is a 138. That will not work. I am hoping that will not work anyway. So 1 and 11 probably. This is a bad idea. They have this problem. They have this problem. It is 1. 1 came in first, 1100 meter Rose Hill as well. 9 came in first as well. So this will go on handicapping in that case. If everybody has come in 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, then the linear wins. Probably. This is going to be lead. I mean, we'll get to know what happens next in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. But my logic is simple. If everybody has come in first on an 1100 meter, and it is an 1100 meter, then the pressure wins. Provided those morons with the pressure, they just don't put their legs on in the air.
Then 450 metres out. So Magical Star led clearly over Lady Talia in second. Betty Terror was next. Then Chickadee back in the centre. Blue Suede moves the outside. Well back Bella Madonna. And it's back towards the rear as they run to the 200 metres. And Magical Star the one to get. It's a length in front.
PC, welcome back.
It's a Southern Heiress on the outside. And Southern Heiress went bang and sprinted away. Southern Heiress goes
6.
clear and comes on for a big win. Lady Talia got second, Photo third, either Blue Suede Hooves or Magical Star.
6 win Rand. What is 6?
Bella Madonna and Chickadee.
Well, didn't the favourite get very tired? The
6 is the second mean here.
Numbers 12, 8, and then very close for third between 1 and 9, but 12 and
49,
8.
47.
And, yep, Southern Heiress, she was the stronger at the end of the 900 metres. Lady Talia, who chased the leader. Number 1 will grab third, Blue Suede Hooves. Numbers 12, 8, 1 and 9. 12, 8, 1 and 9. And the favourite, Magical Star, who was very heavily back, went very quick and stopped very, very quickly. 12, 8, 1 and 9. 12, 8, 1 and 9.
6 has the best jockey PC that is there.
$5.60 Lady Talia. And no third dividend. Blue
6 has the best jock.
Back in for 12, 8, 1 and 9. 12, 8, 1 and 9 on race 2 here at Newcastle. We're going to take a break. We're headed back to Randwick on the other side. This is Sky Thoroughbred Central.
So what PC is talking about is this 6. Okay, it's in very good hands. Unlike this one. This one is bleeding 51%. 6 is in very good hands. What is the difference? So this is a 45, which became 48. This is a 49, which became 47. So there is a rise, there is a fall. To support the fall, there is a jock. And the 6 has been on this distance ever since. The hand is good, but it is here. It has to climb 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It has to beat 7 horses. It's got the physics, there's no doubt. Though it is a little stretched because up till here these two are the same numbers, so I had to stretch it. Up till here it is organic, this is stretched. Let's see what they have to say.
$1,100 metres, and this mounting out is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. And we start with number 1, King's Secret. for Joe Pride and Andrew Atkins.
Only recent blemish was pretty much when he pulled up with the thumps, and he bounced back from that last start. So he's clearly a horse right at the top of his game. He's got a good record as far as on top of the ground, on a wet surface. The only little query today is where he gets to in the run, and that's why there's a little set against him late. But Andy's got the timing right a few times already this campaign, and you back him in again.
He's racing so well this campaign, winning 3 out of his 5 starts, and he was well ridden that day last start, but I liked how he showed acceleration. He wanted to keep finding the line. He ran very fast time against the day. It was a high rating race, and if he gets that good speed on today from that awkward draw, he could be coming over the top of them again.
2 out onto 3, Live and Sing for John O'Shea, Tom Charlton and Jace McMurray.
He got back and found the line okay at Rosehill last start. That was behind King's Secret. He does get a 2.5 kilo weight swing and should be able to settle a pair closer. So just got jammed up there in the early stages. Found himself in a really tricky position in running. That was his first try at Saturday Company. So another drying track looks to suit, and you have to respect that he jumped at a firm $3.50 chance.
Yeah, I liked his win too back there at Kensington. I thought it had a lot of merit that day. He showed key attributes, and I just want to completely forget that last start. Nothing went right. He copped a check mid-race. He lost his spot. He also had the bias against, but I like, to his credit, he picked himself up, tried hard in defeat. I think he bounces back here. I want to trust that last start SP, and he gets a weight swing on some of his key rivals.
I did like those key attributes as well. On to 4, Bengal for Luke Pepper and Nick Hayward.
He was certainly beaten last start at Randwick. That was behind Brave One, beaten 4 lengths. So won a highway handicap there first up, perhaps out to the 1,300 metres. Found him out a few weeks ago, 3 weeks between runs, scratched from Whitegate in Highway Company last Saturday. I'm thinking back to 1,100 metres does look to suit.
I thought he was a strong winner there first up in Highway Grade, and he ran solid enough time there. And he just told me I thought he was a Kosciuszko horse, and he obviously went to that 72 race. I just don't think he appreciated being in behind that moderately run race. So I think he bounces back here. Barrier 1 is a plus for him.
Number 5, Rantan, having run number 3 this prep. Alicia Collett on board for Ron Quinton.
She raced too keen at Rosehill last start. Was 7 weeks between runs on that occasion. Snagged back to last from the wide gate and just pulled herself into that 3 wide position. So that took away any finish that she possesses. She's better than that. Again, though, the map is a little bit problematic.
Yeah, just want to forgive both of her runs this campaign. First up there at Gosford, she was checked and blocked. She had the bias against, a bit of a drifter in the market that day. And then last start Rosehill, yes, she was out wide there, working in a fast tempo, so out on the limb and just obviously dropped out of it. So it just needs a bit more of a more smother here, but might be hitting the line there late.
On to Regimental Colours, going great guns this prep for Björn Baker and Brave Knock.
She certainly is. So she's won 2 from 2 this time back, and she's won from last, and she's won from in front. So she's versatile in that regard. Came from last year to beat Celerity and Diami at Canterbury. First up, 2 subsequent winners, then went back to her on-pace ways at Hawkesbury and led from start to finish. So not sure how this plays from the wide gate, but at least we know she can cope either way.
Yeah, I thought it was a good win there first up. She ran fast closing splits to win that day, and then she was suited last start, leading at a slow tempo, but still put them away with a little bit of style. So she's done that both on soft 7 tracks, but I don't think the soft 5 moving to a good 4 should be any concern.
Star Deal's been well backed. He's the stablemate number 7, Björn Baker, Josh Parr.
Yeah, looks like the market's going to send him around favourite coming out of maiden grade. So he's always teased talent, but it was good to see him put a field away there last start. He won by 3.5 lengths. So he's a bit of a quirky horse. He's settling better. I think Josh Parr sticking is a huge plus because he's still got a few little tricks. So we are talking midweek maiden form, but Marquisa probably should have won there on Wednesday. Canterbury to frank that form line. She was luckless.
He just had too much to do first up, I thought, after being restrained from a wide draw and wasn't suited to the pace of the race, but clocked a strong 600 to 200 metre spit, indicating he could only step off that. He bolted in there last start to break through for his maiden. Ran slick time relative to the day. I thought that was a confidence-building win, and as Brad said, Josh Parr sticking with a positive map. I can understand why the market's gravitating towards him.
With a lawsuit down to number 8, Bear Villas Best, great fella, JBO.
Let it Rosehill last start. That was off a Goulburn win. So started $21, yet ran a lot better than his price suggested that he would. So King's Secret was too strong late, but that puts him in the mix again as a place chance, and it was only his 5th career start, so there's more to come.
He won well there first up at Goulburn over the 1,100 metres, and I thought it was a bit of a hit and run there last start, always facing the breeze in that genuine tempo that I spoke about. He never shirked his task to the line, so I think he's starting to get out to big odds now and could easily spec him.
Number 9 is the Newcastle filly, Flame of Hessia, Chris Lees, Jason Collett.
Yeah, we're going to learn a lot about her today in terms of where she fits in, but she's won 3 from 5, all on wet tracks. That seems to be somewhat of the key in terms of her finding her best form. Just has to do it now in better grade and out to 1,100 metres, but her late strength there last start suggests the trip should be fine. She was a dominant winner there at $1.60, and she did right by the punters.
Yeah, very well back that day, and she's a really nice type. She's come in on a strong base figure. She was always in control there over the 1,000 metres at Wyong. She was dominant. She moved well. The winning margin was slightly flattering against the clock, but she's clearly come back improved, and she gets every chance from that inside draw.
And Celerity is the filly down the bottom for James Cummings and Rachel King.
Another one that comes into this, a last start winner as an odds-on favourite. So $1.35. She's never lacked for
Cheering for 9, Juna.
down in the past. So still keen last start, but made provincial grade. She was still good enough to get away with it. So I like that Rachel King sticks, as she too looks to be a filly with her quirks.
She's a lightly raced type who's always promised ability with that strong SP profile. Thought she was a sharp winner there last start at Hawkesbury. She ran fast time and closing splits, the lightweight. That only will enhance her acceleration. She just needs a little bit of luck from the draw there.
She lines up at her 7th start today, a filly by Exceed and Excel for James Cummings. Darren Beedman is here with Celerity. Oh, Daz, she was pretty dominant there at Hawkesbury.
She certainly was. It was nice to see her show a glimpse of what she can do. So she's very special. Got a, yeah, it's probably a nice way of putting it.
It's very diplomatic, Daz.
Yeah, but she's Scotty Eels has done a lot of work with her, with the barriers and everything. But if you get on the right side of her, yeah, she'll be your friend.
She trialled after that win at Hawkesbury, of course.
Yes, yeah, no, she trialled very well. So nice little mid-prep trial. Yeah, just got to do the little things right, especially in the gates. If she can get out the gates cleanly, well, half the battle's won.
And what is the plus is that Rachel's getting to know her very well.
Well, yeah, it's like she's a little bit like they go together like horse and carriage.
Hand in glove as well.
Exactly.
Good on you, mate.
Cheers.
No, who is that?
And 3-1 King Secret on top. I think we're getting the right price to play now. He's a horse that's racing really well at the moment. I don't know where he gets to in the run, but I think that's offset by taking $6. So we're back in Andy Atkins to get it right. 9 Flame of Hestia. We'll learn more about her today in terms of where she fits in, but she's pretty solid there on around that second line of betting. She's won 3 of 5. You can't do much more than that. She maps to get a lovely trailing position just in behind the speed. Stardeal has been the money horse, particularly in the last 10 minutes or so. So a lot of confidence that he could take that next step coming out of midweek maiden grade, but he really put his rival to the sword. He's executing a little bit better each time we see him at the races, which seems to be key to him going through the grades because he's got a few quirks, and Living Thing goes in as the 4th pick. I do want to respect that last start SP profile. I don't think things really fell into place for him on that occasion. He got shuffled back into a really awkward position and worked home okay, but a drying track suits him because he is a horse with a turn of foot. So 1, 9, 7 and 3 for me, Nick.
I'm 3, 1, 8 and 9. I'm with you, Brad. I'm going to trust that Roseville 1100 metre form line, which was a race that rated extremely well against the day. But the horse I do want to put on top is the 3 Living Thing. That 5-2 with $3.50 SP from last start. I think it's just too big now at the $7 today. And I want to trust that win 2 back at Kensington. I thought it had a lot of merit there. So hopefully you can just get a little bit more luck in run today. You can show that acceleration and closing speed that Living Thing does have. Respect the 1 King Secret, just starting to creep up in the weights, but he's racing so well and consistently, all preparation. He'll be hitting the line hard. The 8 fella's best. I do think he's over the odds, around that $14 quote. He was the horse that always had to face the breeze in that generally run race. It's stuck on really well. So I think $14, you could easily spec it at those odds. And the 9, of course, a lot of respect for Flame of Hestia, who has to come to town, but it was a very smart win there last start at Wyong, where moved really well and was heavily back. So open enough race, but pretty keen to be with the 3 here, Living Thing.
Star Deal, your current favourite, $4, $4.40 when I got to the race this morning, and now into $4. Holds about 25% of all bets. Flame of Hestia, $4.80 to $4.40. King Secret's been a bit soft, $5.50 earlier on today, now out to $6.50. Celerity likewise has been easy. It's a $7 chance. Living Thing at $7. Now that's about as short as we've been throughout betting. Now into $6.50, so a little bit of late support for Living Thing, and Regimental Colours at longer odds at $10. Vella's Best just firmed again, as much as $16. It's now $15, and Ben Gall, so it's an $18 chance. Those 2 Canberra horses have been expected longer odds, but Star Deal most popular, and Living Thing is another move, Gav. Living Thing's gone $7 to $6 in the last 90 seconds, so very good late support for the 3.
Who comes here, Anthony, having run number 5 this prep? This might be a good sort of sounding board as to where some of these 3-year-olds are at, Brad.
Yeah, I think you're right, Gav. I think it's a race that we can follow with a bit of confidence going forward. And the intriguing part about this, and the market pretty much says as much, is that there's a lot of differing form lines here. So You'd like to see one of these 3-year-olds, a lot of
11
these
win,
3-year-olds really
please.
put their hand up and say that, I'm a horse that can
11
continue
is
shooting
strong.
through the grade. So we've got Stardeal firm in the betting. It's coming out of a midweek maiden. Celerity's coming off a maiden victory there at the Provincials. Although both impressive, it is still a step up, and there's still horses learning their craft. So we'll learn a lot more about a lot of these runners here in the next 30 seconds to a minute.
So Celerity over there on the pony is still to come up ahead of the fourth event. Of course, race number 7 today starts the quaddy. There's Celerity just getting around to be adjacent to the stall. So she'll be one of the last to come up, Anthony. Any late moves here?
Stardeal just went 4 to 3.90 and Living Thing back to $6.50. They're the two most popular late.
So there's Rantan about to go up in the Gall family colours as we head upstairs. Here's race 4 with Luke.
Regimental colours coming in now. So we're set. Red lights are on. Ready, Randwick. They're off and racing now. And Flame of Hestia near the inside away smartly. Pushes up to lead. Vella's Best racing it. Behind those horses on the outside, Regimental Colours. Then Bengal pushing up King's Secret, Stardeal. Living Thing, Celerity, Rantan. Bella's Best allowed to lead. Goes to the front by a half length. Regimental Colours. Flame of Hestia ridden with a set. Then King's Secret. He's been able to slot in 1-1. Nice riding there by Atkins. Behind those horses, Bengal, Stardeal, and Rantan. Coming to the turn here. Bella's Best. Regimental Colours together. 400 to go. Flame of Hestia presents. Wider out King's Secret. Then Bengal. And Celerity's coming down the middle. It's Flame of Hestia hitting the front from King's Secret. Celerity keeps running on as they reach the 150. King's Secret, Flame of Hestia, Celerity. Stardeal gets a late split. King's Secret, 100 metres to go. He gets away from Flame of Hestia. Stardeal, Celerity, King's Secret. What a preparation he's had.
One, baby.
Stardeal, Celerity, Regimental Colours. Then Bengal, followed by Rantan, Flame of Hestia. Then Living Thing and Bella's Best.
4 wins in a second this prep. That is pretty good by anybody's reckoning. And he wins again. King's Secret. Andrew Atkins, who's getting on so well with this fellow, riding for Joe Pride, and they will score again over. Our second, it was pretty tight. Just having a look there at that replay. I've just lost vision there. Celerity was the one on the outside. And also, Regimental Colours was further back. Josh Parr bursting between runners there on Stardeal, but no doubt in the winner, King's Secret. What a
1-9-11-6.
What a prep he is having, and Luke summed it up quite well there, Gab. Obviously having the 5 starts and the 6 starts now there for 5 wins, I should say. So great effort there, but it was all about the ride. To get into the 1-1, that was the query before the race, where King's Secret would end up, and Andy Atkins is riding in such great form, just landing him the 1-1, and he showed that usual, typical acceleration that King's Secret had. So a great effort by him. Stardeal, that was a big effort to come from maiden grade straight to Saturday in town, so it can only improve from that. Celerity just got into a bit of an awkward spot, had to come to all the way on the outside, hit the line well enough.
We need to refine this. We are still working on raw data. I'll show you what happened. We are still working on raw. What is happening is, so this we were not doing for the last 3 months because everything was moving smooth, but off late, things have gone upside down, and we need to calculate this. The one was a risk because of their management, but it's a linear within that thing. So what happened here? Okay, 9 and 11, they came in neck to neck. I thought it would be 11, but both of them are standing at 54. This one, it's a 58 that became 54. This is a 56 that became 54. So the difference is that there is a 2% drop on this and there is a 4% drop on this, and here it is a 3% rise. So here is what they are trying, they are doing. Okay, here is what they're doing. So they're bringing in horses after vacation, which is very difficult to monitor which one is. We have to cross check between RaceNet and then the sheet here, that makes it a little difficult thing. And not that RaceNet is always right. There are errors in that website that I have figured out. So what's going on is, we have to fine tune this. We will fine tune after the races today. Once we get the entire result, what happens, and then probably we'll get to do this. You now go PC 6 win Caulfield. We'll take a look at what's going on. Race number 5. 5 and 9 has been scratched. Okay. 3, 2, 10, 7. PC, I'm just trying to fine tune this every day. I'm just trying to, the problem is there are too many variables, PC. The season, the jock, the management. The season has given us a lot of trouble, PC. This month has been the worst.
Traffic, clearly he looks a standout. If he repeats that run when he won here, this course and distance, then he wins again. He's not much up in the handicaps, just 2 kilos, not a problem for him. He should win. I've got Go Maro in for second, number 5, then 6 Argentum Rock, and then number 2 Bang Stick.
I'm with Lockyer as well. 1, 6, 2 and 4. I thought Argentum Rock was the best roughie in the race, maybe worth the Quinella play. The 2 Bang Stick has been a big drifter. We're getting a few texts come through on what a bang stick is, Maxi. I'll fill you in with that off air, but most of them were PG. And number 4 Summation rounds out my top 4, 1, 6, 2 and 4. Loading up well. We've got nods on favourite. Let's get to David Fowler for the call.
We're just about set. There's the light of the third. Starter Brad Richardson has the button. It's the lever. They're off. And the favourite began as well as anything locked here from the inside gate. Bang Stick showing early speed. Coolbee's got pace as well. And Argentum Rock third away, but caught deep outside that pair. On Farlos in fourth, then Financially Famous. What about Go Maro? Now after the reasonably good start, Lockyer lacks early speed, drifts back to third last on the rail. Second last Summation, and Sever settles in last. That's the first call. 900 left to run. The easy second favourite, Bang Stick, takes control. Leads Argentum Rock by length, and Cool Moon is going to position third the box seat. Financially Famous, fourth but deep, working in the middle part of the race. On Farless, those red and black colours just behind him in fifth. Go Maro, circling wide with Summation. Now Lockyer's back to second last in the rail, and Sever moves him on its outside. So currently, the favourite is last in a pocket. But no more than 3 off the lead. Luck is required. On the home turn, Bang Stick leads from Argentum Rock. Go Maro's been forcing wide for a while. Cool Moon just behind them, needing a run, going to the fence. Lock is now starting to work into the clear. He's in the clear now. Is he good enough? Then came Summation. Cool Moon got up on the inside. Lockyer running on powerfully now, then Summation. Cool Moon's the leader. Lockyer on the outside is trying hard. Cool Moon in front. Lockyer's coming home strongly. Cool Moon in front from Lockyer. Lockyer or Cool Moon, hard to line them up. Lockyer drifted out late. Third photo, Bang Stick or Summation. Jennebrong just behind.
Man.
And the others go Maro, financially famous, Safir on Farlos pulling up last at 121.8.
Right close here.
1-9
or Cool Moon. Lockyer gets it by around about a neck on the line over Cool Moon, and Summation will get that third spot there.
All right, this is the fifth one here. It is an 1800 meter benchmark 78. If we look through the odds, it's 3, 2, 10, and 7. 3, 2, 10, and 7. If we look through the rails, we get the 3 on top. And that's one of the best jockeys. All right, so what's going on? This is 66, that is 65 now. The 10 is a 74, which is a 68 now. This one is a 61, which is a 60 now. Here is a 61, which is a 58. And here is a 59, which is a 58. This is the largest drift. Okay. 58, both are 58. But this is a 61, which is a 58. So there is a drop. And there's a 59, which is a 58, which is also a drop. But this is a larger drop. This is a smaller drop. Here is a 57, 54. This stays intact. 49, 49. Okay, so 3 is the favorite. 66, 65, right? This is an EW. 10 is the linear, which is having difficulties here because it is a 4-figure. So anybody can and will chase this. So that's that. 3 is the it's one of the highest spell and the strongest advantage here over 1800 meter with one of the best jocks. Why will it not win? Why will it not win? It's 60, 78. This is a 74. It is still higher, 68, 65, 68, but 40. This is 36 and this is 9. So stands no chance, baby. Stands no chance. The other thing that might happen, they have the 2. Okay, this is a 6160 with a good jock. This is the second linear, which has the physics and all that. This is something is the primary thing that we look at. All of them are within the box, and then they have the largest outer drift, which is again 61, 58. This probably is a good position for this. The moment when it is up here, it loses. Something happens to its brain and it starts doing something funny. So yeah, the odds are right. Probably it is going to be something on those lines. Can 3 win? Yes, looks like that. It's a huge advantage. 1800-meter, no pace, and this is that. The other one which has the advantage is this one, which is here, which is again another EW. But this is a 57 drop to 54, so I don't think this is getting in. Plus, not a great jock. This is good. This is good. The 3 is good, probably. That's a very strong advantage for that horse. There's nothing doing. I mean, it is basically, it doesn't have any pressure running to 1800 meters. 1800 meters, there's no pace, correct? So if there's no pace, there's that is going to be liability. So 3 is good, probably. Six, Caulfield. I have Caulfield. Wait.
Down to screen share the start and Zabo last.
Pictures, special
Billy
scenes,
Ivy.
going to be a special
Logan
chat
Bates,
with Ray
the informed
Senko.
Logan
This
Bates
one
for Ray
means
Senko.
so
Big
much
win
to
for
the
Ray.
family. It's a
Billy Ivy.
training operation.
He has
It's in the
his
training.
big
4. That was 4, not 6.
Finding his daughter a flying arty. They are already. She's been.
Hey, I have this one also, Caulfield. Wait, I'll pull up the Caulfield.
Two back.
Yeah, she was superb first up. Couple of runs were really okay on wettish tracks, a lot drier today, and that'll suit her down to the ground.
James, you got $20? Is it on which one?
Why not both together, multi?
Confident boy. Good to see. Well done.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
There's James Fardens from the Gary Portillo stable, and they got runners in the next 2 races.
That was race number what?
Race number 4 on the card. So they're the next 2 races here on the card. The favourite is rock solid. He is number 3, Black. Text message from the boys. Let me read the odds and then I'll tell you what the boys tell them in the trading office. Number 1, Kamal, has been adrift at 21 at $51. It did tell $71. And now $51. Number 2, no question.
Race number 3.
It's been $8 out to $13. Number 3, Black Bugatti, $3.50 this morning bet. Coming to $2.90, and even though it's hovered around that
4.
mark, it's still been good triples of money all the way through for this, the $2.80.
What was the linear?
Number 4, Descartes, was $6, big drip 3 out to 11. Just come back into $9.50 with a couple of little bets coming through.
4 was the linear, 235, knocked it out like nobody's business. 1400 meter.
Got the 7, back into 6, back to 6. There's been good money just trickling in all the time for this horse, number 5, Happiness. Number 6, Hard Rage Lookout, out to $41. Number 7, Entitlement, very well back this morning, was $6 in at $3.20. It's just getting back to $3.80 now as the favourite Black Ducati goes to $2.90. Number 8, Pharaoh's Green out to $41. Piero's Girl, now it was very easy early. I think it was just the wrong price. It was $3.50 to $5. It came back into $4.40, but it's back out to $5.50. Now the boys in the trading office tell me there's 3 runners that are no good for them.
7.
In order, 3 Black Bugatti's the best back runner in front of number 7 Entitlement and 5 Happiness. So they're the 3 best back runners, 3, 7 and 5.
Newcastle 3 win place.
In the trading office, the one in the pink, the All Cerise, the Ingham family. Piero's Girl has been the drifter of those that have been in the market at the $5.50. But Black Bugatti, yes, I just got the text message. A couple of good investments now, even more clearly the best back runner into $2.70 now, number 3, Black Bugatti. Heavily back, number 3, Black Bugatti in front of 7 and 5. They're getting set. This is race 3 at Newcastle. Let's head upstairs to Phil Roberts.
So coming in, third event on today's program, 1850. Happiness has gone in with Black Bugatti, Entitlement in there. Hard Rage Lookout moves in, Descartes has gone to the inside gate. Now, no questions asked, about to be let up.
That will leave Pharaoh Queen along with Caval, who's first start in New South Wales, and Piero's Girl. Piero's Girl comes in, 2 left to load here. Third event. Lead strap has been attached to Pharaoh's Girl, just a little bit flighty behind the gates. The Pharaoh Queen, I should say. So Pharaoh Queen about to be let up. The last one in. Pharaoh Queen going into the gates. And the line is now set. Red lights on, race 3 Newcastle. Set to go, away. And Happiness the Grey was away nicely, as was Descartes. Is going forward, written with urgency, looking for the lead, no questions asked, is tracking it over. So into that first bend, Entitlement able to cross over to the rail fairly comfortably. A little over a length over, no questions asked. The Grey Happiness a length and a quarter back in third spot. Followed by Descartes, who's fourth and 1 off and looks to have settled nicely. Will get a nice run in the mid stages. They're about 3.5 lengths in front of Caval, who's in clear air. Length and a half back to Black Bugatti, followed a couple back to Hargraves Lookout, a couple back to Piero's Girl, and back at the tail is Pharaoh Queen. So they're fairly well strung out as they run inside the 1,200 metres. Entitlement is the leader, led by a half length over, no questions asked. A length and a half make it nearly 2 back to Happiness on the inside of Descartes, their third and fourth respectively. About 3 lengths away then, Black Bugatti. On its outside is Caval, about 5 to Piero's Girl. A couple away then, Hargraves Lookout being scrubbed along, and it's being passed by Pharaoh Queen. So Hargraves Lookout now back to the rear and about 15 off the leader, who is Entitlement as they leave the back, run down the side, heading towards the 700 metres. Entitlement by 3/4. Over, no questions asked. Happiness has had a lovely run third. Descartes fourth. Black Bugatti buried away back on the inside. And then came Caval, Piero's Girl, Pharaoh Queen, and tailed out as Hargraves Lookout. Coming to the bend, Entitlement the leader, and led by a length, still held together. Tapped up on the outside to go after it now was no questions asked. And here's the Grey Happiness descending on the pair. And as they run to the 250, Happiness sprinted away. Happiness over Entitlement, battling away the inside then was Black Bugatti. Happiness wants to run about a little bit, but is travelling strongly, led by 2+ lengths, and Happiness will take it out. Happiness wins, Photo second and third, almost a dead heat. Entitlement, Black Bugatti. A gap back to Piero's Girl, Pharaoh Queen, Descartes, Caval, no questions asked, knocked right up. And Hargraves Lookout beaten a long way out, finished tailed out last.
If you could bet in the run, the one you wanted to be on, number 7 being Happiness. $5.80 and $2, $6.20 and $7 across the totes. Well, all we do know is that 5 Happiness is 1, and we know the stablemate number 9, Piero's Girls, are up 4th. And the 2 favourites have battled out for 2nd and 3rd. Black Bugatti on the inside, outside of it, Entitlement, and that was just a bob of the head. Maybe Black Bugatti on the inside, but that's very close. But the winner got a lovely run in behind them, Happiness. Well done to the team. Well done to Happiness. Got the beautiful run, got a great ride. He's riding in great form, Jeff Penza. The Yes Bloodstock team will be very, very happy. Of course, the same colours as the dad wore. Yes, when he won the Everest. The numbers over the line, 5, 3, 7 and 9. 5, 3, 7 and 9. Black Bugatti runs second, back on the inside in the red, white and blue.
Lee, congratulations. You got the 3.
5, 3, 7 and 9. 5, 3, 7 and 9. $5.80 and $2, number 5 Happiness. 3 Black Bugatti, $1.40. Entitlement, $1.80. That is race 3 down here at Newcastle, done and dusted. Well, up here. Happiness wins. If you backed it, I reckon you are pretty happy. We're going to take a break on Sky Thoroughbred Central. We're back to Gavin and the team at Randwick on the other side.
Yeah, but still you got that, Lee. Newcastle is a very tricky place. But you got that.
technology. And we start with Arbalor. Here is number one, a $14 chance. Alicia Collett on board for Joe Pride.
Yeah, I thought she was better last Saturday at Rose Hill. Hadn't done a lot first and second up, but there might have been a little sign there last start that she was ready to turn the corner. So quick back up out to the 1800 metres for the first time. And in her favour here is the map. She should get complete ownership from the get-go.
Yeah, Joe Pride clearly decided to just change things up, getting out to that 1800 metres on a quick backup. So I think she can give a side. She just needs to. She's just struggling in her past few starts. So I'm going to wait for her to do something before I chime in.
On to number two we go. This is Piggyback, who is the clear second favourite. The Kieran Ma and Brace Knott.
Holding her form really well at the moment, so dispelled the theory last time out that she is simply a wet tracker. Ran well on top of the ground, didn't get a lot of room there at a critical point in the straight. I still like the way she found the line. So timing wise, fourth up, 1800 metres. Tactics from the draw will be important.
She's racing well, and I thought she was a sharp winner there first up, running the meeting's fastest final 200 metre split there at Warwick Farm. She just missed then second up when she wasn't suited to a real sit and sprint race shape, and then last start she just should have won that day. The 1800 metres again suits. Back to that soft track, I do think does suit her profile. The wide draw, I think they're going to push forward today, so getting push forward, give herself that advantage maybe slightly over the favourite here in her stablemate Federer.
Speaking of the blue blood, here is Federer, number three, Kieran Ma, Jason Collett.
He did look the one to follow from that Rose Hill 1800 metre event last start, despite finishing behind Mr. Kipchoge and Piggyback. So he just got the impression he was always a run behind. He was only second up there today, no excuse. He was jumping 14 to 1800 metres. Today he's third up. He should get the right run compared to the two rivals that he does need to turn the tables on. So beaten less than a length, only negative is that the market has well and truly identified that edge.
Yeah, it's not D-Day for Federer for me, but I think he just gets his opportunity to show his potential and ability. He clearly needed the run there first up over the 1400 metres, and it's always hard to do to jump straight to the 1800 metres, but I like the expectation the market had that day. He travelled in the inferior ground, which was lane two. He loomed to win. I think he just peaked on his run there, so his late splits did suggest third up, senior rider back on, perfect setup. Yeah, very, very well back today, so there's a lot of confidence.
Mr. Kipchoge is number four, Chris Waller, JDO. What's happening with the market here?
I don't know what's happening with the market. I tell you what, they've lost confidence, haven't they? He's a last start winner, and all of a sudden he's $10, $11. So the market's taking a real set against this horse, maybe unfairly so. So he was perfectly ridden there by Jean Van Overmeer. Got him out again quickly, put himself into a lovely spot just in behind the speed, but I thought he showed real desire there to get the win, and it was a long overdue win, so it does rise 3 kilos, but if Lightning can strike twice, you're getting the right price to find out. It's a silly quote.
Yeah, I think I agree. That's exactly what I was going to say. It's getting up to the silly odds here if you take it off Federer's last start and line them both up at the $11.
The thing is, these gentlemen, they cannot be neutral. They cannot be transparent about the horses. They have limitations on what they can say and what they cannot say.
And Dylan Gibbons.
Well, if it's not that form reference, you're looking a little bit wider, aren't you? And natural deduction might fit that profile. His last start Canterbury winner, that was over the 1900 metres, beating Fia Prospero, who was a horse that ran well in Saturday Company just gone. So that was a sharp turnaround in form, but he obviously needed a couple of runs just to be fit enough to be competitive. He did return this time back off a 49-week break. So you'd think now that he's found his form, he should hold it.
Yeah, I think he's worth a spec here at the odds, purely just from a price perspective. He bounced back there on a dry surface. And yes, he did have every chance. He stalked that slow tempo. But I did like when he was challenged, how he wanted to dig in. And he's got that real stays action. So the horse that moved up to him there at Canterbury was Fio Prospero, who albeit confirmed the form there last start. I think if he bounces off that, Randwick only suits. Yeah, he's another one over the odds.
Number 7 then is Bright Red. It's been well spec'd. Chris Swallowed, Ash Morgan.
Change of tactics today to be further forward, so they'll use the gate. Wasn't suited by a lack of pressure when midfield at Randwick last start. That was in Fillies and Mares company. So has used barriers to be closer in the past, and that'll be the case again today. So yet to win beyond a mile, but she'll get her chance.
Yes, you could make a case that she's had excuses or preparation, so we might just get to see the best of her at the same track and distance here, but she just got too far back in, which was a very, very slowly run race there behind She's Unusual last start. So the inside gate, she said it maps to be a lot closer and gets her chance.
We move down to the next one, which is Sun Source. Here is the
2-win ran, unlucky last start.
So worked out fairly at Canterbury last start. Hasn't looked likely in its recent run, so he'll need to improve.
Yeah, spent $26 behind natural deduction there last start, so needs to improve.
And finally, Arrow Stone is the filly down the bottom. He's been kept pretty safe in betting. Rachel King on board for Nathan Doyle.
Yeah, she's been unmoved, hasn't she? So pretty solid there. Shane Unlucky at Warwick Farm last start. Just copped a bump in the straight when angling into the clear. Like the way that she kept finding the line as a heavily backed favourite. So strength there at the end of the mile says that 1,800 metres should be fine.
One.
Just get that stalking position behind Arbor and drops to 52 kilos.
Yeah, she's racing well and consistently on the provincial circuit. Before
Gavin, welcome back. One where?
She had her momentum halted at a key stage, but I liked how she picked herself back up. She hit the line hard. As Brad said, gets in with no weight. The map is a positive, and she gets her chance to make the step to Saturday grade.
So that's the filly male we're about to talk about.
Randwick, one is good. One probably is a chance.
Yeah, look, she got into a bit.
I'll show you. One probably is a chance. It might, because there's no fall on that horse. There's no fall on that horse. One probably is there in some way or the other. But 3 is looking good. PC is on 2. PC says 2 is very good. And the odds are 3, 2, 10, 7. 1 is way far, but 1 looks good.
Look, she's drawn soft, and the horse has a high cruising speed, so I say we'll push forward. Being the first
It has a Group 1 race, that one.
Yeah, definitely. He's rock hard.
Here is how it looks like. So 3 is the favorite. All right, 3 is the highest with very minimum fall. This one is a huge fall. This is good, 61, 60. This is also minimum fall. This one is the only one which is, there's no fall, there is no rise. It is there. Probably a place, maybe. It's not a bad one, but it is also not the best one.
A little bit too short, hence why we got back out from that $2.60 quote with that market percentage coming back down. But timing wise, looks perfect. He should get the right run just in behind the speed, and I think that map and the fact that he is third up, he's had an extra run under his belt, gives him the chance to turn the tables on Piggyback and also Mr. Kipchoge. So that looks the logical form reference. Piggyback continues to race well. Tactically, I think she's versatile enough to offset what is a bit of a tricky gate, at least on paper.
I'd give 100 to 1.
This one with Arbor, the noted front runner, and a row.
Yes, probably like that. There is no rise, there is no fall.
He won that race.
But it is.
See him hard enough to beat again here, despite a sharp rise in weight. But I had to play once he got out to $11.
We'll see
that seemed to be a bit of a silly price.
how it
He's just
works.
back into $10 now. And Arbor,
Is some logic that will work and some will fail. The best chances are 3 and 2. PC is on 2. 3 has the advantage.
Yeah, 326. Starting to get a better price now, but I just think third up at the
3 has the advantage. It is the favorite.
The 14 to the 1,800 metres last start. So Exceptional's just told there late that he's ready to go now. So the market certainly agrees with this.
It's a huge difference. It's a difference of about 5%, and 5% is a lot. 5% in horse racing is. We work with fractions. Even then, at times, things go wrong. But 5% is huge.
Real staying type. So if it does turn into a genuine speed here with the likes of Arbor getting out to the 1,800 metres, he's going to be very strong there late. And the 4, Mr. Kipchoge, $9.50. I agree, Brad. I think it's big odds now when you line them up.
Federer's your favourite. Got into as short as 250, as Nick said. They turned him off this morning, but now with that percentage coming down closer to start time, back out to $2.90. Still the most popular runner. Holds 41% of all bets. Piggyback
What, BC?
Afternoon, about 30% of all betting. So between those, 70% of all bets on one of the top 2 favourites. So
that is raised board.
Aroa Stone. This was as much as $7.50 earlier today. Now $5.50. And I wanted to mention Mr. Kipchoge, who did drift to as much as 11, back to $9.50.
Here's Luke, race 5.
Data says go. They're off and racing.
I'm
now.
sorry, I had
And
pushed in.
the inside jumped well. Natural Deduction is pushing up there. Aroa Stone is pushing up as well. And Bright Red is handy. Federer just drops in nicely behind in 5th. Then Piggyback 3 wide at the moment, pushing forward for Mr. Kipchoge. And Sun Source is last. Avalor runs into the back straight. 2 lengths clear. From in second, a rower Stone. Piggyback working overtime on the outside. Back on the fence there was Bright Red, followed by Natural Deduction, Federer. Mr. Kipchoge and Sun Source is the last one. Avalor leads. Piggyback is working forward and going to second now. In behind those, Bright Red, Aroa Stone, the next pair. 3 lengths in the field, Natural Deduction, followed by Federer, Mr. Kipchoge. And last off the back straight is Sun Source. Avalor leads, probably the best she's settled for a while. And out in front, 2 lengths clear from Piggyback. Third the rails is Bright Red. And Aroa Stone enjoying a good trail in fourth. Then Natural Deduction. Federer gives them about 5 lengths head start, followed by Mr. Kipchoge. And last is Sun Source. Avalor to the side, held together, lead by 1 on Piggyback. Bright Red's had a nice suck behind them. Then came Aroa Stone off the bridle. And Federer being ridden for a little bit of luck-saving ground. Into the straight, Avalor giving some cheek. And Piggyback, the early work, is it telling? She's come off the bit, tries to dig in, then Bright Red. But early in the straight, Avalor still going here. Alicia shakes it up. Bright Red's coming to give chase. In behind them, Piggyback and Federer's running on. Avalor 150 metres to go. Bright Red's a half away. Federer wider out. Avalor 75 to run, feeling the pinch. Bright Red's driving at it. Avalor in front, grips on. Avalor
One!
If there's one horse you want to
Man!
Bright Red. And the outside, Federer's run third, and fourth might be Piggyback. Then came Sun Source, Mr. Kipchoge, Aroa Stone, and Natural Deduction.
One!
Was at their peril. She said,
Gavin!
in front was Avalor, and she will hold on and win. Written desperately by Alicia Collett, and she'll stave off Bright Red, who got off the fence and tried to piggyback with Avalor. So they left her alone in front, and she gets away with it.
Yeah, good effort though, Gav. I think when it a genuine
1732.
Sit outside her at one point, but first time out to the 1800 metres. That might be the making of her. She's finally found some form here in Australia. Bright Red, yeah, I think did have its chance to run her down there. Obviously, we had its momentum hold her at a key stage, and Federer did.
No. What happened? Gavin was right. So what happened is this thing had 2 Group 1 races, okay? This thing had 2 wins in Group 1 races and league races, the one. There was no fall on this. It was a benchmark 78. It fits the bill. These guys, they had everything, but they just, I mean, look at what happened to the 3. It was on top, 65, 66. It was just ridden better. That's all. That is all. But this is the only one which did not have a fall. Okay. This fits the bill. If we look through the DICR, it will show you 0. Where is the DICR? That's the 1, 0. No fall. There is no fall. We'll get this, we'll get this, we'll get this. It's just a matter of time. 6. Twelve has been scratched. 10 4 7 11. No, it was PC. Thing is, this is what I have figured out, PC. It's not racing. Horse racing is not racing. It is as good as you're playing chess. It is as good as you're playing chess. They will move their tricks in each and every race. 3 at Doomben looks bulletproof. It is as good as playing chess, PC. I have gone through every possible thing. I know when I've lost. And I've taken those things and put them back into the system. Each and everything.
The 10 merchant fly.
All right, thanks for that, Maxie. I've got the exact same numbers in order. 3, 4, 1 and 10. Tough to Must, Deep Respect, Frankie Harry and Merchant Flyer. I did think Deep Respect probably got my pick of the yard. He looks fantastic on the quick backup from last Saturday. He loves Durban. He loves good tracks. The only query is a strong mile. The way he won over 40.
You're right. That's one of the most important things. The jocks will have to play it right.
Really well here for the fourth. David Fowler calling all of the action.
I think at times they can't
on her quest to peel back that margin for off.
They can't picture the thing, and they make mistakes.
Switched on. Tough to Bust. Just
when we do a campaign,
they're off and racing this time. And he jumped well. In fact, it was probably one of the best away.
3 looks bulletproof. Where is 3?
Sticking with him early, began nicely.
3 is leading, PC.
It's a charm deal, a merchant fly, not too far away from the lead pair as they head into the first bend. Deep Respect ridden quietly in the early stages. First run today at the mile. Then Sporting Chance and Barazin settles down in last. Heading to the back now, 1200 left to run. Space Age pushes on, and Lang takes control with Space Age. Tough to Bus is going to enjoy the box seat in second. Third, the outside, Cranky Harry, just moving slightly ahead of Tough to Bus, but the favourite is in the box seat. They stretch away that trio by about 2 lengths to It's a Charm Deal in clear air and a clear fourth. 3 to Sporting Chance, 1 away Merchant Flyer. Second last Barris in a Deep Respect last to the 8 and around 6 off the lead. Into the next bend, 700 left to run. Space Age in front. Cranky Harry sitting up in second and Tough to Us. Watching it all unfold in front of him in third, getting a perfect run. At first 1,000 metres, the galloper's good. 60.88, genuine speed. It's a Charm Deal coming off the mid. Sporting Chance starts to circle and try and make a run as Tough to Us pulls that front one the turn. Merchant Flyer pitching inside runs. It's a Charm Deal, Deep Respect and Barras in. In the straight, Space Age leads away. Cranky Harry on the outside. Here comes Tough to Bus. The sprinters right on. And Merchant Flyer trying to run on. Tough to Bus on the outside. Cranky Harry in the centre. They beat off Space Age. Tough to Bus getting the upper hand. That's 6 in a row. Tough to Bus, too good.
3.
Flying. Beat out Cranky Harry. Third was
Easy boom.
Sporting Chance or Space Age for fourth. Then Deep Respect, second last was It's a Charm Deal, and Barras in with them in at 135.52.
But it's good, isn't
Boom,
it? It's
busy.
very good. Tough to Bust. 6 wins.
What I was trying to say is when we do any kind of, if I put the office logic, or any workplace logic, when we do a campaign, when we do any kind of project, so we do a team meeting and we explain that this is the project is all about and this is the responsibility. But I don't think anything like that exists in horse racing. They are all left with, assumptions. They are not, I don't think there is a group meeting or anything that is explaining that, dude, you are going to be racing an 1800 meter and this is how it has to be raced. I don't think that happens. Not with the trainers, not with the owner. I don't know. I'm assuming that doesn't happen, because if that happened, that would have reflected. And what we do in an office, we get a project, we get everybody who are involved in the project, we tell them, that's a shame, PC. If they don't do that, that's a shame. If they do not explain what are the trainers are there for, they need to explain it to the guys that, dude, you are going to be racing up, an 1100 meter. It is going to be pace. Your horse has this kind of a weight, and I hope they know what pressure is, and they should. They've been racing for so long. It is us who figured out it in last 1 year. They should be explaining that you are racing with a horse which has this kind of a pressure, and you are racing an 1100 meter. This should be your tact. If they're not explaining that, then they're digging their own grave. That's what they're doing. Yeah, that's an ape mentality. You're right. That is very much apish. Why the jockey make the decision? Why jockey make the decision? You are the one who's been racing on this track for so long. You know that track, you know that race, you have trained that horse. You should be explaining the jockey that this is how it should be done. I mean, if I build a car today and I get a driver to race that car, I'm going to explain, right, that this is the car, this is the distance, this is the engine, and this is how you should maneuver the car. If you do anything excessive than what I tell you, you will either end up on the treetop or you will be a barbecue inside the car. Anyway, so 10, 4, 7, 11, that's what the odds are. So here is what the odds are. 10 is the favorite, 4, 7, 11. 10, 4, 7, and 11. 10 is the favorite, 10 is the linear. If we look through the rails, 10 stands here. What is 10? Is the linear. It's a 90, which became 85. So a fall of 5% here. Okay. So that's the favorite. This is a 85, stands at 83. So that is also a fall. This is 85, stands at 81. This is 88, stands at 83. And this is standing neutral. I mean, this has no fall. The 4 has no fall, which is the second linear. It has the physics, okay? It has the physics. It doesn't have a fall. 61 and then 63. That is bad. That is rising. 63, 67, 66 fall, 70 fall, 53, 55, 1. This is a, but then we are here, okay, 80, 95. So there is a 5% fall here. There is a 5% fall here on the 10. It is the linear, not that it's 1800 meters. So last one was 1800 meter. It had the advantage. It didn't do anything. This one knocked it out, and the 7 got in there, which is 61.58, the largest one, and 3 came in much later. So what did not work probably is 1732, 1, 7, then 3, then 2. The 10 was a monkey, the 10 lost, but here is 1, 7, so 7's 19. So the pressure did not work. This guy could not pull up. This guy could not pull up. This guy could not pull up. Okay, fair enough. This is back again, 1800 meter. Here the pressure is there. It's a 90, 85. That 8 is a check. All right. Sorry. Where is that? This one. No, 4. This one. So this is quite capable. This is quite capable. 70 by 70. There is no fall. This is the other one, which is the favorite. The odds are what? 147. Where is 1047? 1047 11. So 10 is the highest. Then without the fall, then the 7, which is on top, which is here, 85 83. 11 is 88 83. So that's 85 83, 2%, 88 83. So 11 probably is not there in the picture. That's a lot of fall. 88 to 83. And if it actually kicks in, then probably it's a higher spell. So the question is between 7 and 10. I'm sorry, 7 and 11. So these two are questionable. They can switch places, but these two looks good. There is no fall on this one. There is a fall on this one. Queen should be good, I think. A queen should be good on this. There is a fall. There is no fall. If that fall, no fall thing works. This is a linear. This is the second linear. That's the other problem. That is the other problem. They will not make a queen. I don't think so. Something will get in. Something will get in. This is bleeding. This is also not getting rejuvenated. If that is bleeding, this is also bleeding. The good hands are here, which is 2. That's a 45, 47. It's a good jockey, but that's a 45. Can't believe, but we just had that, right? 49, knocking out 66 up here. 45. This is an up to 45, 61, 63, 3. $61, 63, 2 here. This is constant, 70, 70. This is 61, 63. That with group 1 races. This one is a 75, 70. There's a fall on this. So that's out. 3 is a check. $85. There's a fall. That's the problem. 4 is good. 70, 70 standing here. There will not be a queen. Something else is going to get in. Probably the 3 will get in. That's a climb, right? If this is staying, if that's a stay, this is a climb, which is a large climb. The other climb is here, which is 2. 45 to 47, I would still want to believe that this 3 is a 61 to 63. This is a better horse. The 3 is a better one. All right. So if 10, 4, it's a question of chance. One of them is going to fail us. Who is going to fail? Is it the 10 with the fall, or this one stays intact? Then there is a rise. There will not be a queen. It is not going to be a queen. I don't think so. That generally doesn't happen. If it happens, that's a very rare situation. And we have this one here, which is a 61, 63. It's either 10-3 or 4-3, I think. Lewis, I haven't won a race today. Jimmy had a sweet spot. Oh, man.
Fourth was number 4, being Zoe Sharp. $3.80 and $1.70 Prima Bella. Curl $2.20. Wave Breaker has paid $3 the place. $11.70 the Quinella. Exacted $22.70 the trifecta. $164.40. And the first 4 on 6, 2, 5, and 4, $695.50. $695.50 on 6, 2, 5 and 4, and it was a one-act affair from Prima Bella in race 4 here at Newcastle over the 900. There's your full page of dividends on race 4 at Newcastle. Hope you're enjoying the day. The next race here will be the first leg of our quadrilla. We're going to go to a break on Sky Thoroughbred Central. We're back to Royal Randwick on the other side.
Four-win run. 4 is in a better state, I think. PC. If I get a little, I don't know when that'll happen, but if and when we get sponsored or get funded, we will be able to hire a few more hands and eyes. Right now, it's getting very difficult. Very difficult. Then we can hire a few people. Some.
Named after the great Aramine, a benchmark 88. This is over the 1800 metres. And this mounting out is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. And we start with number 1, Age of Kings, for Chris Waller and Jace McMurray to be ridden conservatively.
There's that change of tactics. Given last start, he was ridden closer and he just didn't finish off. We are talking McKell Cup form though, so would have liked to have seen him hit the line a touch better than what he did, but he's well placed back to benchmark grade. Just still waiting for him to find his best form in Australia. So I think he's a bit of a project horse for the stable. We know he's got the talent. I wouldn't be surprised to see him run an improved race today.
Yeah, his easiest test to date since arriving in Australia here. Look, I agree with what you said, Brad. I just don't think he ran out the 2,000 metres there last start in the McKell Cup. So clearly suited here though with the claim back to the 1800 metres, but prefer to see today.
Number 2 is Royal Supremacy for Kieran Maher and Brave Knock.
I know Like It's Going at his first Australian run. That was in the Scone Cup, so ignore that he didn't beat a runner home. Thereafter, you can't be as forgiving. He didn't look to have an obvious disadvantage there. So no real run on. He gets out to a more suitable trip now. You look at his overseas form, and the best of Royal Supremacy would be winning this and winning it comfortably. So deep form references through to his overseas form, albeit out to a staying trip. I know you don't mind it today, Nick.
Yeah, in a tricky race, I think he's just worth the spec here. He's one of the best weighted horses I thought on the card with that overseas profile. He had no luck in his Australian debut there, where I think he should have finished a lot closer in the Scone Cup. And they just tinkered with his gear last start. He struggled on a genuine soft 7 track. So back to a drier surface here. Another couple of gear changes. The claim suits 1800 metres. And if you can get back to that overseas form, I think he is big odds.
We go to the 3, Salt Lake City for Sarah Ryde and Will Stanley.
It struggled well to the 300 metre mark at Randwick last start. Looked the winner there for a moment, but that sprint was short-lived. Just peaked late. He did return from an 80-week spell this time back. So fitter again, fourth up. You'd think you can expect further improvement today, which has him right in the mix.
I thought he was extremely brave there, 2 back in stronger grade. He was 3-4 wide out on a limb, working throughout in a fast pace that day. And to his credit, he didn't shirk his task to the line. He was quite well spec there last start. And look, he had his chance, but he's at the exact same track and distance, and he's got the platform now.
Here is the well-back safe odd, number 4 for Chris Lees and Josh Parr.
Looked at his chance through that same quantum cut form reference at Randwick, so was well backed on that occasion. He seems to always start firm in betting, so he does have that SP profile. It's a little outside the lead, travelled sweetly, yet a couple of others were too strong, beaten 2 lengths. So competitive at this level, and I think the big advantage he has today is just putting himself
Number
right
8.
the speed that looks to be quite
No,
tactical in this race.
Yeah,
no,
Gavin.
Gavin.
There last start, always facing the breezy, which was a very fast run race. So he was brave to stick on there. Yes, he was starting 5-2 that day, $3.50. But if he can just improve off with the probably, I think they'd prefer to ride him with a bit of cover. I think he definitely can be in the finish here, and he's been hard in the market again today.
On to number 5, Kirkby, Chris Waller combining with Rory Hutchings.
Probably wants to touch further than 1800 metres, but you take his first up run on face value, and it fits in neatly. Here he closed off strongly there behind Quantum Cat to run third. Only Hollywood Hero had a faster closing split than him, so that was despite being sent around at $81. There wasn't a lot of expectation. His record suggests that he does improve into his campaign, albeit he's never returned over 1800 metres.
No, it is not a linear. It's a 8 is a EW.
First up, so he hit the line well enough. You can only benefit from that run, but I agree. I think I'm looking more maybe
309 EW. Linear is this one.
$26
10.
chance for Annabelle and Rob Archibald and Tom Sherry.
Change of tactic to settle further forward, so it was ridden more conservative.
Might have inside him.
Ended up being an on-speed dominated race and didn't really ever fire or ever look likely. So he's better than that, but his past 2 have been a little bit disappointing.
Can understand the change of tactics there. He just could never get into it there last when selling at the rear of the field from a tricky gate. But the 3 starts prior was at the Gold Coast. It was a nice winner there. And in the Lord Mayor's Cup, always had to face the breeze in a genuine speed. So I think from the inside gate, they push forward, he gets his chance.
On to Prometto, 7, David Atkins combining with Ben Osborne.
Another one of the change of tactics to settle further forward. So not beaten far by Quantum Cat. This same track and trip, same grade 2 weeks ago. Did start single figure odds, so similar price here. He does tend to hold his form once he finds it, so he looks to be a player.
I think he's ready to produce his best. His last few runs, he was just telling me he was ready to get back to that peak rating that he does have in him, especially here at the weights. But then last start, I just don't think he coped in the very fast tempo, but he found the line well enough. So if they go that more even to genuine speed, I think that brings him right into it. It wouldn't surprise me if they try to lead on him.
Canberra Legend, a bit of a spec for this one at a price, number 8, Chris Waller, Reece Jones.
Yes, to turn his form around, so his rating is plummeting after a run of poor form. That sees him in with 53 kilos in a benchmark 88. So he was
Gavin, it's
at Rose Hill.
the 10 is the favorite. PC likes 4. I like 4 too.
Can understand why that maybe some specking.
I like 4 too, but
his old figures there, just on his best, he could be right in the finish there. But I think he was only okay.
Probably the 3 is also there in some
Number 9,
way.
Annabelle Nishu, Annabelle and Rob Archibald. They're going to ride one day, Annabelle, and Alicia Collins on board.
It did win first up last campaign. That was out to the 18.
I mean, they're putting in these horses with the largest spells, but these horses are, there's some problem with these horses. There's some problem with these horses. They're not able to strike They're not able to strike, and that has been happening all over. It is not just Randwick, Flemington. It has been happening all over.
With a lot of ease, kicking over the 1800 metres is no issue.
On to number 10, that's $3.30. Pippi Beach, Chris Waller, Rachel King.
Yeah, she was okay there last start behind. She's unusual. Another one not suited by the sprint home. Maybe entitled to run home a touch stronger in the context of her getting out to the 1800 metres. 5 of her rivals did have a quicker last 200 metre split. So that leaves her having to answer the 1800 metre query. And I think she is more effective on a rain affected surface.
Thought she was great too, back behind.
Adam, and two is there, bro. That 2 is there.
Good closing speed, getting out to the 1800 metres.
The 2 is there. I don't know what it will do. It is the lowest, but if it hops on,
It's the last of them for Kira Marr and Molly Bird.
there's a 3%. The 3 is on 2%. That's the highest. 2 is the highest rise of 3%.
He gets deeper and deeper into his campaign. He's a very one-pace style of middle distance horse. I think his best chance will be to roll forward here.
I can just hope that doesn't happen, and the spell actually works. Because if the spell doesn't work, then the entire thing is questionable. If the spell doesn't work, then the entire thing is freaking questionable. Their handicappers are questionable. Yeah, Buzafelis is back. But it is not, it cannot do the AI chat. I had to disconnect that. Because of that, it
couple of change of tactics outside us that might apply a little bit of pressure. So we'll just let Josh.
went nuts. Can't do the AI chat, not yet. We are way ahead of putting pressure on that.
As I said, we'll let Josh size it up in the early stages. If they do apply a little bit of pressure, we won't engage in the speed up.
It looks a suitable race. How's he been at home?
They've been really good. I thought his work early in the week was probably the best we've seen for a little while.
Had a winner in Brisbane earlier. Hawker Hall took out the first to do.
Yeah.
4 looks better. Lee. 4 looks better.
It's been in the form guide since Wednesday.
Here is how 4 looks, okay? The 4 is a 70 by 70 staying there. No fall. It's the second linear, got the physics. This one is the first linear, but it's a 90 by 85. There is a 5% fall on this. If there is the thing is, these two cannot come together. There is something in between. I don't know what. I have a hunch that the 3 might just get in. 11 is also a possibility, that 88 by 83. So I'm not taking chances. I cannot go 10 and 4 queen.
$15, which seems fair enough. I thought he learned to win there last start and just ran out of carrots the last 100 metres. So given his profile, he was a horse resuming.
Mustache guy too, man. That guy is dangerous. 11 not bad. 11 not bad.
Against the boys today.
11 is definitely a better horse. There is no doubt. But then again, you know, you can see what is happening. It is not working. The last time it clearly worked is during the month of March. The last time the spell clearly worked was during the month of March. From April, it started deteriorating. So my thoughts are this, that they're trying to bring in the best horses because most of the people are not racing. J-Mac is not racing. Some of the major horses are not there, which should race because of the season.
This morning when we did our preview, Pippi Beach 330 tap fixed odds, only had a couple of rolls, still holds nearly 40% of all bets. Zarfod's 370, Rice 2.
I mean, no big names. No big names in the horses.
$51 this morning, it'll jump at $16.
6. Red lights.
Luciferis should be a horse name, yes.
Off they go.
Come on, baby.
Okay, the 5 jumped away well. Shazad, Morning Sun, and Promido charges across from out wide. As they go into the back section of the course, Promido's rolling across and is going
Man.
to joins up pod.
All right, 4 is on.
Third and kicking up the inside,
Baby.
Canberra Legend. Then Pippi Beach, rise to it, working hard, 3 wide. Drifting back on the inside, Royal Supremacy.
4
Finds the
is
rail centre
on.
third, albeit a little keen. Morning Sun and Salt Lake
Stay,
City, the next
baby,
pair, followed
stay.
by Age of Kings. And Kirkaby's last. Down the back straight they go. Anzafod taken to the front by Par. Leads by 3/4 Prometto. Getting a good run third, Canberra Legend.
Stay,
Then
baby.
No Luck, rise to it, posted. Behind those Pippi Beach, Royal Supremacy. Next in transit was Salt Lake City being covered up by Morning Sun as the pace comes out of the race. Getting a little
How long can he leave?
Kings last. 3,800. So far, you got a cheap girl.
We'll see. It's a linear 1800 meter. Come on.
Shazad times the run. Goes up on the outside and goes on with the job, Shazad. It takes Zafod now.
6.
Shazad goes to the lead mid-race from Zafod Prometto. They quicken right up. Canberra Legend, rise to it. Pippi Beach between horses. Royal
That's
Supremacy
okay.
back on the inside. They
That's a
turn.
6.
Shazad trying to pinch it. Led from Zafod.
Now that is the thing that you gotta do, baby. Run.
Is starting to make a little bit of
Run.
Pippi Beach, Morning Sun.
Run, baby.
Royal Supremacy.
Run.
Gets up on the inside with Canberra Legend. 100 to go. Royal
No,
Supremacy.
2 man.
Royal Supremacy and neck in front.
See?
Canberra Legend is not going to get there. And Royal Supremacy
2-8.
turns his fortunes around. Much better
2-8-4.
Royal Supremacy has won it from Canberra.
You were right, Automan.
Zafod just ahead of Salt Lake City as they come in at long intervals here. No run on from Pippi Beach. Morning Sun picked a few up. Then Prometto, followed by Kirkaby. Shazad, Age of Kings, rise to it.
Well, it was only a matter of what we saw in Europe that we would see on our shores, and today was the day for Royal Supremacy, who wins third up from a spell. Breaks knock on board. On board for Kieran Ma. Bursts between a gap between
Very bad, very bad.
Legend. And that is more like it. Australian Bloodstock purchased him after seeing what he did at Group 2 and Group 3 company in Europe. And Nick Burney will be doing Catherine Wheels out the back. 2 wins.
323. Yep. That's huge. It was a strong. I'll show you.
Take note, 4 gets third, Zavod, and 3. Salt Lake City was 4th.
I know we say it every week, but just a perfect ride there by Braithnock. The tempo one at the 800, he just waited and waited when the gap came. He trusted Royal Supremacy there, and he was just so waited today with that group form back overseas. So
And 11.
Of him here. It was a good win, so he can go on with it. But Canberra Legend, that was another eye catcher there. Back to the inside, they backed it at big odds, so third up for that runner. And Zafod, he just plugs away again. But Royal Supremacy, Canberra Legend, they beat the others by quite a margin there, so they're the 2 to follow, Gav.
So the numbers here, 2, 8, 4, and 3. And
See, that 3 got there.
very shortly, but Royal Supremacy and odd.
Man, 2, 8, 4, and 3. Oh boy, this is bad. This is extremely bad. So what happened? 2, 45, 47. All right, that's 2% here. 3 was 61, 63, another 2% here. 4 was stable. 2, 4, 2, 8, 8. Where is that monkey 8? 8 is here. See? Gavin was on 8. Gavin was on 8. Gavin! It came in second. I mean, there's a huge amount of advantage on that horse. That's a 75, 70. Bad, man. Bad. Very bad. Very, very bad. Very bad. Very bad. 1, 2, 6, and 12 all scratched. Three, 8, 4, and 7. 8, 4 and 7.
Number 7, Zuther, has been in the money at his past 7 starts for Johnny Wallace and Kobe Bittler. Kobe will get down to 53.
Yeah, since JP has taken over, he was given him 11 starts, 3 wins and 6 places. He won here last time, this course and distance. I know El Pizzador came out of that, won well on Wednesday, but in the main, it wasn't a strong rating race, but expecting him to run well again.
Peter Ogle trains the 10 Tennessee Whiskey. Winona Costin to ride first up.
We just want to watch and see how he goes in this better company. He's had the 7 starts. His only win was the Ballina Maiden.
The 11 Flywheel for Robert Heathcote and Robbie Dolan.
Looks as though he's been struggling in his last few, but they've been over 1,600, so Rob's brought him back to, a winning distance for him. So he could be an improver.
And the 12 Crestbrook gets in on a featherweight here with Emily Lang's a 1.5 kilo claim trained by Mick Lake.
1,000
That's
meter.
6th behind Zuther last start. It was a funny run, was in the right spot. A bit inconclusive in the straight. He appeared to want to be running around a little bit. I thought the effort was okay.
55, 50.
Okay, Maxi number 4 Cadall and the 12 Crestbrook best backed, but how are you playing 5th?
Yeah, I can see Cador getting all of the favours here, but I'll stick with Poseidon Ruler, each way at $7. Number 6 to beat 4 Cador, 3 Sir Carter, and number 2 Rostonic.
I'm with you here, Maxi. I'm with Poseidon Ruler as well. I think
Fish,
there's genuine speed in the racing style. We're going to need a bit of luck, and we're going to need a gun ride from CJ Graham. But if that all comes together, you might just find yourself with a $7.50 winner. 6, 4, 2 and 12. Cadall's the obvious, bringing Sydney form to Brisbane today from Barrier 1. Looked terrific in the yard. Loves a good track, gets those conditions. 2, Restonica has been a big drifter in the market. Maybe just too much pressure for him on speed. And the 12, Crestbrook, with 50.5 kilos after the claim for Emily Lang. Maybe gives Emily a treble early in the day here at Durban. Loading up well for the 5th. Good luck. The quaddy starts next race, race number 6. So start having a think about that as well in the next 35 minutes as we head up to David Fowler for the call.
Absolutely delightful winter's day in Brisbane. Starter Brad Richardson turns on the red light. They're set. Racing. Sir Carter might have missed it by a length or so. Rostonica jumped cleanly today, and he's showing his natural speed and driving towards the lead. Good Lieutenant well away at Cadall. Began well, settling in 3rd and Zuther. It's rushing up towards the front. Sir Carter, after the average start, on the improved now to 5th. Then Tennessee Whiskey, Poseidon Ruler in the rail. Followed by roll up, 2-way Flywheel, and no speed from the second favourite Crestbrook, a clear last, and 10 to 12 off the lead. Into the first bend, 800 left to run. Rostonica in his favourite role, wheels and deals by 3/4 to Zuther. And it's all panned out perfectly so far for Cadall. He's 3rd in the box, here getting the right run. Good Lieutenant in close attendance, 4th the outside. Tennessee Whiskey, 3 wide around Sir Carter. The silent ruler inside that pair. 44.45, first 7.50, a genuine tempo. Crestbrook trying to improve now, but has to go wide as it does. And roll up was last with Flywheel. Into the straight, Rostonica with a full head of steam. Found it away, but Cadall gets out to give chase. He's got his chance. Beside a ruler, pitching inside runs, then Sir Carter. It's Rostonica in front. Cadall's got ground to make up, and time is running out. It's still Rostonica going strongly up front. He'll do it all the way. Rostonica, first out, first home. Cadall, another minor placing. Photo 3rd, Flywheel zooming home with Poseidon Rule up, and Sir Carter just behind them. Then Crestbrook, Zuther, Good Lieutenant, followed by Roll Up and Tennessee Whiskey. Last home at 1:19.23.
Well, another on pacer here. Bubba Tilly, he had them sort of eat.
Okay, this is the seventh one here. If you look at the odds, then it's 3, 8, 4, and 7, and 3 is the favorite. If you look through the rails, we get 8, 7, 4, and then 3 here. 3 is the second linear. 3 is the second linear. The linear, which is here, it's 5, okay? That's the linear. Now, again, that thing is a 49, 45 drop, 53, 49, which is a drop, 59, 56, which is a drop. This one, 55, 54, drop of 1%, 52, 53. This is a gain. This is a gain. 52, 53. 54, 54 stays intact. 57, 56, drop of 1, 60, drop of 2. So this is a gain here, all right? 55, this is a drop, and it doesn't have the physics to win. That's the other thing. But that's that. And this time, I believe it's what are we missing? Okay, they are out. 7 is there. 7, 95, 1. This is 1000-meter. It will play pressure. Apart from 5, which is the highest pressure, this is the other one. It is the second linear, which is at 50%. So that's that. Then they have taken another pressure here, which is 43, 8, which is the third linear, which is also, I mean, logically it is right. Logically it is right. That is how it's supposed to be. 7, 8, 4. And then they have come here, which is the third. So I mean, if we look at the logic is right. But will that happen? This is 2. 57 is 1. This is 2. 8. 7. 89. 2. 4. 54. 54. And that is the largest inner drift, correct? That is the largest inner drift, 54, 54. Stays, this is 57, 58. So 3, 2. 8 probably is going to lose. So here is, I mean, if it works exactly like this, then this is in, okay? So 3 is there. Then it is this, and that is bad. 43. $57, 56. This is 1. This is 62, 2. And all the jockeys are here, okay? It's 1000 meter. It is just a jockey race. There is nothing else. There is nothing else. 54, 52, 57, 56, 4, 56, 57, 60, 80, 71, 7. I don't know. Well, that will be a lot of time taking thing, but 3 looks good. 3 looks good. 3 looks good. It is either 3-4 or 3-7. This thing can get in the second position or the third, depending on how it is ridden. And this is stable. Okay, this has no fall, no rise, nothing. This is a rise 1%. This is a fall of 1%. This is a fall of 2%. So I don't know if I mean generally this is again going to get into a practice, and then when everything is good enough, then again I'm going to make mistakes, because through the rails it has advantage. Through the rails it has advantage. This thing can knock out, but that's not happening. Why? Because they're mixing horses. 3 is good. I'm just going to go with 3. There's a lot of work that needs to be understood here. What is happening? And not that anybody is with a great management. Everybody is like lacking. This is the highest pressure point. This one is a fall, 55-44, and it doesn't have the physics to get in, to win. But can it get in? Yeah, it's a linear, and there are only 8-9 horses. It can definitely get in if it gets onto it. So this is probably good. The 3 is probably good.
Soliciting friends, 8-21. Sam Giovanni is number
Coffer 10.
750.
Is this Coffield, bro? Because if it is the South Australian track, I'll get a copyright. Okay, perfect.
Here of an Ocean Park mare.
Perfect.
No greater view. Rose Hammond is in. Ocean is the next one forwards. Verona Rupes with Harry Coffey. Must place getter over this trip at Flemington. Loading away. American Wolves stood very quietly out wide with Stop the Rock. The professionals out there, and here's Blackleg, the last one. So they're locked away. 2,000 metres. Step to go, and they're racing at the 2,000 metres, and no greater view was away moderately. Verona Rupes jumped away quickly and led, followed by Monte Cassino, Belmoro. Then Momets out wide, Bringforth and Kachink not too far away. And they were followed by No Greater View, who peaked back to midfield outside of Torn. Next in the field, settling down in between horses and now closer to the fence is Procyon, and then came American Wolf, Stop the Rock, and Bapleg as they work up the hill at the 1,450. Balmoro had the inside, joined by Bringforth the outer. And then came out deeper Momets, who's trying to slot across and does so outside of Verona Rupes at the brow of the hill at the 1,250. A length and a quarter away then is Kachink Monte Cassino. Further back along the inside is Torn, and they get 3 lengths in front of No Greater View. Further back is Procyon, and Gap American will Stop the Rock. And Bapleg trying to get going from the back is 3 and 4 wide and starting a run. So as they reach halfway, the leader is Balmoro.
1,000 metres to go by a half length to bring forth. They're 2 lengths Verona Rupes. Next in the field is Momet's getting one of the runs of the race. And then came Kachinko's 5th out 3 deep. A length away Monte Casino torn, followed by Backleg, who's progressed past 4 of them. No greater view. Protion, Stop the Rocket. American Wolf is at the end of the field. Balmoro just in front of Bringforth, who's just starting to test the leader now as they reach the 600 metres and the race is on. Momet's a length and a half away. Verona Rupes just in a precarious place, getting away from the inside. Then came Kachink, and next in the field is Torn Monte Casino, Batlek. Stop the Rock and American Wolf a long way back. Bringforth gets the lead coming around the corner. From Momet's and also Verona Rupes. Torn is threading its way through the field over on the far side. Then came Monte Casino and American Wolf and Stop the Rock trying to run on. Bringforth getting tired of the 200. Protion is coming through. Momet's has had every chance and Stop the Rock late. Bringforth, 50 metres to go. Stop the Rock is storming over the top and what again? Stop the Rock has beaten Bringforth. Protion.
Who was the linear?
Photo for 4 with Momet followed by Monte Casino. Next to finish in the race was Verona Rupes. Then came Kachink, Torn, back behind Belmore.
2.5 lengths over Bellevue second, Bellawahin.
This is Caulfield 5th, okay? That 2 won. It was the linear. 50% pressure, 2000 meter. Up till 2000 meter, the linears will win. Up till 2000 meter, the linears will win. If they are placed and, you know, they are kind of in a safe zone.
Treats the outside, and then San Giovanni coming from well back. It is still Watson in front of Bellawahin, Duca Treaties, San Giovanni, Bellawahin now coming. San Giovanni moves up on the outside though. San Giovanni hit the lead. San Giovanni over Bellawahin, Watson third, fourth, Duca Treaties, and then Soliciting, followed by Bellevue.
I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. Be back in a jiffy. Two won, Araman. Two won. Yeah, Gavin, too.
first leg of the quaddy, a benchmark 78 over the 1,000 metres will do that. And this mounting out is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. 1 and 2 are out. We start the parade with Lulamon. Looking for win number 3 this prep for Jason Coyle and Jason Collins.
She came out of the pack to chase down 2 subsequent winners here over the 1,000 metres 3 weeks ago. Stormed the ramparts and High Dubai ran 2nd and 3rd. So a mare with a good Randwick record. She's got a great record, 1,000 metres. She likes getting her toe in the ground. So maps to be out the back, but what you see is largely what you get with her. Just needs a few things to fall into place, and if it's a truly run race, look for her late.
I think that's the key to it. If she gets that genuine tempo up front, she can blend in because she's got that big closing speed. Obviously had the cardiac arrhythmia 2 back there at Rosehill over the 1,200 metres. Last start track and distance winner. And as Brad said, the 2 subsequent winners more than confirms the form.
Devona Abernay, a new addition to the Bjorn Baker yard, number 4, the rider Rachel King.
Yeah, the market was always going to be important with this mare, so we'll just keep an eye on that over the next 5-10 minutes. Down from Queensland, first run for the yard, has trialled well twice in Sydney. Maps to get every possible favour, good record, 1,000 metres, so only an 8-week gap between runs, so she does have some residual fitness, and you go back through her older form, and it's certainly good enough to measure up here, so just keeping an eye on the market.
Yeah, could really elevate her up the numbers now. I wanted to see what the market did with her. I've been watching her all throughout the week. They just seem to keep chipping at her. So we'll hear from Anthony soon about her. But I did think that last trial was a fast time heat there relative to the morning. She gets an inside gate, obviously for the new stable and a host of gear changes.
First up is number 5. That is Shall Be for Mark Minabini and Ben Osmond.
He's a lightly raced gelding. He's won 4 from his 8 starts, all 4 wins so far, 900 to 1,000 metres. So a bit of a distance specialist at this early point in his career. He's trialled up quite nicely ahead of his return. He looks to fit in well here.
Yeah, went out at a career peak there last start over the 1,000 metres. So I really like Mark Minivetti as a trainer. He's clearly just waited for his time here to get back to that drying surface. He gets that today. The claim suits, and he's in this race.
Let's have off the rank then. Bundina first up for 7. John Thompson, Josh Parr.
Whether he's a real 1,000 metre horse, I guess, is the gamble today. He's only had 1 previous 1,000 metre run, and that was during a preparation where he wasn't going as well. So a touch inconclusive. He's a sprinter that can mix his form a touch, but he is capable fresh. He had no luck first time in when he covered ground. So soft gate, speed on, given an easy time in one Randwick trial ahead of his return, but I liked his late work.
Yeah, I agree. I like that latest trial. It just told me that he was ready to sprint fresh. He's got that solid first up record and just put a line through a couple of his runs there last preparation. He was wide and covering ground and in those out on a limb. But there was a couple of runs.
What is happening?
His career, so he's chasing 3 on the bounce. He was scratched from a heavy track at Canterbury on Wednesday. I think he can cope with the drop back to 1,000 metres. That should bother him. He looks the leader here, and he'll go as fast as he wants to go.
He's always promised ability. He's just been that bit of a keen-going type, but now winning those 2 races, I think he can go on with it. Gets his chance here in a very winnable race. He ran good time there first up at Canterbury. Leading into genuine speed. He did the exact same thing there last start at Hawkesbury. Always faced breeze, fast pace, just put them to the sword and ran quite good time against the day. So I think with the way the track's playing, I'd definitely have to lean towards him on top.
Number 9 is Iron Will for Tash Burley and Ash Morgan.
He'll give a pass mark for this track and trip 3 weeks ago. The form has been frank, but he was well beaten. So thinking he needs it a touch wetter to be competitive at this level.
Yeah, all his form is around Storm the Ramparts, so I thought he was okay there too, back chasing that genuine speed. And what was a fast time race against the day, and then staying at the 1,000 metres there. It's going to be hard to turn the tables on Lulumon, but if they overdo it, it's another one that he can just blend into at the right time.
Number 10 is Mabel, second up. Tracy Barley, Reece Jones.
Interesting move for this mare. So there's a bit of confidence to suggest that she can bounce back to form. So blinkers again. We know she can rattle off a big closing split when right. It's been a little while since we've seen the absolute best of her, but a drying track suits. I like the 5-week break. Generally fresh is best, and she parades well. She always does.
Yeah, I think it's a significant barrier change and those blinkers going on. So gate 1 today and that 1,000 metres form. She is that specialist. She definitely has the figures to rate to win this race. And if the splits come at the right time, she's got that closing speed.
And down the bottom then is the 5-year-old, and that is the Poet, down from Tuncurry for Terry Evans and Alicia Collett.
He gets the tongue tie first time. Okay, Newcastle last start. That was behind Elegant Empress. So he is eligible for easier. His benchmark rating tells you that, but he does have an important role to play here in terms of the early speed.
Yeah, I think that is the horse that could lead them up here to Poet. So Alicia Collett, who's ridden a winner here today, rolls forward as well, but just a bit outclassed for me.
Okay, so they're about to head out ahead of the 7th event on the program. Importantly, this kicks off the first leg of the quaddie. Casile going great guns at the moment for Peter Snowden. So the 9 starts for 3 wins and 3 minors. Pete's with me. You've got him going great guns.
I hope so, Gab. Yeah, it's quite a good run on Wednesday. I thought that was a really good race for him, but track been a bit too wet, and we had him in a Saturday, hoping whether we would stay fine and we get a better track, so it worked out well so far.
Looks like he's putting it all together or starting to.
Yeah, the signs are there. Even the mountain yard, he's a lot more relaxed now, and he's carrying more conditioning. He's a stronger version of what he used to be, mainly because he's settling better and he's working home, which is a good result.
And he'll look to lead. He likes to do his own thing.
Yeah, he steps really playing a bit to try and lead. Doesn't lead at all costs, but I think if he does lead, he sort of settles better, especially if he's on his own. He'll settle better and come back and give Tommy a bit of a breather. And if he does that, he'll give himself every chance to win today.
Doesn't appear to be any disadvantage to be up near the lead today.
No, that's it. There's a bit of stink coming out of the race today. A few scraps and sort of left him there, hopefully, that he can do that. But you're right, there have been a few winners leading today, so hopefully we can be one of them.
I think you got California Sunrise going around a bit later.
Yeah, doing the car park. A bit of luck there, but she races so well here. She can be a bit of a handful, and for some reason she's best ever when she's here. So hopefully it comes to a race run today.
Best of luck with it.
Thanks, Gab.
3, 4, and 5, 8 Casile on top. So a good battle at the top of betting here. Casile just holding on to favouritism as a $3.40 favourite. So he'll put himself right there on top of the speed. If he's not in front, he would just be in behind. So it largely comes down to him. If he executes, I think he'll be too far in front of Lulamon, who does look the main threat. It's a case of very different racing styles here. So the two favourites, one's likely to be up in front and the other one is likely to be tailed off last. But Lulamon, that's a typical pattern. She can race a touch closer when she draws better, but she can run a big closing split. We know that about her. She's been great in her 2 wins this time back. So she looks the obvious threat. Yvonne, pretty firm in betting at around that $5 mark, which is encouraging. She is the unknown here.
The 8 went through a fall. It's got the rails. It'll get there, but
meters, and he looked quite sharp in his most recent trial. So 8, 3, 4, and 5, Nick.
Yeah, with the 8 as well.
That's a fall, but that's the largest spell up here. It's got the rails, right? It's got the physics, it's got the rails, it's got everything. The problem is the jockey on this. This guy is way too smart. This guy is way too smart.
Obviously, Bjorn Baker now and a host of gear changes. So interested to see what the market's doing here, Anthony.
Joint favourites this morning, Casile and Lulamon. Casile now 340, hasn't really budged throughout betting, whereas Lulamon got to 380, back to 370, but still not a lot of change.
But could be a queen as well. This one could be a queen as well.
460 this morning. Bundina's had a trim 950 to 7, and Mabel, probably the biggest firmer. It's been $11 into 7, and most of that's happened in the last sort of 25 minutes or so. So
if the 5 doesn't get in and disrupt everything.
Just favourite in front of Lulamon.
They're at the start. This will kick off the first leg of the
Adaman 5, 10, 3, 5 winning.
Obviously, he goes forward. That's what he likes to do, but he doesn't have to lead necessarily.
The 5 is, even they said that 5 is there. It is the linear which is there, but it has problems. It is not going to be easy. Winning, but it might get in.
How that'd play out, I'm not sure. The poets rather go forward horse, but Casile, he'll bounce out, he'll make his own luck. And
winning probably is a little difficult job, but getting a place is not a problem.
Mabel here just firmed again into $7.
I don't think so.
In about the last 15-20 minutes or so for Mabel.
Lulamon will just about complete the line and we'll be right for
race 7. Lulamon. If Lulamon disappoints today, then
Set at the 1,000. They're
run.
now. Lulamon from out wide goes back. Casile and DePoet away pretty
Come
well.
on.
DePoet's pushing up to lead. Shelby going to second on the outside. Avone is pushing forward. Casile drops in behind. Then Mabel running 5th. Bundina, Lulamon, Iron Will. DePoet and Shelby run to the 650 metres. Not much between them.
Dude, Do something.
Then Casile in the 1-1. Mabel's 3 back the inside from Bundina, Lulamon and Iron Will. Top of the straight, the Poet held together. The Ruffy lead shall be. Avone bolting behind.
Right now, run, baby.
Casile looming. Mabel
Yes, do that thing. Keep doing that thing. Don't look back.
Mabel and Lulamon with 150 to run.
No, you took bad decision. That was bad. That was bad. That was bad, man.
Edging away, Bundina. Bundina's too good.
7, 8, 3, and 10.
Mabel fourth, then Avone. Once it got out, seemed to have its chance. But the momentum loss early in the straight, a little costly. Behind them was Iron Will, Shelby.
Win, please. Lee got that.
The Poets tailed them.
So Bundina, first up from a break, Josh Parr pilots him to victory. These days with John Thompson, who sat back off them, got to the outside, and when Casile went behind, who the favourite, well, one of them wanted to race still a bit ungenerously coming down the side. He hit the front but was gathered in, and Bundina goes over the top of them to score. Casile has run
The
well.
Jock,
In second spot, Lulamon winds up in
the
third
Jock
spot.
just killed it, man. Here is what happened. So the 3 is a 52-53. The 7 was a higher spell, 57-56, a drop of 1% here. This was in. All right. And this was probably the best jockey. The best return on the jockey is this. I mean, this is the best match for that horse. That's all. It's 1,000 meter. 756 to 7, 8, 3, and then 10. That 6-year-old mare. EW. At 5%, 53.49. So why the 4 failed? That nut. Why the 4 failed? The 3. Nine. $32, 155, 57. This one had the rails, it'll get there. The 7 won because of the jockey. And the 3 lost because of the jockey and his moron decisions. He should have, it's 1,000 meter. He should have raved the horse. No, he didn't know, he didn't do that. He thought it's a brilliant idea not to rave the horse. All that he had to do is rave the horse from the gates. That was the job. All right. That was the job. All that he had to do is rave it. I mean, they kind of rave it when it is not necessary. And they don't rave it when it is necessary. PC, did you get that blowtorch? You were supposed to get a blowtorch. Three, 6, 7, 15, 17. Scratched. 8, 4, 12, 16.
In number 5, Aolani for Darren Bell and Talia Fenlon. Talia will take 2 kilos off, coming off a romp at Dolby.
Yeah, she's just got to be good enough against this harder competition. She was good 2 ago at a big switch, and then far too good at Dolby against, country benchmark 60. So this is a lot harder, but gets a lot of weight relief and should be up there making her own luck, and that's a big advantage today.
Let's get through a couple of roughies. The 6 Cosmic Proportions, Melanie Finnegan and Karen.
Yeah, long tail here, Paul. Can't recommend.
7 Duchess Bree, Shari Murdoch, Jake Bayless.
Not today here in town.
The 9 in Trecciato, Kevin Martin and Tiff Brooker.
Probably give the leaders a big start. Might run on for something.
The 11 Araminta certainly a chance for the Muncie Damien Thornton.
Yeah, I think she got to measure up to this level as well. I mean, that's not a done thing. But the positives of the good draw, no weight to carry. She's third up, she's fit, and settles handy.
12 Pleadale did win first up last trip, albeit over a mile. Michael Morrison and Sergio Graham.
Essentially, she's better on wet drinks.
13 Grace, one of your old favourites, Max. You're just struggling to form at the moment, though, for Scott Morrissey and Winona Costa.
Yeah, she's been struggling for a while, Paul. They're going to try and have her a bit closer today with those blinkers going on.
And the 14 Grandeur Rose rounds us out for Gordon Hay and Stacey Callow takes, well, can she take 3 off? She'd be 49 if she did.
Yeah, no, not today.
See, we've had a look at them for race number 6. This is the first leg of the quaddie, folks. So if you want to get that quaddie on, now's the time to have a think about it. I'm actually looking at the market. Aolani, the horse I was really keen on, has been well backed, 550 into 390. T1 a 2-step is our second favourite at 440. There's been good money for Araminta, number 11, 5 into 460. And our favourite this morning was before Sultry Siren. Sultry Siren has just drifted out from 420 to $5. So not much between those top 4 in the market, but Aolani's our new favourite.
Yes, no real surprise. Talia will ride it 52.5. A couple of things with my on-top choice here, Tijuana 2-step. She's very genuine. She's 170.13. A couple of little hurdles, bit of an awkward gate, and also the 58.5. I would have loved to have seen her with a claim. Stacey won on her first up. And was on her last start. But anyway, she's got to carry the full impost. I think she can do it, number 2, against the odds. I think she's hard to beat. Definitely Aolani. It was a stroll in the park. She got up outside the leader there at Dolby, just raced away as she might. So the money says yes today, so she can win. Araminta and then Fat Fingers, the back marker. The 2 and the 5, I think it's between those 2 principally, then 11-3.
Well, I'm very similar, Maxie. I'm 5, 2, 3 and 11, so we've got the same top 2. I've got Aolani on top of Tijuana 2-step. When I did the form, it was more for the positioning in the run. I think Aolani will be right up there on pace. It's certainly a day where it's been tough for back markers to get over top of the leaders, although there's been some fairly sedate tempos, I've got to say. Even in the last race, Rostonica got an absolute picnic in front. So maybe that'll change later in the day once we get a bit more pressure in the races. But I can't see it happening here. There'd have to be a few real upside-down rides to get much speed in this race. So number 5, Aolani, stays on top of the 2, Tijuana 2-step. She paraded great, I've got to say. She's got good form here at Doomben, and she's won 7 from 13, so it's a terrific strike rate. 3 Fat Fingers, 11 Araminta, the other 2 if you're playing trifectas or first fours. But I'm with you, Maxie. I think it's between the 2 and the 5. I'm leaning number 5 Aolani, and really keen. If you're on at the $5.50, you're giggling at the moment into $3.90 with tap. But Tijuana 2-step is edged back into favourite. Maxi now at $3.70. We've got a bit of time up our sleeve. We've had Anthony Manton on hold all day. looking forward to crossing to him now, Anthony. Tier 1 to 2 step.
Anyone on someone.
Is that what you're seeing?
Not much between them, Paul. Tijuana 2-step 370, Aolani 390. I can tell you in terms of the hold, there's slightly more money on Tijuana 2-step. Araminta $4.60. There's actually more money in it compared to Aolani. It's the second most popular runner. And Fat Fingers, we've continued to lay it. Despite being soft, it's a $9 chance, and there's some money for it. But Tijuana 2-step is the most popular runner here.
Back fine.
So the quaddie starts here. And if you get it today, Paul, in particular with that tough leg, leg number 2, the benchmark 78 over 2,000, I think it'll pay all right. But we've got to get through this first leg. So let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. And I'm hoping Tijuana 2-step, these two favourites can fight it out here and get us one up in the first leg. Aolani hard to beat, but it looks as though late in betting, Paul, as Anthony emphasised as well, support really coming in for Tijuana 2-step, despite giving away, an awkward gate and having to carry the top weight here, where Aolani is a natural forward runner. As we saw last start at Dolby, when she got herself straight outside the leader, and she's got only 52.5 on her back. So they're the top two as we kick off the quaddie. So give us strength, give everybody strength that we're alive after this first leg.
That's it, Baxi. I'm busily putting on my quaddie as we speak, actually. That second leg is certainly the one you need to go wide in if you want to treat that one. I think this leg we can sort of maybe trim down a bit, be really confident we think the 2 or the 5. That might make things a bit easier. So, these strategies are very important, Maxie, you know that.
Emily Lang without a ride here, but she's done really well first half of the program to get 2 wins up. So she's 2 behind Ange Jones, and they're sort of like a tag team at the moment.
It'll not get settled until, I think, next month. It is going to be this volatile till the month of August end, I think. Till the month of August, it is going to be this volatile.
For an infringement last Saturday at the Sunny Coast. So
Trainers will not take a risk of taking in the best horses. They will not, unless the rain stops and the ground gets better, they will not get in the best of the horses. Until then, it is going to be this volatile. That's what I think.
Jockey, Metropolitan Jockey in Brisbane, and
they will not race.
Female rider has never done that before.
Last year, I think there were like 160 or 170 fatal accidents in Australia
Have we had problems with her before, Max?
during racing. This year, it is already about 150. I think so. That's where I got some numbers actually.
Well, that changes everything, Max.
So
they're not going to do that.
Do we get the sub? We go on to Aolani. So we're all on Aolani here.
Okay, well, that
No
changes.
choice in the matter.
Well, I mean, that's the favourite at the moment, Maxie. That's assuming how it works when they jump. Who's the favourite?
Yeah,
Right.
surely Aolani will take over as the favourite. So, yeah, they're the rules. But Cosmic Proportions is about to move it. So we might head upstairs to Dave and just get the
We'll get up to Dave and find out what's going on.
So race 6, number 2, Tijuana 2-step. We'll have to wait for another day. They made several attempts to try and load her, but without success. She was $3.40 on tab fixed, so there will be deductions around 28% there in the market, a bit under. So these other fillies and mares move up smartly. Fat Fingers goes in. Grandeur Rose comes up. That leaves Iron Grace, Plea Deal, and Duchess Brie to move in. So a disappointing result for Tijuana 2-steps connections and supporters, because she looked to have a good chance, but just didn't have her mind on the game today. Duchess Brie, one of the long shots, will be the last one up. They're just about ready. What is a more than decent crowd for an off-carnival day. Starter picks up the button. Lights on. This is race 6 at Durban. First leg of the main quaddie. I mean, 1350 metres. Ready to break, and they're racing. They jumped in a good line. Grand Rose was one of the first to go. Ailani's got early speed. Sultry Siren third away. In Tricciardo landing fourth, and Iron Rose trying to go forward. And the speed is quite good early. A few going for the front. Are a bit of positioning just behind them. Then Fat Fingers, Plea Deal, Lady Shotgun, drifting a long way back. Cosmic Proportions about midfield, and Duchess Breers last of all. Spread out over plenty of real estate, 900 left to run. In Tricciardo drove along the rail, kept the ball wide, leads Grandia Rose, and Ailani can't get in, stranded 3 deep, and is also exposed in a good gallop. Meanwhile, Arabella gets the gun run fourth at Sultry Siren. Nicely positioned in fifth, 2 to Iron Grace. Then Cosmic Proportions, followed by Plea Deal, Lady Shotgun, Fat Fingers, and Duchess Bree. 44.29, the first 750. In Tricciardo and Long Odds brings to the turn in front. Grandia Rose being pushed along. Arabella just needs it out. It's about to come. The gap came. Then came Ailani, who's had a tough run. Wider was Sultry Siren, then Iron Grace. Lady Shotgun trying to shoulder to the clear. And Fat Fingers was too far back. After a good run, Arabella reached the lead. Ailani boxing on, but Sultry Siren is descending at precisely the right time. Sultry Siren swept up, raced away, and she's home. Sultry Siren
4-1.
Lady Shotgun, Ailani deserves an honourable mention after a tough trip. Then Fat Fingers followed by Plea Deal passing.
Okay, so this is what we have for the 8th one, okay? If we look through the odds, it's 8, 4, 12, and 16. 8, 4, 12, and 16. If we look through the rails, we get 16, 12, 8, and 4. 8 is the linear. It is a 221 at 91%. At a 91%, it's a 1600 meter. It's a lot of pressure. 91 is a bad pressure. It's got the physics, it's got the rails, that's all good. The other one is the 4, which is the second linear. All right. The second linear has some reasonable pressure. Now, if we look at the spell, this is 61, 61. So this is a stay. And then it is a 57, 58. There is a raise on this, the 4, 1%, but it is a raise. This is a 64, that's 63 now, 67, 65 now. All that is there, but out of these two linears, this is a 57, which became a 58, and this is a 61, 61 stay, and that is the pressure on that horse. Okay. So if we try and see if the pressure has been increased. No, it is the same pressure. It is the same pressure for both the horses. Okay. There is no change in the pressure. So with that pressure, it has been winning. If we look at 8 on RaceNet, it has been carrying that pressure all through. It has been carrying that pressure all through. There is no change in the pressure. It's a 221, which is probably one of the strongest horses that we have seen this season. It's a 221. Can 8 and 4 be friends and come together? I doubt. That generally doesn't happen. First linear, second linear coming together, that generally doesn't happen. Then we have this 14, which is a 6160, and this is carrying the lowest pressure. Okay, this is carrying the lowest pressure. It is a 1600 meter. So there is no pressure in this race. There should not be any pressure in this race. This, if they rave the horse, the 8, it is gone. If they rave the horse, if the jockey raves the horse, then it is gone. It will not win. If they don't rave it, then it is good. So 64 became 63. That is here 19% on that. Here is 23 on a 67. That became 65. This jockey is a dedicated jockey, all right? On 8, it's a dedicated jockey. And out of whatever number of races that it has been with this horse, he has won 75% of them. This 8 is a good one, and it looks like the jockey understands the horse. This is the best in class. There cannot be anything better than this horse. Not today, but it is at 91%. The jockey has been winning with this horse. 75% of races that it has been with this horse has won this horse. The management is okay. It is not bad. And it's not new pressure on this horse. This is the pressure that it has been carrying. There is no movement on the pressure. Okay. 0-0. So this is what it has been carrying. So what is the worst that can happen? The worst that can happen is 14 winning. Why? Because it is also a 61, all right? It's a 1600 meter. There's no pace. There is no pace on this race. If they pace it, they will lose. And if they don't pace it, then with 7%, this Mr. 14 has all the advantage. The other guys are here too, which is a 54, which is also a rise, 54 to 56. This is an EW anyways. And for that horse, which has been to league races and Group 1 races, that's almost nothing as a pressure, and it is a rise. All right, it's a rise, 54 to 56. This is a 61 to 60, which is a downfall. But this is a promotion. Things can go horribly wrong. If this guy tries to do anything other than what he should be doing, he should put on the pace at the last 400 meters. That is what he should do. If he tries to do anything smarter than that, if he tries to pace it, if he tries to do anything funny, if he takes a long breather, if he does anything on those lines, it'll be game over.
Harry back midfield on the inside. Followed next by Oakfield Waratah, who's back in the second half of the field. Further back then came
Azar, welcome back.
Owen County. Well back now is Hooligan Tommy second last. Montgomery goes back to the tail. We're about to leave the back straight with Ocean Diva on top. Shoal Deep moved up to go to second position, and Empire of Art lands third on the leader's back. Next then Tip Top Timing, followed by Surreal I Am. Tom Cruising, Uncle Harry the inside from Owen County. Oakfield Waratah, Yorakiri, and then came Hooligan Tommy on the inside of Montgomery. They're jointly back at the tail. Ocean Diva leads them down the side of the track. They head towards the 600. Only a half length Shoal Deep. Tip Top Timing now out 3 wide. Empire of Art up running third in the run. He was a bit one-paced, and then out wide comes Uncle Harry. And it looks like third will be number 9, Empire of Art runs third, and fourth, number 15, Uncle Harry. Numbers 1, 19, 9 and 15. The favourite wins being Hooligan Tommy, $3.10, $1.60. 19, Tip Top Timing runs second at $3.90, and number 9, Empire of Art runs third at $1.90.
Race number 8 here from Randwick today is the second leg of the quaddy benchmarks.
I'm sorry, I think I got disconnected for a while because of the bad internet connection. I'm really sorry about that.
On board for Scott Asprey. Blinkers off first time, but tongue tie off again. So just tinkering with his gear. He's struggling for form at the moment. So we said he went too keen last start at Randwick. That just told at the finish. So need to see him again, but class-wise, he's in the mix here. We just haven't seen the best of him for a while.
On his old form, he's definitely in this race, but I think the significant barrier change today with gate 1 here, and just the way the track's playing will be a plus for you, Zion. Last start, I expect they're late in the trade, obviously weakened out a bit, but had to sit in the 2 position in a fast tempo, so maybe from that gate, might be able to give it a sight.
Number 2, first up, Vega Magnifico for Annabelle and Rob Archibald and Ben Osmond.
He'll be sent around big odds today, but he was a winner first up 1,500 metres last campaign at quite a big price as well. So there is a bit of a history there. Wasn't able to repeat that victory. His form did taper off in 3 subsequent runs.
Yeah, has to get back to that fresh form from last prep, but it's been given the 3 jump out, so might be up to the mark here. We'll just see what the market does there, mate.
On the way, Diamond Lil we go. Number 4 for David Pfeiffer and Jason Collins.
She was a touch flat at Randwick second up before being well beaten by It's a Knockout last start again at Randwick. So racing like she wants the bowl now. She's 2 from 2 over the 1,600 metres. She's the type of mare if you're allowed to find or allow her to find a rhythm, she's always effective. So early pressure key here, and there's a few go forward types.
Out of her 11 career starts, she's only missed the place once, and so she sets up well here as a winner at the track and distance. I thought she tried hard in defeat there last start. He wants that fast time race. She has the platform now. She much well to have all favours. And I do think the drying track is a big plus for her.
Onto the 5, Travolta for Chris Waller and Jace McMurray.
Return to winner there at Warwick Farm. First up, that was just the first run of his second Australian campaign, his 3rd run overall for Chris Waller. So this is harder again, but I like the way that he won there. And the ease of the victory suggested there's more ahead.
Yeah, always like when they're in their second preparation for Chris Waller, especially when they're imports. So I think getting out to the 1,600 metres is a plus. Yes, did it on a heavy 9 surface there first up at Warwick Farm, but he did move well there late. The claim suits, and as I said before, the big track is only going to be an advantage.
With 6 and 7 out, we go to number 8. This is Punton for Björn Baker and Ash Morgan.
He's a little winning machine at the moment. This horse, 4 from 6. He knows how to find the line. He got nosed out first up, but back into the winner's stall last start with a brave win. So looked under siege there at one point. Yeah, to his credit, he just stuck his neck out when it counted. So Mile Perfect now strikes this third up in the barrier, gives Ash a few options.
Yeah, I like him. He's an adaptable type. He has acceleration. He's very progressive with that fantastic record. He was only second up there last start when winning. He led it at even speed. He sprinted, but even to and through the line, I thought he was very solid. So he was giving away fitness there. I think he can only step third up. I think he produces a career peak today. He deserves to be a well-backed favourite.
On to number 9 we go, Hellfire Express for Nathan Doyle and Dylan Gibbons.
Has been holding his form in Midway Company in 3 runs, or his last 3 runs, which included the Randwick win from in front. So he's a pretty honest style of horse. He's very fit and he races handy, but there's more depth.
16. 16 is going to run neutral. It's the highest spell.
Suited to that sprint race shape there last start behind Callistamon.
16 is going to run neutral.
I've been trying his number 10 for Matthew.
At 67, there's a loss.
His form's a touch hidden in 2 runs back. I suspect he's going a touch better than the form
But
does suggest. So he's down the finish
the
first.
problem is
And last time he was just
that, you know, these horses are getting in.
maybe further than a mile, but if he can
They kind of are,
Yeah, I agree, Brad.
you know,
This is one that you can chuck in for the water.
on pension.
Third up, you get the senior right.
This is way too much on a 1600 meter, but
It could be in the finish here in this an SP profile for 78 grade. That's just saying the price at the moment's too big.
Number 11 is King Rattel for Bryce Hayes and JBO.
He's come back well. He's building up to full fitness again. 2 runs back. He did have a 114-week layoff prior to this campaign, so he's not blessed with early speed, but he was working very nicely behind Gibson on 3 weeks ago. I'm thinking one more in 2,000 metres will have him cherry right, but he's certainly trending the right way.
I've had my eye on him,
You know,
prep. I think he's ready to do something now. Third up, he's been crying out for the 16. Yes, he was run to suit there last start.
let's see what they have to speak about 14.
Well, and with the anticipated genuine speed, he just might get his chance to have the last shot at them.
Number 12 then is Fiddler's Green for Annabelle and Rob Archibald and Josh Parr.
He was the best of the closers behind Punton 2 weeks ago. He ran the fastest last 200 metre split in the race. That sets him up nicely for the mile now. Third up, he won at midweek's first up. He's clearly come back well and makes him settle closer in the run today.
He looked the winner a long way out, first up there at Warwick Farm at over the 1,300 metres. He didn't run much time that day, but clearly improved from it to last start. Where
16 is good, Lee, but 16, I mean, we are dealing with a season where those horses are getting into trouble.
13 then is Just Stella.
That's just because of the season. This is what I could figure out in last 2 days. That's the only problem. The 14 is a grey now. 1600 meter 14 is a grey.
Number 14, Forecaster, down from Newcastle for Paul Perry. Is $20 into 17 on track. Paul trains and Rachel King rides.
It's been good at his past 2.
There's a huge chance 14 will get in.
On both occasions, hard to hit, but does get some weight relief. He's very tough. He's fit on pace.
Here is what 14 is all about, okay? So, if this is a 61, which is stable at 61, at 91% pressure on this horse, we are not getting a negative. That means it is not capable of carrying it. It has been carrying that pressure. But logically, if this is a 61, that's a 61 too. And the pressure is 7% on this. There's a 1% fall on 14, and it's a grey horse. It might just get into a place if ridden rightly. And Rachel King is riding this, the 14. It's a grey. I don't know about this. This is like 65. It's a fall, 2%. Here it is 1%. Here it is stable. The 4 is a raise. This one is 1% fall, but the advantage is more than any of those horses. And it's a 1600 meters. So two of the BBs generally get into the top 4. 2 of the BBs generally get in. These are fall. They are better horses. There's no doubt. This is not as good as them, but they have fall. This one also has fall. But the advantage is like 1 third on that.
We've been happy with him. What about Mickey's medal in the race following?
Yeah, he's been up for a long time. We've been running consistently really well.
Putting a house
again,
on
he
4.
gets
4 is a
There's one or two that look very great, but
4 is
to be healthy as
good.
well, we should be thereabouts.
You got extraordinaire at the last.
Yeah, she's a
But-
filly that gets it over a bit more ground. So, she just gets
I
it out
don't
of the
know
way.
this actually. We'll see. We'll get to see what happens.
Thank you.
We'll get to
Numbers
see what
5,
happens.
4, 8, and 12. As the market suggests, this is quite an open race, and there's a number of different ways you can go. So Punter still trying to work it out. O'Donnell Lil, your current $4 favourite, with Punter a little bit easy, getting out to $4.20. The Archibald horse there, Fiddler's Green, has been well backed up with Travolta here on an each-way basis. Did bottom out at $11 this morning. Has been a touch easy since then, getting back out to $17. But I like the authority.
1 is the largest drift. It has the physics. It
I like the race import. 16
even that thing, you know, it's the largest drift, and it is at the right position today.
Track today, but with all the speed on paper here,
It's the largest drift, but it is also the worst spell.
Getting the right price to find out.
But huge rise, 39 to 43.
It's been solid in betting all the way through, getting out to 1600 metres. Looks suitable.
1 is 39 to 43. That is probably the largest, and this is the largest drift. Huge advantage on this horse. I mean, generally it works, but I am very scared because there are too many horses. I don't know whether it will get in. It's a 39.43. Here is a 60 with 7. I don't know. That 14 is ridden by Rachel King. She's good.
Look, he's still the most popular runner for 42% of all bets on punting, but as I said, has been soft and happy to let you on. Equal favourite now with Our Diamond Lil. Sly Boot's been a good firm here last few minutes. $6.50 into $5. So late money for Sly Boots.
Let's see. The jockey has won 75% of the races that it raced with that horse. Why not trust him?
Red light turned on.
Go, baby.
Starter lets them go. They're racing now. King
1
Rattel
is
was out the back.
doing that thing.
Stride Uzziah, O'Diamond Lil is quickly mustering, and Forecasters on the outside.
Dow's 14 is good. Dow's 14 has huge advantage for its class.
Travolta, I've been trying, and King Rattel is out.
And I think that 14 is...
Diamond Lil takes up the running here.
No, it's 16.
She's 3/4 forecaster. 2 away was Hellfire Express. Uzziah fourth the inside there.
Welcome back, Dow's.
Behind those Fiddlers, Green.
No, that is 14 which is racing now.
Steadied on the rails there
I
to
think.
avoid the heels of Uzziah. Just got over racing for a stride or two punting. 2 lengths to Vega.
That
Magnifico.
grey,
Inside
yes,
Sly
that
Boots,
grey got
Travolta,
there.
I've been trying. Just Stella. And the last one, King Rattel. O'Diamond Lil runs to the side. 650 metres to go. 3/4 forecaster. Hellfire Express, Uzziah, punted trying to edge off the inside. Fiddler's Green's trying to keep him in a pocket, and they race tight. Then came Vega Magnifico, Sly Boots into the straight.
Dude, this is where you gotta do that thing. Run, baby. Yes, yes. Yes, run. Run, baby. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Go, 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 go. Go, baby. No. 4-8. 4-8-2.
Vega Magnifico, good for third. And fourth between Forecaster, Travolta, and I've been
4-8-2.
which ran on well. Behind them, Uzziah. Then King Rattel, Sly Boots, and Hellfire Express with Fiddler's Green, Justella.
On the winners list today, Diamond Lil, doing what she likes to do. She's an utter control freak, and she managed to take that race by the scruff of the neck. And Jason Collett lifts her over the line for a fifth victory at start number 12. Well, Punton was trying to get off the fence, and then Josh Parr and Fiddler's Green was...
Bad timing. Bad timing on that horse. Bad timing.
He wanted to come out, he wanted to go back in. He's run a very...
Gavin!
With not a lot of clear galloping room. Vega Magnifico has run well first up, as in
Gavin!
last preparation and forecast to the great.
Brilliant. 4-8-2 and 14.
Honest to the winner there, Diamond Lil
482 and 14.
Getting out to the 1600 metres, where he's a winner at this track distance and knows 2 from 2 for that. But that was
14 was the grey.
Kept responding under pressure. The second horse there punted, and it all came down to the.
So what happened is this. 4 and 8, they came together. This is a very rare occasion, but it definitely happened. That was a bad timing on that horse, and 4 won, and the 2 and 14. It did not go up there. 54, 56 on this. So there was a rise, and that was the lowest advantage. That was the lowest advantage on this. That was the highest advantage on this, 54, negative 11. So this thing, the EW, man, they're killing us. Killing us. Killing us. We spoke about this. This one, the race. This one was a little too much as an expectation. The one, because that's a drift. I'm very scared when there are so many horses to work with the drifts. When there are so many horses, it usually, the advantage will kick in as EWs. So that's a 54, 56 too. And this thing has been into league races and group 1 races and all that. And look at, there is no pressure on this horse. It just went through. It was tricky. That was 91 on that. And 4 is a better, that's a 57, 58 increase. It's a 352. It's not a bad horse. It is good. Boom! Gavin, beautiful. Four, 8, 2, 14. We'll go to the next. Man. This one we are going to win. I think so. We will win this one. Let's do that. 9, 13, 14, 15. 9, 13, 14, 15, 19, 20. Okay, all scratched. 10, 16, 2 and 11. Ten, 16, 2 and 11.
3 so far for the Sears Yard Corey Sutherland. Corey takes 3 off.
Yeah, he's by Ocean Park from when I ride him there. The distance should be okay, but there's no guarantee, so just watching.
Let's have a look at my roughie, number 7, Pico Rocks for Donald Baker and Bubba Tilly coming off the Gatton Cup win.
He's been going quite well on out-of-town tracks. It comes to the Big Smoke today, and he did carry 61.5 from an awkward gate there at Gatton and won with a bit of authority, so he's ready for town.
The 8 Arizona Dreaming will finish second up for Maureen Harry and Dale Smith. Also got that inside gate.
He's been spec at big prices. I just wonder whether he needs one more run. He's only had the one run back over 1,600, so he's getting to 2,000 fairly quickly. But he goes forward, and he's a pretty reliable galloper.
The 9 Phillipsburg, I know you're keen on this fellow. His form does look good. He's a winner at Eagle Farm in a benchmark 90. He's coming through the Ipswich Cup for James Ponsonby. Went out cost him.
He goes well here in Queensland. He was 2.9 off Flash R in the Ipswich Cup. He was back conserving his energy, but ran on really well, basically, as well as anything in the Ipswich Cup. So he'll need a lot of luck from the draw. He's a back marker, can run well.
The 11, Chasing Artie for Les Kelly and Robbie Dolan, drawn soft.
Yeah, this is the right type of race for him. He's up to the 2,000 metres now. He should get a good map here, and he's weighted okay.
12 Knife's Edge, now trained by Ray Dart, and Aidan Thompson Wright's just got a tricky draw.
Yeah, just the one run for Ray, this rising 9-year-old. He actually went well at Eagle Farm over the 1,800 to Diana's Affair. Another one that probably to give him a decent start.
Interesting for the 13 Diana's Affair. Kelly Schweeder, Damien Thornton shooting for a hat-trick coming off 2 midweek wins, but this is his first go at 2,000.
Yeah, I went back and had a look at his form around 1,800. It's very good. It's a bit of a sweet spot. Not sure about the slightly extra.
Gavin, congratulations.
Self-handed, which could be an advantage.
14 Bengal Boy looks really well in the yard for Chris Lees and Bailey Wheeler.
Another runner for OTI. Second by Pico Rocks in the Gatton Cup. This is a bit harder, but he's probably got as good a chance as anything.
There's our favourite. She's been bucking around in some very strong races of late. Antino, Kovalika, a few names that have beaten her home of late. Kempe and Talia Fenlon. Talia takes 2 off.
Yes, a massive drop back in grade for her and a claim, so 53.5. She's going to need luck from the draw, but she can win.
The 16 Larcometta ran out of her skin last start in a listed race behind Miss Jolene. We've got Sean Dwyer and CJ Graham.
Only a 3-year-old filly, but on the strength of that last start performance, has to be a chance.
And the 15 Bacamo for Sean Dwyer and Tiff Brooke are also shooting for a hat-trick.
Like Vancouver, I don't know about the 2,000, but just banking that Sean's made the right decision to run him here. He's been very good at his last 2, winning over the 1,600.
All right, Maxie, it's $6 the field for this benchmark 78 over 2,000 metres. So value galore. Are you going hunting yourself?
A little bit. I mean, you could back 2 or 3 and maybe make a profit in this race the way the market is. And I felt each way number 9 Phillipsburg on screen there. Winona Costin's always by his horse's side, and she's flown up here, I think, to ride him. She's got a few other eyes, but in particular this guy. She knows him extremely well, and he just needs to get the right run in transit. I think he'll be in the finish, and at that price, we can have a bit of a play each way in an open race. I've got Artful Girl in the mix. Yeah, but don't know where she ends up from that barrier, but under the weights, gee, she's got a big advantage here, given the competition she's been racing against. You see all those duck eggs, but they've been against some of the best horses. Then Beckhamo, who's been a little bit easy in the market. Number 11, Chasing Artie. I think the map looks quite good for him. 9 each way, 15, 17, 11.
Thanks for that, Maxie. I've gone 7, 1, 13 and 11. I was really keen on Pico Rocks doing the form on the good track coming off that Gatton Cup win. It was a dominant win. He was strong through the line. Bubba Tilly gets on really well with him. And, of course, we need luck in a big field and a horse that tends to get back. But at around that $23 mark this morning, I thought was a worthy gamble. And now it's trimmed right up to $15, just touching 7 now. But still happy to be on the price. Beagle number 1 should get all the favourites in the run from that soft draw with the claim. 13 Diana's Affair just continues turning up in great nick and racing well, shooting for the hat-trick of wins. And the 11 Chasing Artie probably jump favourite as things have panned out. Certainly ready to peak after 3 runs back. So I've got 7, 1, 13 and 11. As we told you, it's $6 the field. You can see there we've got 11, 13 and 15 all about to jump at the $6 quote. So good luck if you are playing in a race number 7 here at Doomben today. We better get up to David for the call.
Bailey Wheeler riding Bengal Boy There's the blue cap. Eagle Mob, the white cap. Eagle Boy goes up. Road Bear moves in. That leaves only Lacometer, Phillipsburg, and Knives. 3 to move in. The second leg of the 20. First leg taken out by Sultry Sar, number 4. Easy winner, Taylor Marshall, riding for Rob Heathcote. And Knives Edge, the last one up. 2,000 metres ahead of them for race 7, the Forex Handicap. They're all in and ready to break. Light turned on. All set. Get away any moment. Dreaming drawn the rails. They're off, but a miss and a half length Arizona Dreaming. And one of the first to go was Diamonds Affair. Begins prominently and goes forward soon after the start. First go at the distance. Going remote's not too far away. Those gold colours, Grimsing a Night, even deeper, trying to find the spot. October about 6th away, and everyone's just behind them. Bengal Boy will be 3 wide driving into the first bend around Chase and Artie, and Beckamo ducked over onto the rail. Following them as they head up the side by Pico Rocks and Knives Edge over on its inside. Then Phillipsburg, well back was Artful Girl. She's third last out on the rail, with 2 behind her, Road Bear and Lacometer. The field of 16 head inside the 1,400 metres. Grimsing a Night heading towards his favourite roll. That's the lead roll. And he skips away to lead by 2.5. Dinah's Affair at the end has got the box seat run. Great piece of riding by Thornton. And going remote third the outside. Zoology in 4th. Arizona Dreaming parked in 5. And October might be 3 wide outside the pair as they head down the main straight with 1,000 to go. Then Eagle on centre field with Bengal Boy covering ground. Beckamo tucked inside the pair. Just behind them, Chase and Artie. Then Knives Edge, Phillipsburg. A long way back, Pico Rocks with Artful Girl. Then came Road Bear and Lacometer. 12 lengths top end to tail. They've left the 800 metre pole astern. Travel to the side and Grimsing a Night, 3/4 going remote. Dinah's Affair given every opportunity in third and Zoology. It's poised, ready to strike in 4th as they reach the 600 metres. The first 1,400, 1:27.8. Then came to the inside Arizona Dreaming, followed by October. Bengal Boy going around them, trying to travel to the picture. Eagle Mob was next, Phillipsburg on the way forward, and Chase Artie's back in the rocket a long way back. Zoology went around them, challenged them.
PC 9 Goffin.
Length away from Grimsing and Other Dinah's Affair. Then Bengal Boy down the outside Lacometer. Zoology's in front with 100 metres to go and has a handy break. Dinah's Affair can do no more. Lacometer continuing to run on, but it's Zoology and it's Sparring Ride. Bino, Lacometer, Beckamo, 4th, possibly Bengal Boy. Knives Edge dive late. Not far away, Road Bear and Williamsville, Phillipsburg, followed by Dinah's Affair. Just peaked at the 2,000 metres at Arizona Dreaming. Artful Girl never got into the race. Well back was Eagle Mob, and then going remote, Grimsing a Night, Chase and Artie in fire in October after a wide run out towards the tail in 2:3.86.
Well, number 2, Zoology, is the winner for Rob Thorburn, 10:23.90. Lacometer second. Beckamo, number 17, back in third. Awaiting 4th. Well, that'll be a big thrill for Rob Thorburn. Only very recently obtained his Metropolitan ticket, and he's been able to get this fellow nice and handy and get him to run out a strong 2,000 metres. So he sort of shot clear at the top of the straight and wasn't for catching. They weren't eating into the margin until probably the last 50 metres or so. But that's been a tidy performance by this guy. Run by Peter and Will Holbert. That's his 4th win at start 17. Never really been tried as a long-distance horse. But today, they made the right decision, stepped him up. He got onto a good surface. What was his record on good before? He'd only had the 8 starts on good for just the 1 placing. So he's defied quite a few things, this horse, but obviously in a terrific headspace at the moment. So well done to the connections, and in particular Rob Thorburn, the apprentice rider. Now, Bengal Boy has got 4th there.
Right, this is the 7th one. Sorry, that is not the one. The 9th one here at Randwick. If we look through the odds, it's 10, 16, 2, and 11. 10, 16, 2, and 11. If we look through the rails, the 10 comes on top It's a 377. It's a linear carrying 66, which is quite reasonable. And the hand is good. They have got the best jock. And it's a 377 over a 400 meter. If we look at the spell, that's the highest, 88, with a fall of 1%, which makes it 87. 16 is at 86 with a fall of 2%. That's a drift. And 2 is here, which is a 51 to 54. So there is a raise here of 3%. 1, 3. So that's that part of the story. It's got a very good jockey as well. It's got a very good jockey as well. But here is the problem. The problem is that 7, which is running neutral, okay? That's 7, which is running neutral. It's a 67 by 67, no fall on this. And the 18 is a 78 to 74. There's a 4% fall on this, so that's probably not it. But this thing is here, which is here, okay? Seven is a check. '86, '84. This is again that dangerous horse. It is not matching with these horses. This is probably one of the worst horses, but there's a 3% raise on this. Can it win? I don't think so. That'll not happen. I don't think so. That's very weirdly handicapped, right? Plus, it's a 21, 28 here. Okay, they don't need the rails, and they are dangerous horses. The 4 is 60, 62. There is a raise. This one is a 67, 67. It's a stay, which is running neutral. The management is better. The jockey is probably better than this, but that doesn't make any sense. I mean, that thing will not matter because it's a 1400 meter. So 59.61. There's a 2% on this also, which is gate number 15. So that'll not work. So these are, I am hoping that they don't get in, but there's a possibility in any ways. This thing has huge advantage. It is there in some form, I think. But 10 is the linear, okay? 10 is the linear of 1400 meter, a linear with 377 with a reasonable pressure, which is 66 on 8 races. I think it is good. And this is the first time where we've got a linear on top So far, the linears were, having issues here, there, down there. So far that was happening, but this is probably the cleanest linear that we have got. It's just 1% here, but got the best jock on return. This should not fail. If this fails, this should not fail. This should not fail. It'll be very sad if the 10 fails. I don't... They're racing the 9 upside down. The 9 is in good hands, PC. This is where the 9 stands. The 9 is the third linear. It has issues because it doesn't have this side of the rails, which is like the physics is not present. The physics is not there. The physics is with 4. But I don't know the fall. We'll have to recalibrate this.
Now set. Red light. Race 7 Newcastle. Ready. Happy Saturday. A bit fidgety. Powerful peg. Rearing momentarily in the gates, and they're away. And Flying Argyle from the inside gate away nicely. It's being taken on early by River Pat. And zooming over is Dubai Gold from a wide gate. Just in time is going with it as its contributing factor. So after 200 metres, Dubai Gold established a clear lead. They by 2.5 contributing factor just in time. Swift Gun on its outside. And then came Flying Argyle, who after being up right up there early is back to 5th spot. So on the inside of River Pat, then Benamara, followed by further back was Cuban Rain. Well back was Powerful Peg from Happy Saturday, and Princess Cruiser back to the tail. Coming down the side of the track, it's Dubai Gold on top. Dubai Gold let out over contributing factor. 2 lengths away was just in time. It's on the inside of Swift Gun, and then River Pat, followed by Flying Argyle, Cuban Rain, Benamara, well back Powerful Peg, Happy Saturday, and Princess Cruiser around the bend. And contributing factor goes up to Dubai Gold and takes the lead. Contributing factor a length in front, just in time, is now hot on the scene. River Pat is chiming in. Contributing factor tackled and headed by Just in Time. Trying to pick them up is River Pat. But it's Just in Time starting to forge clear, and Just in Time. Just in Time takes it out, up along the inside. Flying Argyle and also Benamara, they're in a photo for the minors from contributing factor. River Pat was next out wider, and then Princess Cruiser. Next in then came Happy Saturday from Dubai Gold. Well back was Powerful Peg with Swift Gun and Cuban Rain last in.
Heavily backed, and it doesn't disappoint. Gets a gem of a ride from Aaron Bullock for Jason Deemer. Then Just in Time with the dynamic colours stalked the leaders, peeled and went bang. $1.80, $1.90, $1.80 across the 3 totes. 4 wins Just in Time, close for second and third. It did look like number 3, Flying Argyle. Yep, it grabbed second, hard up against the fence. 11 Benamira runs third, and fourth, number 1, contributing factor. Numbers 4, 3, 11 and 1. 4, 3, 11 and 1. The heavily backed favourite, that was the one that they all came for late. The boys in the trading office said it was a big go, and it doesn't disappoint. 4, 3, 11 and 1. 4, 3, 11 and 1 on race number 7 here at Newcastle. Just in time, Aaron Bullock puts into the sword for Jason Deemer. 3 Flying Argyle second, 11 Benamira third, and 1 contributing factor. 4, 3, 11 and 1 on race number 7 here at Newcastle. 4, 3, 11 and 1. We're going to take a break. One Sky Thoroughbred Essential, a very short one. The other side, it's race 9 from Randwick.
Race number 9 here from Randwick today brings up the third leg of the quaddy. Benchmark 88 coming up over the 1400 metres. And this mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. And we start the parade with number 1, Diamond Diesel for Adam Duggan and Will Stanley.
He's beaten just the one runner home in 2 runs back. So a query in terms of how well he is going. Draws wide. He was flying this time last year, but you have to take him on trust.
Just outclassed there first up in the Bob Charlie, which was a listed race, and then he was never on the track there last start over the 1200 metres. So this time, I think the 1400 metres will suit, but just needs to improve from that gap.
Number 2 is Cool Jockey for Joe Pride and Nashua Willa.
He looked a little bit disappointing last start in the Civic Stakes, but he did go toe-to-toe with Winchat, and that just brought about his undoing. So was holding his form quite well prior to that. He likes a wet track, so whether today he's disadvantaged by an improving track, probably. I think the white gate's fine. He'll roll across, do his thing from out on top of the speed, and I don't think he'll have too much company, so he gets his chance.
I thought he was very solid too back there, letting it at genuine speed behind Lock Eagle and stuck on quite well that day, especially being in the inferior ground, but then went to the Civic Stakes, just went out way too hard that day. So at a more controlled tempo of Nashua Wheeler on, he can give a big side here with the big weight.
$101 chances, 3 Super Helpful for Barb Joseph, Porter Matt Jones and Nick Haywood.
The market is saying not today. He's a horse that has won first up in the past, though, and did win an Hour Cup last campaign where he beat Hollywood Hero. Handles all going.
First up, and just the trial, just awkward out of the gates there on the Acton track down there in Canberra, but found a nice rhythm, hit the line well, wasn't extended, so I do think this will be the run that brings him on.
Green Shadows, we move to number 4 for Gerald Ryan, Sterling Alexio and Alicia Collins.
Not sure what happened to this horse last start. He just raced flat. He can throw in the odd shocker from time to time. He was good in 2 runs at Randwick prior to that. Again, he draws to get the right run, and he's the type of horse that could bounce back without surprising.
I do think getting back to Randwick is the key for Green Shadows, and also Alicia Collins seems to have a good affiliation with him from that run there too back in the Civic Stakes. If he can get back to that level, he could be near the finish.
Akasawa returns to the races today. Number 5 for Paul Massara, Leah Gavranich and Andrew Atkins.
He gets blinkers again. He's first up for 59 weeks, but you go back through his form and he has won first up off layoffs in the past, 34 weeks and 41 weeks. So he's no stranger to carrying big weights either. There's depth to his form. 3 trials. He'll obviously improve with the run, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him give some cheek.
Yeah, they clearly had to put some fitness into him with those 3 trials, especially with the latest one there at Scone. So the draw is some concern, but you have a look at his fresh record. He could easily come down the outside here, but you do get the feeling from that earlier pre-race interview from Leah Gavranich, he might just improve from it.
Number 6 Time Quest, Matt Smith, Ash Morgan.
Market didn't expect much from him in the Civic Stakes first up. He was set around a $101 chance. He was really strong late. Didn't get the clearest of passages in the straight, only beaten 2.5 lengths. Most recent 2 wins over the mile, so a little not staying 1400 metres, but that sets up his preparation well.
Yeah, he did catch the eye there, not having a lot of luck in that Civic Stakes, but once he did get clear, he did find the line well enough there. I agree, Brad. I think just staying at the 14 is some concern, so I'm thinking maybe more 3rd or 4th up.
On to the 7, Razors, 2nd up, James Cummings, Rachel King.
Can make a case for him at double figure odds, so closed off well at Randwick, first up behind Accredited. Had to switch course in the straight a few times, so probably should have finished a touch closer, and he was first up for 49 weeks, so 1400 metres is just about his best trip.
Yeah, I think he's a big improver here. I have to put him in the numbers raises, I think, from that inside draw. He wasn't suited to the race shape there. He had a checkered passage, but he found the line well there first up in the benchmark 94. So at the weights with the 58, he's actually quite well in here with his past form line. So could easily make a case for him.
Number 8 is Battleton. Björn Baker, Dylan Gibbons.
Hasn't fired in 2 runs back. Not really suited in either, but he would need to improve sharply. So 1400 metres looks to suit now. The barrier makes things a touch tricky, but there's a little bit of stable confidence to suggest that he could improve.
Pace and bias against their last start over the 1200 metres. I think getting to the 1400 metres suits and does have a good run here at this track and distance. So does need to improve, but it's another one of these horses with this genuine tempo who could really find the line.
He's a heavily back favourite. Number 10, it's a knockout. Kieran Marbrake's knock.
Yeah, how about this for a go? Every time you look, she's a little bit shorter in betting, so bottomed out at $1.75. So did lose her way momentarily at the back end of last campaign, but a 7-week freshen certainly did the trick. It was a statement win a few weeks back. This same track and trip 3 weeks ago, bolted in, couldn't have been any more impressive. So
Is the jockey with the moustache on this?
Form, I like her staying at 1400 metres and 3 weeks between runs.
Yeah, it was a huge return. She produced a clear new career peak. She smashed the clock.
Show your
to the day.
face,
She
buddy.
had every chance, but I liked how she absorbed the pressure. She travelled well up the rise. She accelerated. She pulled her away from them over the final furlong. And
Yeah. That's the jockey with the moustache.
Advantage over some of her key
Man, this guy is good.
4.5 kilos. Very strong form lines for a race like this. I thought she was the profile and setup horse of the day, but heavily back now.
On to 11 we go. Mickey's Medal, Annabelle and Rob Archibald and Josh Parr.
Change of tactics today, option to be further forward if begins well. So he's in career best form. This 4-year-old, excuses last start, just got shuffled back into an awkward position there from a tricky gate. So I like the way that he still attacked the line, just had too much work to do at the 400 metre mark. Kept trying in defeat. He was great in 2 wins prior, and respect the fact that he was sent around a $2.90 favourite.
A very consistent type, and just have to be very forgiving of that last start there in the 88 grade. So he was just wide in a very fast run race, got too far back, too much to do, had to make that big, long, wide, sustained run, clocked a very fast 600 and 200 metre split, had to peak there late. So I think back to the 14, and senior rider goes on for the first time for some time.
Number 12, Testator Salens, Joe Pride, Rory Hutchings.
He rode the speed in a truly run race at Rosehill last start, boxed on quite well to only be beaten 2 lengths. So that was a return to form, getting out to 1500 metres and being put into the race.
PC 16.
He does have a good win in him, this horse. He just hasn't had a lot of luck or preparation. So those first few runs, he just got into awkward positions, and then last start he was chasing that very fast tempo. So I think they'll ride for cover today and let him just try and have the last shot.
This one in the market, get a fix number 16, John O'Shea, Tom Charlton, Jason Collett.
Yeah, but
16 is a colour.
Market to the one that was presented there on Wednesday. Originally, Get a Fix went up favourite, so with all the support for It's a Knockout, you're getting $4 plus about Get a Fix. So he really put his rivals to the sword there last start. 61.5 kilos. He won by near 6 lengths. Good time, big margins, and that was a timely reminder of how good he can be when everything falls into place for him.
He's always promised ability, and he has those group form lines all around him. So I thought it was a good win there at Kensington. Yes, run to suit, but completely dominant. The clock backed it up. At the weights here, he's very, very likeable, and especially with a couple of these scratchings this morning, he maps to get that smother, which the stable clearly want to ride him that way.
Number 17, Unlimited, first up, Chris Waller, Jace McMurray.
Not an noted fresh horse and yet to win below 1900 metres. So at the big price, happy to watch today.
Yeah, first up, I've always liked him. He's got that real stays action, but I agree. I'm happy to prefer to see today.
And finally, down the bottom, High Blue Sea for Gerald Ryan, Sterling Alexio and Reece Jones.
He was okay first up. He was forced widest with 60 kilos. Better set up here, run under the belt out to 1400 metres and drawn a soft gate. So was a second up winner this track and trip last campaign where he beat Bunker Hut.
Yeah, I'm happy to have something on him at the big odds here. I've got him in for second pick. If you take his run from second up last campaign, which he faces today, the exact same track and distance, he had to overcome difficulties that day when beating Bunker Hut, and Bunker Hut would line up well for a race like this. So from the soft draw, I think he could be in the finish with that significant barrier change.
The late mail numbers 10, 16, 11 and 4, 10. It's a knockout. It'll be a knockout for the bookies. If this mare happens to front up and do what she did there last start, where she was dominant. So $1.85. It has been one-way traffic. She's the best back runner across the
Gavin
entire
10 win
We'll
round.
hear from Anthony in a moment. Get a Fix looks the obvious threat. Equally dominant last start. He ran out a big winner. That'll give him a bit of confidence. He seems to be the type of horse you need to ride a certain way, leave him alone, let him come through his roles as opposed to around them. And if everything falls into place again here, he'll be somewhere in the finish. And you're getting the right price to find out. There's a big discrepancy between that pair now. 11, Mickey's Medal. I think he can bounce back from last start where he did have an excuse and he did start hard in betting. So he doesn't have a lot of friends here late. He's getting out to a big price with all the support for your favourite and 4 Green Shadows. You can throw him in your trifectas at first forward. Disappointing last start, but he can do that. Wouldn't be surprised to see him bounce back. With the benefit of that run, get that out of the way. He was good in 2 runs prior. Maybe getting back to Randwick can see him improve sharply. 10, 16, 11 and 4, Nick.
Yeah, with the favourite as
So
well.
they've taken the 4.
16 and 7. I like
The
her.
4 is the EW.
And set up horse of the meeting. If she can reproduce first up, or the market's really saying she could bounce off that, she's going to be hard to hold out.
That's the 4. Okay. It's a tailing gate with 3.
Something on the 18 though.
That's the EW, 60, 62, 2% here.
Second up last preparation.
The question is this 7, which is a 67 by 67 running neutral. The management is better on this. We'll see which one gets in.
The 16, get a fix. He's very well weighted here. And also in for 4th pick, his raises.
Lead 10 is a knockout, I think. It's going to be difficult beating 10. PC is talking about 16. 16 is also good. So the difference is it's a linear on a 1400 meter with a very reasonable pressure. It's at 66 and the best return on the jockey. This is the best fit. This jockey, his body weight, his accessories and everything, it's a best fit on this horse. So that's the one.
It looks your likely leader. So punters coming for Cool Jakey. Get a fix got to a silly price compared to where it was when it was favourite. It's been back into $4 and it's a knockout. Just a little soft late out to 210. They're probably too far apart to be fair, and starting to get a bit closer together now. Now 215, it's a knockout. So get a fix and Cool Jakey best back.
10, 10, 10. It's difficult to beat 10 on this.
Behind the gates. Speedwise,
16 will get in, but
What you see is what you get with him.
I don't know if it can beat
I think it's a knockout.
10.
Looks to just grab straight onto the back or go straight onto the back of Cool Jakey. So
I mean, this is not one of those scenes where the linear is lying somewhere down below. No, the linear is on the top. The linear is on the top. It's a clean shot, probably. The cleanest so far, I think. So far, we've been getting the linears down there, below there. One side of the rail is there, the other side is not there. There is some moronness going on. But this one probably is the cleanest shot.
And the remainder of the field to follow. Third leg of the quaddy with one more to come after this. So good betting race. It has been since markets open. There's Mickey's medal going in. It seems to have been up for an eternity, but he continues to race well. And Josh Parr goes on today. Let's go upstairs. Here is race 9 with Luke.
9th race with a few of these up and comers in the top of the betting. Ready to go. Stand by.
Jericho, welcome back.
The 9th. Often racing and Super Helpful's blowing the start. Cool Jakey away well, looking for It's a Knockout. She's third early on. Cool Jakey's going to burn to the front and he rushes clear by 2 lengths, settling into stride. Raises up closer. It's a Knockout third. Testator Lens marching forward, followed by High Blue Seas, Mickey's Medal. In that bunch was Unlimited Green Shadows. Get a fix centre field on the rails. Inside of Diamond Diesel, Super Helpful, followed further back by Time Quest. 2 lengths Akasawa and Unlimited, in fact Battleton, that is back last of all. So Cool Jakey, as he loves to do, hard and tough up front. He's 2 lengths in front of Testator Lens. Raises third. It's a Knockout poised in 4th. Behind them, High Blue Seas, No Luck Mickey's Medal, 3 wide around Unlimited Green Shadows. Get a fix, has got plenty of gallopers in front of him as they turn the bend. Cool Jakey from Razors. Testator Lens, It's a Knockout called upon. She's made to the outside, about 3 or 4 off the lead. It's still Cool Jakey. Razors moves up to it strongly. Raises at Cool Jakey below the 200. It's a Knockout's not there yet. And now Get a fix into the clear. 150 out. Cool Jakey raises. It's a Knockout lifting. So too Get a fix. Cool Jakey in front. Get a fix is mowing him down. He's
Photo! Cool Jakey, get a fix, nothing in it. It's a knockouts run third.
16.
Raises fourth.
Which one is that?
Green Shadows.
16.
Mickey's Middle, High Blue Sea. Followed further back by Time Quest. Then Diamond Diesel, super helpful.
10, 4, 6, 16. 16 knocked it out.
Put in a big lunge on the outside. Get a fix. Cool Jakey was trying to grip on, but here lies.
Hey, PC was right on this.
Very interesting. Cool Jakey gripping on. Get a fix. Lunges late. Oh, Brad, this is a tight one. 16 gets it. Get a fix will get it on the outside just. You think the boys are happy here. 16 wins it. 2 Cool Jakey second. 10 third. It's a knockout. And 7 raises. Mine's up in fourth. Wow, that was a thriller.
Yeah, it was a thriller, Gav, there, and just down in the weights with the 55.5 kilos. Getafix has made it back-to-back wins. They went at that genuine tempo.
What a run, PC. What a run.
The stable wanted it, just smothered away, come out for the last shot, and he's in form. Getafix. He can go right on with it now. The second horse, Cool Jakey, as you said in the pre-race, Gav, he's been up for a tourney. He was either his 9th or 10th run in this preparation. He led at the genuine speed and was just run over those concluding stages. The favourite, It's a Knockout, had every possible chance. It came out to win, but just couldn't go on to it. Maybe better, a bit of that freshen up, and Razors was honest enough. But all honesty, Getafix.
Numbers here, 16-2, 10 and 7 after the 9th event with one to come.
7. 7 got there.
Welcome back to Durban for race number 8, the Sky Racing.
So 16, 2, 10, and 7. Okay. Sixteen, 2, 10, and 7. Running neutral. 16. What was the difference between these two horses? The difference is in the control. Okay. The difference is in the control. So this is something that so what does this mean is basically that this is beyond the control of the jockey. This means exactly what it sounds like, that this is beyond the control of the jockey. The pressure on the jockey and the pressure on the horse is a mismatch. Okay. The 16 is not like that. Those are the other ones which are there, but these are the best jocks. Okay, these are the best jocks with best pressure on them. The best return is here, but that's how that thing stands, and the 16 knocked it out. Flying, yeah, 9-win Copfield. 10. Race number 10. We'll take a look. Four, 7, 11, and 13. 5, 10, 3, and 6.
Stragglers, Corf Castle uncharacteristically and Inver Park. First to go, Hold On Honey. Goldsborough's got speed. Superduck third away. And Swiss Exile protecting the rail lands in fourth. Lost in Transit fifth away, but three wider. Bears off the track as well. Followed then by Cunnamulla Fella, who's over on the inside. John Rambo's between runners. Well back was Shalal ridden off the pace, then Corf Castle and Inver Park. Down the side, 700 left to run. Hold On Honey out in front where it does its best work. Leads away. Goldsborough second. Swiss Exile sitting pretty in third. Superduck the centre and three wide Lost in Transit. 35 the first 600 metres. A berth three wide but in the cover flow. John Rambo, he's in some traffic in centre field. Just needs some room to move. Cunnamulla Fella right behind Swiss Exile. Then Shalale, Corf Castle in the park. Ember straight Hold On Honey then from Goldsborough, who's laying down the law on the outside. Swiss Exile is trying to get the pair. Where's John Rambo? Back and struggling. Hold On Honey led the way. Goldsborough on the outside's a danger. Poked ahead in front. Swiss Exile can do no more. Cunnamulla Fellow running on up to the Doomben. Goldsborough got up and beat Cunnamulla Fellow on John Rambo, who zoomed home late, but he always does. Fourth over Swiss Exile to Hold On Honey. Then Shalale, the Burst, Superduck into the park. Lost in Transit. At Corf Castle last home in 1939.
So 9, 8 and 10. Number 9, Goldsborough has got up with Oda Costin and Jack Duncan. He likes it here at Doomben, this horse. And third up today, fully fit, and he's been able to upset them. Cunnamulla Fella was terrific, fresh. John Rambo, it took him too long to get him going at the top of the straight, but by gee, didn't he rattle home late? Maybe there wasn't a run at the top of the straight, but it just took him a long time to get him mobile. And when he did, he's gone home 3 strides to their 1. As we have a look again, Goldsborough put away Hold On Honey at this point. Every possible Swiss Exile, Cunnamulla Fella, Yellow Cap. And have a look at John Rambo, really extending late here, but far too late, far too much to do. He's missed out by around about a length. But all honest with Goldsborough, he's been a terrific horse for Jack Duncan for many, many years. The rising 8-year-old by Headwater. Jack made a lot of changes today. The big lifter off, a crossover again, a tongue tie again. And his record here now, 14 starts, 3 wins and 3 placings. And a victory for Winona Costin, who picked up a few rides today. She was here, I think, specifically for Phillipsburg, who ran well earlier, but she gets the money here on Goldsborough. 24.70 and 5.40. Cunnamulla Fella, John Rambo, and Swiss Exile back in 4th.
Thank you, boys. The lucky last here at Newcastle. We're not that far away, are we? So let's have a look at them. I can tell you, in the last, the favourite is Audrey's Lane. Been very well back from the best of the day, and it's been very, very well back. Let's have a look at them. $4.20. Number 1, California Secret. Now, it went up favourite originally in the market.
All right, this is the last one here at Randwick today. And this is what we have, okay? So the 5 is the favorite. 5, 10, 3, and 6. 5 is the favorite. It's a 230. Should not should not lose. But it has one of the best jockey. But again, this is what is appearing here also. So the pressure on the jockey and the pressure on the horse is a mismatch. It's a 230, but that's how it is. This is a 55-56. It's a race. This is a stable 56-56. Then we have a 51-53, which is a race, which is the number 1, which is a 492. And this is a 59-56. It's a drop, so we'll not talk about that. This is a 56-54. It's a drop. We will not talk about that. 10, they have 55-53. It's a drop. 3 is a 49-50. 3 is a good one, which is a 49-50. And this is here, 50. So the 5 is the favorite. I mean, that's that. Now, if we look like this, do we get anything? This is coming here. 1. That's the highest advantage. This is the one. It cannot win. It is, though it is all same sex, same age. For to win this, it needed to be one of the BBs, but it is not one of the BBs. So that will not happen. So what will happen? You do 49, 49.50. Okay. 52, 5-year-old mare as the largest in a 2 from gate number 13. This is gate number 4, 6. 49. 3 is better. This is very wide gate. 6. 7 is a long shot. I mean, 1 is a long shot. That will probably get a place. This is again 87. We've seen a 91 losing. 87 on 8 races makes it a 230. This season is not for these horses. I don't think so. This is dicey. I mean, it's not working. So what happened here is that 10 with all that 377 on 66%, 1400 put its legs up in the air. That happened on a 66, wherein the exposure was, which is 75 here. It is 100. My heart says to go with 5 because it's a linear, but that's not happening. We are losing. It's a 55 to 56. It's a race. This is a 56 to 56, which is a stay. And this is again a race, which is an EW. The tailing gauge. Can this be a queen? It may be a queen. It may be a queen unless that 1 jumps in and does that thing to this. $67, $45. That's about 20%, a little less than 20%, I think. And here it is like 40%, 20 and 40. The advantage is with 6. And it's not a drop. It's there. It's got the physics. It's got everything. This one will get in, but probably not win. And what happens if out of all these mares, this thing gets in with the advantage? This thing is there in some form. This thing is there in some form. In which form, I don't know, but it is there, the one. they cannot win because they are kind of like that. $87 on a 1400 meter. It is again going to go back to this situation. This was 1600 meter. This was 91% on this, and we were at 100% here on the protocol. We were 100% on the protocol. This one was 91%, difference of 8, but it did not win because of the pressure. Here again, it is 100% on the protocol. It is 87, a little less. But the jockey pressure is less than this. So the control is missing. I don't know what's your take. Joey, welcome back, Joey. Long time, Joey, long time.
Goes in now. And the line is set, red light's on. Last on the pink race day.
Man, I've taken so much of heat today that I don't know. I get very nervous when these things happen, and it's a clear story. The good horses are not racing, and they're bringing in some jazz into this, and now it is going in circles. Come on.
Back at that point, so leave the back straight. Brock Cafe's on its out.
God, man.
They're way down the side of the track, and they're heading towards. And the favourite is Audrey's Lane, and it's had no luck. It's been posted 3 wide the trip. California Secret.
Bad monthly. It's not a bad day. It's a bad month. It's a very bad month. Next year, this time I'm going on a vacation. I'm not going to race July next year. I'm not going to race July next year. It's absolutely wastage of time, money, effort, resources, everything.
California Secret the outside. Audrey's Lane drives through. Big win. Big win, Audrey's Lane over California Secret. How much better close?
Now I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. Anyone? Bad day. Such a bad day, man.
Going to hear from Randwick. Fillies and mares lining up at a benchmark 78 over 1,400 metres. And this mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. And we start with number 1, Captain Amelia. The John O'Shea, Tom Charlton and Jace McMurray.
She's racing well without winning, so some excuse last time will help up momentarily in the straight. Was never
She's racing well without winning.
form reference for this. You do have to
What kind of
a $4.80 second favourite. So
outlook is that?
Continue to improve is a positive for her. She likes it on top of the ground.
She's running to a consistent figure that can put her in the finish.
She's racing very well without winning.
This track and distance. I don't think the claim suits. If she can get back to her best, she's right in the finish here.
We'll come back to January league roll. 8-3 though Liberty Stake for the Hawks family and Dylan Gibbons.
Her run was better than it looked to the eye last start. She ran home in fast time to run 6 behind Lady Extreme. Out to the 1,400 metres looks to suit now. We know she's come back well. She was a big first up winner. So again, the map is a little bit tricky, but I would be surprised to see a bit more positivity here.
Yeah, it was a stylish win there first up, albeit getting to the best ground, but still did it. There was 28 days between runs there last start, so I think half needed it there, so that'll bring her on. She's third up today, and if she gets a little bit of luck, she can be near thereabouts again.
Number 5, Changing Colours, Chris Waller, Jason Collins.
She was quite explosive last start, rounded up her rivals to win impressively. That was despite being 5 weeks between runs. Might be the way to ride her, just leave her alone in the early stages and save her for the last crack. Let it all unfold and rip home. She's really solid in betting today.
Yeah, she's such a consistent type as well. She ran well all the way down there in Melbourne. Then first time on the Sydney leg there last start. And yes, run to suit, but it was quite a strong win there. She ran good time against Day. She gets Jason Collin on, who just rode the perfect race in the last. So from that gate, smothered away, she'll get her chance again as well.
Number 6, very soon, real first up, Ewan Baker, Josh Parr.
First run for the new yard, mixed her form in 3 runs last campaign. She was good in her most recent Canterbury trial and only 9 weeks between runs, so there will be some residual fitness there.
Yeah, just needed that first trial, then improved sharply into that second heat where she was ridden up to lead and she went to the line under light riding, so that'll get her up to the mark for today.
7 out, we move to 8 extraordinaire resuming for Annabelle and Rob Archibald and Tom Sherry.
You'd expect her to find 1,400 metres a touch too sharp. Has mixed her form in 2 Australian campaigns, so 3 Melbourne jump outs ahead of her return.
Yeah, the 3 jump outs, so that'll have her fit enough to kick off her campaign today, but I agree. I think the 1,400 metres just might be on the sharp side.
Number 9, Kind Gesture, big odds, Brad with up Andrew Atkins.
First run for Brad today, so formerly trained in Victoria, so wasn't let go in either trial, Wyong and Kepler Brain. So I like the way that she worked the line in the most recent, and I would be wary if there was a market push, but nothing to this point.
Yeah, another runner that's had the 2 trials and clearly improved between the 2 heats there. So starts are okay over the 1,400 metres, but does profile to improve from the run.
Here is the well-back Slinky, number 10, Björn Baker, Rachel King.
Change of tactics to settle further forward. No surprise there, having drawn a soft gate today. So the fastest closing splits of the meeting when working home nicely behind Lady Extreme 2 weeks ago. The barrier just saw her get a long way back in the run. So first try 1,400 metres, but pedigree and the way that she hits the line over shorter suggests that it'll be okay.
She's flying. Both of her runs this prep in have had hidden merit. Out of that entire Rosehill meeting there last startup, she was the horse I wanted to follow. Too much to do, as Brad said. Great closing sectionals. They received some significant barrier change, so she can be a lot closer. I think she's in career best form. If she reproduces her best figures, she has to be in the finish. An easy bet for me to have.
Number 12, California Sunrise, Peter Snowden, Reece Jones.
And she does look the type of mare that you have to get the timing spot on with, so it needs a lot to go right, particularly from the gate. So the barrier doesn't make this task an easy one.
Yeah, I thought it was a solid win there, 2 back there over Kensington over the 1,400. Then stayed at Kensington, and she wasn't suited to that race shape, but was solid enough, though, has to come to Saturday grade.
On to Supernova West we go. Number 14, Matt Dale, Ash Morgan.
Yeah, Barry was always going to make things tricky there at Rosehill last start. Went up in grade. She's raced her way out of Highway Company now, so no run on from back in the field, but didn't get the best of runs throughout. So again, draws awkwardly though.
It was the perfect ride by Brave, not too back in highway grade when Super Norwest saluted that day. Then she had to step obviously to 78 grade here. Didn't have a lot of luck there that day, so it just needs to make the step for me.
Number 15, Fairway Star, Beyond Baker, Alicia Collett.
Brings that changing colours form reference. So changing colours did sprint straight past her in the straight, but she was only second up off a 37-week break. So still improvement to come. Thinking she probably wants 1,600 metres, so she'll be cherry right next time. However, she's close to winning again, and she gets all favours here map-wise.
I thought she was over the odds. I think she's ready to peak third up. She resumed off the long break. She needed it in what was a slowly run race. And then second up, she went to a fast run race. She was brave to the line. Her ratings profile suggests she's ready to produce her best, and she's going to be up on top of the speed, which has been an advantage today.
We move on to the 16 Diamond Model, Mark Minavini, Molly Burr.
Found the line okay in Midway Company first up, just finding it hard to win at the moment.
I think we'll be better from the run and getting out to the 1,400 metre suits, but needs to improve.
Down the bottom, we get a Cosmina, Michael.
5.
Looked to get a
DC.
chance at Hawkesbury last start, does drop 6 kilos, but would prefer her in something slightly easier.
The inside gate obviously suits, but another one of these runners, it just looks a bit outclassed for these.
And back to the 2, Gently Rolled. Bryce Hayes here, combining with JBO.
Looked the winner at one point behind, changing colours, but her run just peaked there the last little bit. She hung on okay to run third. I think she's trending the right way. She's had 3 runs back, and she has improved in each of them. Good Randwick record. The barrier is a little bit tricky, but she might be ready to fire now.
Yeah, I think she's just taken a few runs to get fit, and as we saw, I agree with what you said there, Brad. I think she was going to be in the finish there last start at Rosehill over the 1,400 metres, so the switch back to Randwick definitely suits.
10, 5, 3 and 15 at 10. Slinky. Just want to... his music's my ears as far as using the inside gate. Park up a touch closer. She's been great in 2 runs back. She's really charged through the lines. It does have to tick off the 1,400 metre box, but I'm thinking the timing is right.
Right,
So on the dominance of that last victory, 3, Liberty State. The form reference, she'll run well. She's come back in really good style. And Fairway Star, the form also ties in there. I think she's ready to fly out with a couple of runs under her belt. 10, 5, 3 and 15, Nick.
Yeah, I'm 10, 15, 5 and 3 here. I'm with Slinky, all aboard. I think she was the run out of that Rosehill meeting there last start. The horse I wanted to follow, she was great in defeat there. So 2 hidden runs, and good to see some support as well today. That 550 quote they bet at one stage, now into $4.80. So I think they could be that bit closer. She can be right in the finish. I have to have something on the 15 as well. I think it's big odds, ready to do something now, third up. And also the 5 changing colours, the favourite. Run to suit their last start, but first time on the Sydney leg, I thought was fantastic. And in for 4th pick. Is obviously the 3 there in Liberty State. Was 28 days between runs there last start, so I think can only come on from that runs. But pretty keen on Slinky here in the last. Anthony thought was one of my better bets on the program.
Bit of money for it as well. It just got into $4.80, back to $5. Changing colours bottomed out at $2.50 now, $2.90. Still holds 40% of all bets, but just a bit soft lead. Whereas I mentioned Slinky $4.80, back out to 5. Liberty State $6.50. Very Surreals at 9. Captain Amelia 12, and Fairway Star have actually laid it, despite being a $12 chance. There has been some money for it. Slinky best back to beat the favourite is just a little easy late. We're happy to risk it. It's been a good day for the tab traders, Gav. Both the lays of the days got beaten, a couple of short price favourites. So we'll open up the shoulders a little bit on this last favourite. If you want to back changing colours, come and have a bit with the tab.
Sounds good to me. Anthony Glenlob is here for Bjorn Baker. Well, both the boys, Brad and Nick, are keen on Slinky. Can you give him a bit more confidence, Lobby?
Oh, yeah, I can, mate. Actually, Gab. Yeah, we thought she was flying under the radar a bit till the boys picked her up. Yeah, she's the first 2 runs have been terrific. Just back in the field, made up terrific ground, especially the last run. Probably the only question mark with is 1,400. She hasn't been out to that yet, but gives you every indication that she'll run it. Like to see her lead us back, and I think she takes some hold now.
Yeah, very real first up.
Yeah, we've only had her. We give her a couple of trials. Lion Country Border and George Griffin for breeding purposes. This might be her only run, and she'll go to the barn, depending on how she goes today. But Josh is just going to go forward on her. She's probably a little bit one-paced, and if she can find the lead, it'll be up close. I think she'll have a good race.
Got Fairway Star in the race as well.
Yeah, she's been terrific this time in.
had a long time off after a throw dop, and you couldn't be happy with the first two runs. Tried fourth at Rose Hill first up and went terrific, and then backed it up and just got beat run second there, a last run. So yeah, you can't fault her. So yeah, I think the three of them with the right runs are all hopes.
Well, the boys out the back are hoping it's Slinky for last race, Björn. Good luck.
Righto, thanks, yeah.
There he is, Glenn Long. To wrap up, Brad, what's been a very competitive day of business racing here at headquarters.
Yeah, the traders, I think, are on top to this point. So hopefully in the last we can land a blow here.
You're saying competitive day.
Slinky.
Just all completely, but let's just say it'll be a big night, I suspect, on the North Shore. Should Slinky prevail? Would that be an accurate assessment?
Wasn't me, Gavin. Someone else got the 15s, but maybe something on the way through. But that means nothing unless she can salute. Look, I would have loved if it was 1,300 metres, but there's a bit of confidence there from Glenn Lobb to say that she'll get the 1,400 metres. I think she's the horse that, both of her two runs in, they've just been hidden, and it looks to me third up. Inside draw, looks the set play. The market's definitely settling to agree now, $4.40. So maybe, Gav, if she does get up, we might go out on the town.
Yeah, I think so. Or a trip to Tonga wouldn't be too bad either, my friend. But I know that he's telling an untruth when he uses somebody's full Christian name. So if he's saying that he didn't get a piece of the 15s, that is a complete Brad and utter untruth.
I like the shaggy defence. Was a moot is what he ran with there, and I'm not sure I believed entirely either.
Is that Manilow? Don't know. Here's Luke for the last.
Thanks, Gav. Last event coming up here at Randwick.
Yeah, PCI got disconnected because of the bad
In fact, 4 runners to
internet.
Fairway Star comes in.
It's disturbing today.
The last two now. Super Northwest and California Sunrise. Right to run. Cosmina on the inside. Favourite is changing colours. Jason Tollett and Chris Waller. Just a short delay bringing this last pair up into the barriers. And now come in. Set to go. California Sunrise has completed the line. This is race 10.
I was on 5.
Ready to jump. Cutter Holmes is waiting for the signal from behind. They're off. Kind Gesture was slow to begin. Winning the start was Out Wide Super Northwest, Slinky, Cosmina, Fairway Star, Liberty State a bit closer today. As they sort out their order, just behind them was the favourite Changing Colours, inside Very Surreal. Pushing up on the rails at that stage of the race was Extraordinaire. They're fairly bunched here. Diamond Models caught a little wide. Outside of it, Gently Rolled, then Captain Amelia. Kind Gesture the inside, and last is California Sunrise. Cosmina goes clear to the 750 by 3/4 on Fairway Star. Slinky lying third on the rails. Liberty State 3 deep. Super Northwest is 4 deep. Back behind those horses was Gently Rolled. It's 4 and 5 wide the outside. In behind them, Changing Colours, coiled up, just needing clear passage. They're spinning the turn. Cosmina first for home. Super Northwest getting crowded up a bit. Fairway Star, she's tight for room. Slinky the inside is trying to slip through, and further back was Changing
It's stuck.
Colours. Early in the straight, Cosmina led from on the outside. Super Northwest, Fairway Star sticks on. Gently Rolled the outside, runs home, and late Extraordinaire up the fence. 100 to go. Cosmina, Super Northwest, Extraordinaire scraping paint. It's driving through on the inside. Extraordinaire! It scrapes the Dulux. One of your best, Tom. Gets through, wins from Cosmina. Hasn't gone around a horse. And Salute Super Northwest is close up. Then came Gently Rolled. She was good covering ground. Fairway Star. Behind those was Changing Colours. In behind those horses when they pull up was at the head of the others Captain Amelia. Then came in behind them Diamond Model, Liberty State, and Very Surreal.
Any old odds, Extraordinaire. They get the lot here. First up, 8, 17 and 14 will be the numbers to the last. More details to follow, following the last here from Randwick.
8, 17, and 14.
For the last time this
How
afternoon in
beautiful.
race number 9. It's a
So what happened is 8, the EW, 56, 54, highest advantage. It was a drop, but on a 1400 meter, that is the advantage that has been given to that horse. Then 8, 17 is the other one, which is here with advantage. Zero pressure on this horse. And 14 is the other one, which is 55, 52. They tricked us on this. They tricked us. 8, 17. 8 was the EW. 56, 54, 29. I thought the 1, but the 8. The 1 was a 51 to 53. This was a 56, 54. This was the highest spell, which came in next. 17. Bad. And here it was like that. It was beyond the control of this jock. Beyond the control of this jock. I mean, when this happens, when it becomes 840, then anybody can chase. Anybody can chase. A 230 you can't chase, but the 230 was a jockey mismatch. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 10 races today. We haven't done a great job, but we more or less have an idea what they're doing. Today we'll need to refine this and get back. This is a journey. We will not give up. We'll nail this. It's a matter of time. We will nail this. But thank you so much for being there, my friend Lee. Thank you so much for being there, PC. I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for being there. Gavin, thank you so much for being there. Joey, long